chair the Board of Review. We will now officially open this hearing of the Illinois Board of Review for today, October 18th, 2022. Before we begin, I will ask each board member to introduce himself as well as the staff who are working with us today, so you know with whom you will be working as we hear your case. And then we will proceed on to take care of the preliminary matters. Again, I'm Kenneth Woodson, Board Chair. Oh, but I should also add that these hearings are being recorded by Zoom as well as our court reporter. So this is a legal proceeding. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ralph Pincus, board member.
Good afternoon, Roger S. Tennant, Senior Board Member.
Good afternoon, Beverly Penn, board member.
Good afternoon, Ken Washington, board member.
Ed Jefferson, board counsel.
And Ryan McSherry, board counsel.
Okay, Mr. Wade.
Richard Wade, Board Administration.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, what I'd like Mr. Wade to read into the record a number of items that were resolved during executive session. And then we will proceed to hear from the city in terms of matters that have been resolved or withdrawn or a request for continuance. Thank you.
We'll start with case number 19, hearing appeal number HA 2021-005157, Samuel Ballard. That case was withdrawn.
Thank you.
Case number 29, hearing appeal HA 2022-003041, Obasi Chowanui. That case was listed for 4238 Old York Road. That case was listed in error. Case number 31, hearing appeal number HA 2021-002612, 2708 Alex Inc. That case was continued. Case number 32, hearing appeal number HA 2021-002613, GAN Inc. That case was also continued. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I'd like to hear from the law department. Would there be one spokesperson, or should I call on individual attorneys to share with us the current list of resolved matters?
Good afternoon, Chairman Woodson. This is Michelle Reinhart for the city. I have a list to read onto the record.
Okay, please proceed.
Okay, starting out with number 3, HA 2021 005609, Ruth Doherty. The appeal was withdrawn.
Withdrawn? Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Number 5. Case number 39649, appeal of Timothy Gill Sr. That is moot complied.
Move complied. Thank you very much.
Number 6, HA 2020-000310, Andrew Miller. That appeal was withdrawn.
Withdrawn. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Number 7, HA 2020-001419, Ilya Chabotar. That case is moot complied.
Move complied. Thank you.
Number 8, HA 2021-000187, MAM 5435 LLC. That case is moot complied.
Move complied. Thank you.
Number 9, HA 2021-000284, Darlene Messina. That case is moot complied.
Move complied. Thank you.
Number 10, HA 2021-000293, Valerie McCaskill. That case is moot complied.
Move complied. Thank you.
Number 11, HA 2021-000376, Peter Ash. That case is moot complied.
Move complied. Thank you.
Number 12, HA 2021-000901, Joseph Smith. That case was listed in error.
Listed in error. Thank you.
Number 14, HA 2021-001280, Semyon Kupriyanov. That case, I believe, should be moot because the city withdrew the violation, although the appellant has not withdrawn the appeal.
Okay, is the appellant present regarding auto AIU contractor license? Is anyone present representing that matter? Okay, we will consider it moot then. Administratively, Mr. Wade will have to respond, inform the appellant. Thank you.
And just so the record's clear, board, sorry, this is Caroline Curley. I was the attorney assigned to that matter. When I did send the email to including Mr. Wade indicating that the city was responding, the appellant just responded, yes, thank you, just to me, and also responded with the same email when I had sent him independently. I didn't take that as I am withdrawing my appeal, but I did just want to let the board know that I did get a response, but I know he's not here today, so.
Okay, would you, if you haven't yet, would you mind sharing that response with the board administration?
I can do that, absolutely.
All right, thank you.
Or, oh, should I continue?
Yes, please continue.
Okay, number 16, HA 2021-004272, Walter Latowski. That case is moot complied.
You complied? Okay, thank you.
Number 20, HA 2021-005158, George Coomer. That case is moot complied.
Thank you.
Number 21.
I'm George
HA
Comer. Does that mean case is dismissed? What does moot complied mean? I'm
That
sorry.
means that you've complied with the violation. Either you or someone on your behalf has corrected matters.
Okay, so no worries then.
No worries, unless you do something else that requires a violation notice.
Well, I don't own I don't own the property anymore. You guys keep sending me notices. I cut my weeds all the time. The new guy doesn't care. I
Okay,
don't
so
live
that's
there.
that's been corrected now.
Okay. Thanks,
Okay.
guys.
You're welcome. Have a good afternoon.
Hello, Walter Ulatowski. I just got a moot complied.
Number 6,
Oh,
He's
That was
number
number 16. Mr. Woodson, you muted.
Hello,
Uh,
Walter Ulatowski. I just got a mute complied.
yes, that means your matter's been resolved.
Just one thing. Like on my other properties, they hit me with even though I complied on these things, I'm not going to get hit with a $300 fine per day and all that stuff.
I don't believe you will unless there's an issue of when you complied. But in terms of the board's matters, what's before the board is been moot complied. What I would recommend you do is call the L&I office if you have additional concerns.
Well, the reason I went up before this board was because even though I got extensions and stuff like that, sometimes the records don't go through, and then they hit me with a $300 fine, and they try to take me to court and stuff like that. I just
Okay.
want to make sure through the board,
Well,
that nothing like that can happen.
what I'm explaining to you is that according to the issues with which the board has responsibility, it's been presented to us that the matter's been resolved. So according to our records, it's moot complied. If there's additional administrative fees or charges beyond the board's control, you need to talk to L&I staff regarding those. Okay?
So just one small question, if you don't mind. Now, does the board have anything to do with stuff like that, like the fines for?
No, the board
this
only, no. The board only hears your appeal and make a decision on the date of the hearing as to whether the appeal is valid or not. Other matters that are being assessed to that property or you personally by the department is outside the purview of the board unless it's appealed to the board. And so I suggest that you call them and find out if there's any other issues associated with this.
And
Okay,
if there is, what do you do?
or you either you deal with it based on the established procedures for those particular matters. I don't have the information in front of me unless it's an appeal that was submitted by you. And if what you bring in is not part of the appeal. Okay,
Oh, okay, because when
I
they
have
call
to
me,
move
I
on,
also-
sir. I have to move on. I got a ton of other cases to hear.
Okay, cool.
So thank you. Okay. Law Department, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, Mr.
Yes, sir.
Chairman, if I may, I notice on the screen an individual, it's a woman, but next to her name, it says Joe, next to her, it says Joe Smith. And that would appear to be the name of the appellant in case number 12, which was noted by the Miss Reinhardt is listed in error. So I don't know whether the individual with the name Joe Smith heard that, but it would appear that that case is not going to be heard, and they should.
Yes, I did. I just wanted to know if I could leave.
Yes, ma'am. You're permitted to leave.
Thank you so much. Have a good day.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, that one also, that same comment applies to, we have a Valerie McCaskill, and she is item number, I know we just called her listed in error.
10.
I thought it was number 10,
10.
right? Moot complied, and she is on the screen, sir.
Valerie McCaskill, did you
Yes,
understand that your matter has been resolved?
yes.
So have a good afternoon. You're welcome to stay if you'd like, but you also are permitted to leave.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good afternoon.
Yes, bye-bye.
Okay. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. Okay, Law Department, let's proceed.
I believe the next one is number 21. Please correct me if I'm
Okay,
saying this the second time. Appeal number HA 2021-005159. Robert J. Donahue Jr., Administrator of the estate of Anthony Timinkus. That is moot complied.
move complied. Thank you.
Number 23, HA 2021-005740. That case is moot.
Moot. Thank you.
Number 25, HA 2021-005550. Riley Peoples Jr. That case was withdrawn.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, the appeal was withdrawn.
Yeah. Okay. Withdrawn.
Number 30, HA 2022-003049 by 2211 Spruce Partners LLC. That case was moot complied.
Thank you.
Number 36, HA 2022-002591 William Jackson. There was an email sent to board administration that this case has an agreement for a 90-day stay of enforcement.
Okay, do you have the agreement to read into the record, or is this the attorney present have the agreement to read in the record?
I believe that the attorney is present.
Good afternoon, Chairman Woodson. Mary Costello on behalf of the City of Philadelphia.
Good
I
afternoon.
did email the full agreement to the board, and it is a 90-day stay of enforcement.
Okay, and so is there anyone present representing Mr. William Jackson?
He should be here, I believe.
Okay, he hasn't
But
responded. But,
I don't see him, but it is it's signed and fully executed.
okay, well, then we will poll the board regarding HA-2022-002591, William Jackson, 2600 Cecil B. Moore Avenue, city affirmed per the agreement between the parties, 90-day stay of enforcement.
City affirmed per agreement between the parties, 90-day stay of enforcement.
City affirm agreement per the enforcement of the agreement, 90-day stay.
City affirmed per agreement of the parties, 90-day stay of enforcement.
City affirmed per agreement of the parties 90-day stay of enforcement.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Let's proceed, Ms. Reinhardt.
The next one is case number 37-39613, Angelo Adams. This case is moot.
Moot, thank you.
Thank you.
Number 40, HA 2021-000953, Joanny Rodriguez. This case was previously withdrawn. Rather, the appeal was previously withdrawn by the appellant because they did not want to hire an attorney to prosecute, and the board issued a decision letter.
Okay, all right, thank you. So it was listed in error for today.
Yes, that's my understanding.
Okay,
If I can. Hello?
yes, please.
Yes, the withdrawal was from at the previous hearing, there was a notification from an attorney that he was no longer retained, and he believed that the case was going to be withdrew, but it wasn't an acceptable withdrawal as far as board administration was concerned. So we continued it to this date to give Mr. Rodriguez a chance to appear on his behalf. And either we reached out for a withdrawal letter from Mr. Rodriguez, to which we never received anything.
Okay, then what do we have from the law department, Ms. Reinhardt? Has someone subsequent to that spoken with Mr. Rodriguez?
Not that I see. May I follow up in a moment to go through our correspondence?
Please do that. Yes, that's
Sorry,
fine. We can do that.
Members of the board, Mary Costello on behalf of the city of Philadelphia. I was the attorney that was involved in this at the last hearing, and we have not heard anything from them. The last email that I received was their accountant saying that they would like to withdraw their appeal, to which I emailed back and they need to appear before the board and let the board know that that is their decision. They never responded to me and they never appeared.
Okay, so was the accountant on behalf of the appellant, but does he have legal standing to represent the appellant in this matter?
That
Probably
is not
not.
something that I could advise the board on.
Okay, all right, let's do this. Mr. Wade, you've reached out to the appellant and no response to date?
Yes, if you give me a moment, I could double check my correspondence with him, but I believe that I let the appellant know that the previous withdrawal that we received from his unretained counsel wasn't necessarily sufficient. So I'm pretty sure he said that he did not want to withdraw. So that's why he continued to this date.
Okay, he has not responded yet to his name being announced. So let's do this in order to make sure that we don't complicate this anymore. We will return to this issue at the end of the hearing. If Mr. Rodriguez has not raised his hand or presented himself, we will then dispose of the matter. Okay?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Ms. Reinhardt, do you have anything else?
Yes, number 34, HA 2021-004451, Scott Hua. There is an agreement for a 90-day stay of enforcement.
Okay, again, the attorney representing that case, is that person present?
They are, yes.
With that
Good
individual?
afternoon, Amy Skiles on behalf of the city of Philadelphia.
Okay, Ms. Giles, what does the agreement say?
It's I'm just waiting on Mr. Hua's final signature and I will email that to Mr. Wade, but it is a city affirmed 90-day stay of enforcement.
And is your representation that Mr. Hu is in concurrence with the terms of that agreement?
Yes, he is in agreement.
Okay, all righty. We will then poll the board regarding HA-2021-004451, Scott Hua, 1900 South 23rd Street, City affirmed 90-day stay of enforcement per agreement between the parties.
City affirmed per agreement of the parties with a 90-day stay of enforcement.
City affirmed per the agreement of the enforcement of a 90-day stay.
City affirmed per agreement of the parties with 90-day stay of enforcement.
Mr. Washington, I believe you're muted.
City affirmed per agreement with the 90-day stay of enforcement.
Thank you very much. Okay. All righty, Ms. Reinhardt. Anything else?
I am just double checking. That concludes my list.
Okay, thank you. Now, we do have several matters that we need to address before we begin hearing the remaining list cases on today's calendar. And I will begin because I need to inquire several matters. We won't be hearing these matters necessarily at this moment, but I do have a few questions. We'll start with case number 1. That's HA-2021-00289 as Marcella Espinal, 2400 North Hancock Street. Who's representing the city in this matter?
Good afternoon, Chairman. This is Michael Rouleau on behalf of the city.
Okay, thank you. And who's representing Maricela Espinal? No one's representing this matter? There's an issue of late appeal, Mr. Rouleau. And so the board was determining whether or not to hear this matter today.
Well, I guess as an initial matter, if the appellant is not here, then we would ask that it be failure to, excuse me, that it's a failure to prosecute in this instance.
Okay.
That would be moved accordingly.
Okay. Is there an issue of whether an attorney was required as well?
Yes, that would be the second issue that I'd raise, is that the permit in this instance is held by an N&N corporation, excuse me, I believe is what it's called. And then the second issue is that per the Exhibit C that I submitted, it's unclear what relationship the appellant has to this entity, as that they're not listed as the officer of that corporation with the Department of State.
Well, I think what we'll do then is this case, given those conditions and the fact that no one is present, we'll just dismiss this matter because it's for late appeal.
Thank you.
Okay, let the record show that it's just been dismissed. Thank you. All right. Just for a moment. Okay, the second matter is number 2 of HA-2021-001217, Roger Thomas, 1901-05 Buckius Street. Who's representing the city?
This is Caroline Curley on behalf of the city.
Ms. Curley, is anyone representing Mr. Roger Thomas?
No one has communicated with me as to that matter.
Okay, well, we're concerned that this may be a corporate entity and therefore requires legal counsel to present themselves here today.
I don't even believe it. Is anyone even here today on this matter?
Not yet. No one has identified themselves or spoken up. And so, Mr. Wade, if you take a close look at the list of individuals on the screen today, make sure that we don't have Mr. Roger Thomas, who may be muted.
I'm
here.
I believe I saw Roger Thomas, yes.
Oh, okay. There we go. Mr. Roger Thomas, I'm Kenneth Woodson, chair of the board. Would you mind giving us a visual so we can see your face, please?
Yes. Right. Did you see me here?
Yes, now we can see you. Okay, Mr. Thomas, the concern we have is the property 1901-05 Buckius Street. How is that incorporated and owned? Is it you individually?
Yeah, LLC.
It's an LLC. Now, as an LLC, you're required to be represented by legal counsel. You can see that in the notice that you received.
I don't believe so.
It's there on the front. It's written so that you would not get to this point and not have a lawyer with you. Do you have a lawyer present representing you today?
I do have a legal counsel. I'm not aware if he's on here, but I don't think I saw him.
Was he scheduled to be here with you to represent your case today?
Yes, he knows about the case. From my understanding, he was going to request for a continuance or have one of his colleagues appear, but I'm not sure if
Okay.
either of them.
Well, let's do this. We don't have any record of a continuance request from that office. What's the name of the law firm that represents you?
His name is Kenneth Allen Sprang.
Spring?
Yes.
Okay.
His email is ksprings@widclaw.com.
Oh, Mr. Springs, WIBC Law? Okay.
Yeah.
You may want to call him. We are not hearing it at this moment, so you may want to contact him, make sure he's going to be here today, okay?
Yeah, I did call him, got no answer. I left a voicemail and also sent the email
Okay.
with this information.
Well,
Or
we
was-
can't
I'm not
we can't hear your case today without that attorney. Understand?
Hmm.
Mr.
Even
Chairman,
if you decide to go without the attorney, or
No, you can't. Well, Mr. Pincus, just one moment, Mr. Thomas. Mr. Pincus?
I believe Ms. Curley also raised an issue which I don't think was clearly answered by Mr. Thomas, is that the entity that has received the license is an LLC, and what relationship Mr. Thomas has to the LLC that is the license recipient.
Okay.
Is that correct, Ms. Curley?
I did not raise that issue. He is the individual who applied for the application for the business in Hill Hookah Lounge LLC.
Okay. My mistake.
Yeah, that was an issue raised, I believe, with the previous matter on 2400 North Hancock.
My apologies.
No problem. Mr. Thomas, in this case, as an LLC, you need to have a lawyer. You have a lawyer. He just hasn't arrived yet. And so what we're going to do is put this matter back in the queue and call you when we're ready for you. In the meantime, I'd like you to do everything you can to try to get your lawyer to be part of today's hearing.
okay.
Okay?
Got it. Thank you.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Woodson,
Yes, sir.
before you call the next case, just a quick housekeeping. For the first case, we're dismissing that case as the late appeal was denied.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, just want to go down to number 4, and that's HA-2022-003038, Craig Myers, 2326 Germantown Avenue. Who's representing that matter for the city?
Again, Caroline Curley for the city.
Okay, Ms. Curley, we have an issue of concern regarding legal representation. Is Mr. Craig Myers or his attorney present? Again, Mr. Wade surveyed the screen to see if we have either of those individuals with us today.
No, I did not see that name enter the room.
Okay, Ms. Curley, that will be an issue raised. We'll come back to this later today. And we're going to be pressed for press on the issue of legal representation. Okay.
I would, okay, just so I can let the witnesses know for that case, how is the board going to push this till the end of the list, or how?
Well,
long
we
will
just
we-
call it in, we will call it in regular order.
Okay, great.
Okay, we won't make them wait till the end. We'll call it in regular order.
I
Okay.
appreciate that. Great.
It's just that in this instance, I believe there's an issue of ownership and whether or not an attorney is required to represent the individual.
Not a problem. Sounds good.
Okay, alrighty. Let's go down then to, just want to make sure I have all of these. Let's go down to number 39. And that would be HA-2022-003628, Jeffrey Singletary, 1555 South 30th Street. Who's representing that matter?
Good afternoon, Board. Nakia Clark on behalf of the City of Philadelphia.
Good afternoon, Ms. Clark. Who's representing Mr. Singletary? Mr. Singletary present. Jeffrey Singletary, South 30th Street.
Yeah. Yes,
Okay.
I'm here.
Okay, sir, can we have your image? We need to see you.
I'm on my phone. I called the call-in number.
Okay,
Zoom.
is there's no way for you to give us an image on your telephone?
No. I would have to
Okay.
get the Zoom app or something on it.
Okay, well, there's an issue here. This issue of late appeal. Mr. Singletary, you appealed beyond the 30-day notice. Is there a reason for that?
Yes, I did. I apologize to the board, but I had no idea that anything was altered in the building. That's the way I bought it. I don't know. I've never been to this before.
Oh, did you get the intent to cease notice that was on the door?
Yeah, on the door. No, they gave it to me. I got it in an envelope.
Okay, and you didn't submit your appeal within the 30 days though?
I did. I called. I was trying to get in touch with somebody. Then I had to go down to City Hall. I don't know the process of this, and I'm still learning it. So, give me a
Ms. Clark, while we're doing this, would you mind checking the record, see what the number of day, how late this was?
Yes, so as a preliminary matter, this appeal is untimely. I believe that, pulling it up right now, but the NOV
Okay.
was sent out August the 2nd, August the 3rd, and then the appeal was not received by the city until September the 6th.
Oh, there was
At
3
30
days late.
He had 30 days following that, August the 2nd.
Okay, it was
was
3 days
survival.
late. Okay, now, Mr. Singletary, who owns this property?
I do.
Is it owned by a corporation or LLC or just you as a private individual?
Me, private.
Okay, all right. And so, okay, given the nature of this, Mr. Secretary, how many other properties of investment properties you own in the city of Philadelphia?
No, that's it.
Or do you reside at this location?
Yes, sir.
Oh, so this is also your home?
Yes.
Okay, okay. All righty, well, we'll call this up when we're prepared to go. Miss Clark, we're going to hear this today, okay?
And just for the record, if I may, pursuant to the Philadelphia Code, Section A-803.2, any appeal that is filed outside of that 30-day mark, the board does not have jurisdiction to hear that case. I just want to put that on the record.
So noted. Thank you very much. We'll call you up in a minute. Thank you. I believe that's all of the preliminary matters. Anything else before we proceed to the full list? We have a hand up, Mr. Johnson. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, distinguished members of the board. I would like to raise an issue with regard to the appeal that's number 24 on today's list. This is appeal number HA 2021-005536 with regard to the retaining wall at 5237 North 5th Street.
Yes.
This is an instance where a number of properties were cited for a shared responsibility of the retaining wall. And I know this is the only case that was listed on today's list, but I checked in Eclipse and I know that there's at least 2 other individuals who have appealed. One of them is, I believe, actually the same owner, but it's the case involving the property at 5233. Hold on, let me just verify this. North 5th Street.
Is that listed for today?
That's not listed for today. No, so 5237 is listed for today. There's another appeal for 5239 North 5th Street, and there's another appeal by another owner for 430 West Wellens Street. These cases should all be listed on the same day since they involve the same issues related to that retaining wall.
Okay. Do you know how many potential violations in that retaining wall matter? Do you know? Did you do a head count on properties? Yes.
I from a cursory glance at the plan, I think it looks to be 15 to 20 properties.
Oh boy, and only 3 so far. Is Mr. Ray Tran present? Mr. Ray Tran. Okay, Mr. Wade, take a look, see if Mr. Tran is I believe this may be him coming up. He'll need to be unmuted. Sir, we can't hear you. Are you Mr. Ray Tran? We still can't hear you. Something's happening with your speaker. We can't hear you. So let's do this. Mr. Tran, we can come back to you later today, but what I'm going to propose is that we continue your case so we can try to get all those three at least appeals that are connected on that block being heard at the same time on the same day, so that we can have some consistency, and that may be helpful to you and the other residents of the block, rather than hearing it individually this way, in piecemeal. And so what I'd like you to do for today, though, if you could call Mr. Wade, if you could call him to see if you could have a conversation with him and report back to the board before the end of today's hearing and see if he's in agreement with continuing his matter. Mr. Johnson, would you be opposed to a continuation?
No, I would not. The
Okay.
department is in agreement with that.
And
Okay,
that,
thank you.
that gentleman, I believe, was Hui Hui Tran for 2617 Shield Street. I identified him earlier in the.
Oh,
session.
okay.
I don't.
I'm
Okay.
gonna
believe
point
that
out,
is
there's
Mr.
another
Tran.
individual on the call called Daniel Tran as well. I'm not sure if they're related.
Okay, all right. But the individual representing 5237 North Fifth Street has not presented himself today.
No.
Okay, so
Not
Mr.
as-
Johnson,
Not as of yet.
okay, what we'll do, Mr. Johnson, we'll hold that one till the end and come back to it, okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right. Okay, so just make a note of that, Mr. Wade. We'll have to come back to that one at the end.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's go to the list then. I believe the first matter to come before us today would be
Number two?
number 13.
Okay, we're going to address number 2 and number 4 after.
Yes.
Okay. So number
Sorry, so sorry, this is just Carol. I just want to make sure I understand because I do have witnesses that I don't want to wait for the entire list if those two matters are going to be continued or dismissed.
Well, at the moment, I had Mr. Thomas, who did present himself, asked him to call his lawyer to make sure he can be here, and we'd
Right.
come back to him.
Okay.
Actually, I don't think I did call number 4, so let's do that now then. My apologies, I skipped that one.
Okay.
HA-2022-003038, Craig Myers, 2326 Germantown Avenue. Is Ms. Curley, is that yours as well?
That is mine. I'm sorry. Yes, Caroline Curley on behalf of the city.
Okay, Craig Myers.
I did
Craig
not see,
Myers.
I did not see him enter, and service notices the hearing was presented.
Okay, thank you. Well, in this case, Ms. Curley, what is your pleasure?
The city would
Listen.
ask that this matter be dismissed for lack of prosecution.
Okay,
And that the
thank you.
city's determination be affirmed.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Pincus, what time do you have?
2:19 PM.
2:19 PM. Thank you. With regard then to HA-2022-003038, Craig Myers, 2326 Germantown Avenue, city affirmed lack of appearance.
City affirmed, non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
Thank you very much. Ms. Curley, we'll give Mr. Roger Thomas a bit of time to try to find his attorney, but we won't make you wait till the end, okay?
Okay, great. I'll just let my witnesses know. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's go down to number 13.
Case number 13, hearing appeal number HA 2021-002-010, Amid Soar, 2862 Angus Road.
Okay, who's representing the city?
It's Christopher Johnson for the city of Philadelphia.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Sorar, S-O-R-O-U-R, 2862 Angus Road. Anyone present representing that property, or Mr. Suar? Okay, Mr. Wade, anyone on the call with that name?
Never seen anyone under that name appear.
Okay, is service been provided to this individual?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Johnson, what is your preference?
The city would ask that the case be dismissed for failure to appear, failure to prosecute, and that Mr. Alvarado, the inspector, be allowed to leave.
Okay, all right. Mr. Pincus, what time do you have?
2:21 PM.
2:21 PM. Thank you. We will now poll the board regarding HA-2021-002010 Ahmed Soror, Sorour, 2862 Angus Road. City affirmed non-appearance.
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 Thank you very much. Let's go down to 15.
Case number 15, hearing appeal number HA 2021-001799. Joseph Fideli, 2400 East Huntington Street.
Okay, anyone who's representing this matter?
It's Christopher Johnson for the city of Philadelphia.
Thank you. Who's representing the owner of 2400 East Huntington Street? Joseph Fideli.
And for the board, this is a AIU case where he was appealing a violation for an unsafe demolition that occurred in violation of the Philadelphia Code.
Okay. Is Mr. Fideli's, what's his corporate name? Maybe that would be a better approach.
His corporate name is, just one second. JD Fideli Construction Demolition Incorporated.
Okay, and that means he probably needs an attorney.
Well, and if no one has appeared, the city would ask that the board dismiss it for failure to prosecute.
Okay, thank you.
Service was made.
Service was made, okay.
Yes.
Just one more call. Anyone present representing the interests of Joseph Fideli or JD Fideli Construction Incorporated? Anyone present? If not, what time do you have, Mr. Pincus?
2:23 PM.
2:23 PM. Ready? We will now poll the board regarding HA-2021-001799. Joseph Fideli, 2400 East Huntington Street. City affirmed non-appearance.
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 Thank you very much. Let's go down to number 17.
Case number 17, hearing appeal number HA 2021-005101 Leslie Smith, 1638 Dalton Street. And case number 18, hearing appeal number HA 2021-005102 Leslie Smith, 1638 Dalton Street.
Okay, thank you. Who's representing the city?
Good afternoon, board. Michelle Reinhardt for City of Philadelphia.
Okay, Ms. Reinhardt, is anyone present representing Leslie Smith? Leslie Smith, 1638 Dalton Street. Anyone present?
Yes, I'm here.
And your
Yes, I'm
name?
here, Leslie Smith.
Okay, ma'am, can we see your image?
No, you can't. I'm on the phone. I wasn't able to get through. It wasn't working for me, so I'm calling.
Okay, okay, I'll just for a moment, Ms. Reinhardt.
I
You
spoke with
represent,
her.
no, Ms. Reinhardt, you represent this matter for the city, correct?
Correct.
Are you comfortable with proceeding without being able to identify the appellant?
We can for this case only. I'm not trying to set a precedent, but there's no objection to this.
Okay, before we proceed, Ms.
you.
Smith, I will ask you to raise your right hand so that you may be sworn, both as
Sure.
to your identity as well as to your truthfulness for today's hearing. Do you swear or affirm that you are in fact Leslie Smith?
Yes, I do.
Do you swear and affirm the testimony that you give today will be the truth so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Okay, Ms. Smith, for purposes of identification, what is your birth date? And that should be,
10/7. 10/7/64. I just had one.
okay. All right, thank you. Ms. Smith, whose name is on the deed of the property?
Leslie Smith and my son, Sir James.
Okay, is he present?
No, he's not present.
Is
I
this
was the
in-
one who,
Okay, but if his name's on the deed, is this in trust?
yes,
Okay, my counsel here, can we proceed, given that this is an in trust, we think is in trust? Ms. Reinhardt, do you have a way to confirm that?
My understanding is that both names are on the deed. I did not see a trust involved.
If it's a jointly owned property, then she can proceed.
Okay. Alrighty. Let's proceed then. Okay, Ms. Smith, what will happen?
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Are we hearing both cases or are we just hearing one?
We're going to hear them both together, I believe. I need to find out from Ms. Reinhardt the differences between the two. They aren't noted as different, but Ms. Reinhardt, can you make us aware of the difference between these two cases?
Sure. There were two separate notices of violation written for the same property on the same day. So there are two cases because there are two NOVs. However, they are essentially the same case, if that makes sense.
Was that a mistake to write it twice in the same day?
There were additional violations found. Just to clarify, my understanding is that the fire code violations were written on a second NOV. Inspector Smith may be able to clarify further.
Okay, because they're both listed as property maintenance,
Correct.
not fire code. Okay, all right, we'll hear the matter. Well, then what we will need to do is that we will hear Mr. Washington, for the other members of the board, we will hear number 17 that ends in 005101 first, and then we will move to specifics of the second one, which is 005102. And we will vote on each one separately, given that they have different set of violations, different set of facts. Okay? Ms. Reinhardt, can you present it that way?
I could. It would be somewhat duplicative, but I could do that.
Particularly given the specifics of the violation. So it'd be helpful for us to make a decision based on that.
Yes, absolutely. That I can do.
Okay. All right, let's proceed.
I have Inspector Larncel Smith as the city's witness.
Okay. And is he, yes. Well, I don't see his image unless I'm missing something.
It's you
Okay, may we see your image, please?
okay. How do I get this? I'm trying to get it there.
Okay.
I'm right here, but I can't bring the image. I'm having a
Mr. Chair, while we're waiting, can I get the spelling of her son's name? The appellant?
Sure, Ms. Smith, would you give us, you spell your
Yes.
son's name, please?
Sure,
Yes.
LARNSE.
Would you like me to go after her now?
Yeah. Yes,
His
please.
name is Sir James, capital SIR, space, capital JAMES, Burke, capital BURKE. Sir James Burke.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for answering.
Yes. Okay, we still don't have the inspector's image. Where are we?
I believe that she is working on that.
Okay, do you have any parts of this case that you can present before the inspector comes on?
my plan was to swear her in and just walk through the notices of violation and the,
Very,
oh, I believe she's coming now. Inspector, you are muted.
Okay, and you wanted me to answer the question about the two cases?
No, not yet. I need you to
Okay.
raise your right hand so that you can be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give today be the truth so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You can place your hand down. Okay, Ms. Reinhardt, please proceed.
Thank you. Inspector, can you introduce yourself to the board, please?
Yes, Lawrence L. Smith, Inspector Smith, North District, License and Inspection.
And how long have you been an inspector?
About 8 years.
I am going to show you what has been previously marked Exhibit A. And this was also shared with the appellant. Can you see the notice of violation on my screen?
Yes.
Okay. This notice of violation was dated November 4th, 2021, addressed to Sir James Burke and Leslie A. Smith. Can you tell us what this notice of violation is for?
The first one would be repair the duct systems in the basement. What did I put in my notes here? Actually, there was exhaust, I guess, piping that's in the basement, and it was damaged. It went to the heater. It was not a complete system that was put in there. It had an opening at one end of it, which everything should be attached.
Okay. And just for the record, this notice of violation is CF 2021-106938. This relates to case number 17.
Okay.
So there were a number of violations on this property. Can you tell us the last time that you were at this property?
I was at that property. I just went there 2 days ago. Actually, it was the last time I was there and I was not able to get in.
Okay.
Mm, mm, mm.
I am now showing you Exhibit B. This is notice of violation dated November 4th, 2021, also sent to Sir James Burke and Leslie A. Smith. Can you tell us what this notice of violation is for?
That one was for the junction boxes that they had down in the basement. They were all uncovered and they cannot be, they have to be covered.
And why was this written as a separate notice of violation from the first set of case, like the first set of violations?
Okay, the reason for that was that when I looked over my notes after I had finished the first case, I noticed that there was a fire one that was on there because the exposed wiring was not only in the basement, it was also in the kitchen. And they were not secured. The basement, the open junctions, just open and wires hanging out, and then the light fixture that was in the kitchen, there was
Right.
the wiring was loose from it. It was exposed.
And at your most recent inspection, you were similarly unable to determine whether any of these were corrected. Is that fair to say?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Can I speak?
Not yet, ma'am. The city will
Okay.
put on its case and then you will have an opportunity to speak.
No problem. Okay.
Okay, before you leave that exhibit, Ms. Reinhardt, would you just scroll back up a minute? I just wanted to make sure I had it just down, I just want to see read the violations that are on this one.
Sure.
Okay,
Let me know if I should zoom it in farther.
okay, no, I'm fine. Okay, all right, I'm good. Okay, all right, please proceed.
Inspector, have you had any conversations with the property owner regarding fixing these violations?
Yes, I did. I spoke to her. Today is Thursday. I'm sorry, day is Wednesday, is Tuesday. I spoke to her on Friday. Letting her know I was gonna come out to the property and if it was a way I could get inside. And she said, no, there is no way that you could get inside.
Did she indicate whether there was an intent to correct the violations or if they had already been corrected?
I did ask her that and she said, no, nothing has been done. And that she had no intention of getting them fixed.
Okay, I am showing you on my screen what has been previously marked Exhibit C. Are these photographs of your inspection in November of 2021?
Yes.
Okay, what are we looking at here?
This is that exhaust pipe that was down the basement that was attached to the heater and where you and there's an opening there where you see the dark part there. That part was open.
Moving on to the second photograph, what are we looking at here?
That's wiring that's in the basement that's just out and loose.
Moving to the third photograph, is this also wiring?
Yes, it is. That's also the heater in the background.
In the fourth photograph, what are we looking at?
These things were in the basement, old tub and I don't know, it's a piece of furniture that's beside the tub, but the basement was not organized in any kind of way. And also you can see the wire hanging down right there that's exposed.
Moving to the fifth photograph, what are we looking at here?
That's the thermostat that's on the first floor.
And what is the concern with the thermostat?
The thermostat, first of all, did not work and it has to be covered.
The sixth photograph, what are we looking at?
That's a tripping hazard that's in the bathroom where the floor is. And also you can see a portion of the toilet, but to flush it, you had to keep the lid off and put your hand in the tank to flush it.
Moving to the seventh photograph, what are we looking at here?
This is a tub here and the shutoff valve was located in that wooden box behind the faucets. And the lady had to lift it up and turn it off at different times for whatever reason that she did. I think because the faucets did not work right.
Moving to the eighth photograph, what are we looking at here?
This is electrical connection that shouldn't be like it is because there's wiring right there where it is not covered, where it turns and goes up the wall.
In the ninth photograph, what are we looking at here?
What is this? This is cracks that were coming down the wall here that needed to be repaired. Seemingly repaired, but they were still open cracks.
In the 10th photograph, is this exposed wiring and an open junction box?
Yes.
And I believe this is photograph 11. What are we looking at here?
This is opening that's in the ceiling that it's exposing the piping that's coming down, but that is supposed to be covered in the ceiling and it's not.
I believe we're up to number 12. Is this the a photograph of the toilet mechanism that you described previously?
Yes.
Okay. These are photographs marked Exhibit D. What are we looking at here?
Okay, there's still wiring that's hanging down right here, in front or the side of the heater. And, I
Oh,
think,
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
oh, that's okay. No, I think that's more, I guess, furniture that's a mirror on the floor, things that were near the heater, not supposed to be. It just wasn't organized down in the basement at all.
And the second photograph in Exhibit D, what are we looking at?
This is the old tub that's in the basement with, next to the furniture that's also there. And the opening of the exhaust right there at the top of the picture.
Did you personally take each of these photographs?
Yes, I did.
Okay, I have no further questions for Inspector Smith.
Okay, Ms. Smith, do you have any
Yes.
questions of the inspector based on her testimony? You can give your
Yes, I
general
do.
statements later, but what
Yes.
questions do
No,
you
no,
have?
no. I definitely have questions.
Okay,
First and foremost, to the inspector, she stated that she came out to the home.
Ms. Smith,
on
it has
2
to be a
days.
question, okay? It has to be a question.
Okay, my question is, did you not talk to me yesterday and ask me, or not ask me, told me you wanted to come out yesterday at 10:30 in the morning, yesterday, not Friday, yesterday you called. Did she not do that?
I don't give a exact time to come anywhere because I can't promise that I make too many stops.
No, that's when you called. Did you not call me at between 10 and 10:30 yesterday morning and ask me about coming there? Could you come to the house?
I'm going to object to
Yesterday,
relevance.
not 2 days ago.
Okay, there's been an objection overruled. I want to hear the response. Ms. Smith, can you clarify, when did you last speak to Ms. Smith regarding getting to inspect the property?
Hold on. Okay, I have on here that I did call her. I don't remember the time. I can't give a definite time.
What date did you call?
I called on the 17th.
Okay, all right. Ms. Smith, any other questions?
Did she not tell? Okay, I have to word this question. Give me 1 second. Did she not call? I called her on Friday. She did not call me.
Ms. Reinhardt, I'm wondering what's the relevance of who called whom, when? I'm just trying to understand.
That's my same objection.
Ms. Smith, Ms. Leslie Smith?
Yes.
What is
the timing is the fact that the relevance is they're saying that it was done 2 days ago, so forth. I have called several times. Okay. I'm just now, when I called on Friday, that's when I spoke to them. I spoke to both of them on Friday.
Who is both of whom?
Okay, so I spoke to the inspector and to Ms. Reinhardt.
Okay, all right. Well,
Okay.
now, the hearing is about the condition of the property. So do you have any other
Yes.
questions?
I have statements to make. You said I have to wait till later.
Yeah,
As
yeah,
far as
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
disputing,
You
I'm
have to make-
disputing what she's saying.
Ms. Smith, yeah, you'll have to wait
Yes.
till a moment for to get to your statements, but I just want to make sure
Okay.
that
No problem.
I do have a question myself from Ms. Larncell Smith. Ms. Smith, how many units are in that building?
There was one unit in that building.
What's the size of it? Is it 2 or 3 bedroom? What size of the building is it?
It was a row home and had 3 bedrooms.
Row
It's
home,
a
3.
two-
No,
It's not.
Ms. Smith.
It's a 2-bed.
Miss Leslie Smith,
Okay.
you can't speak
Yeah.
out of turn.
Okay.
It's a row home and it's a 2 or 3 bedroom. We'll clarify that in a moment, but okay. And how many bathrooms?
Just one I saw.
1 bedroom, bathroom? Okay,
Bathroom.
all right. And, okay. All right, it's a row home with 1 family, occupied by 1 person or just multiple individuals in the building?
I only seen one lady when I came in here that showed me. what she
Okay, and but it is occupied.
It was occupied when I went in and did the inspection.
Okay, all right, thank you.
The door, I heard nothing.
Okay, Ms. Reinhardt, do you have any additional witnesses?
I do not.
Okay, all right, Ms. Leslie Smith, give us your response to what we've seen and the condition of the property.
Okay. Hello to the board and everyone. Sorry I had to be over the phone, but at any rate, I wanted to let you guys know that this was, the property was fixed. There was a tenant in there. And she was being evicted. That's the woman who let Miss Smith in, the inspector in. Okay, she knew she was being evicted and she damaged the home. Her boyfriend was an electrician, so as far as wires and things, yes. As far as things being unorganized in the basement, they moved the tub out and they moved things in the basement. So as far as things being near the what are they? The junction boxes and things of that nature, they're the ones that moved it. I was not allowed in the home. Okay, from at none of this time from October. I couldn't get in the house at all. I was not able to get in until she was evicted, in which I told both of them. She was evicted.
What was the date of the eviction?
March 4th.
March 4th? Okay, do you have photographs of the current condition of the property?
Of the property when I got it?
Do you have photographs of the current conditions that would be in response to the violation notices?
No, but that's, I feel as though that's something.
What other evidence do you have that those violations have been satisfied?
I don't have any that they have been satisfied because I filed for a no vacant. I just learned I had to file for a no vacant one.
I have no.
She was evicted.
I'm not sure what you mean by no vacant. What did you file?
No
for?
one's been in the property. No one's been in this property since she's been evicted.
So
because it's totally.
Okay,
Go
let's
ahead.
just take our time. The property has been vacant since March 4th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Is it your intention to reoccupy and rent the property out?
No, it is not my intention.
So
Not at all. I would never do it again.
So
Go ahead.
what do you plan to do with the property?
Eventually, I want to go ahead and get rid of it or just give it to my other relatives. I just don't know. No, I wouldn't. No.
Okay, so currently it's vacant. How long did
It's vacant.
The tenant who lived there, how long was the tenant a resident in that property?
For a year.
1
It
year?
was-
1 year?
Yeah, it was a little over a year. And she would have never moved in if it was all this.
Okay, well,
I would have never allowed it. But at any rate, no problem. I'm stopping. Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am, the photographs that we've seen, particularly the heating ductwork, is a considerably, really, really serious matter because of carbon monoxide poisoning. That could kill someone. And the other matter is but ma'am, please let me finish. The fact that it's heating season and the ductwork to the heater is rusted out and leaking carbon monoxide. That's really serious. So that's why I was asking you, had you repaired it? You have violations on those things. In order to satisfy the violations, you have to make the repairs.
I don't have a problem with making repairs if I'm going to do anything. If I just sell it as is, I don't have to. I had carbon monoxide
let me correct
detectors in there.
Let me correct
But
you.
I'm saying,
Ms.
okay,
Smith,
go
let me
ahead.
correct you. You either got to make
Go
the
ahead.
repairs or the buyer has to make the repairs. You don't evict the person and then it all goes away. It doesn't. It's on the record. Those repairs have to be made.
I understand that. I understand that they have to be. I'm just saying that I had carbon monoxide detectors in the house and smoke detectors on every floor. On every floor.
Okay, that is not a violation.
I'm
that
having a
was
hard
written.
time. Go ahead.
Do you have any additional information that you would like to share with us regarding the condition of the property and the violations that you received?
Yes, I feel as though they should be dismissed considering, I just feel as though they should be dismissed. This private home, she's been evicted, and that's just where I'm at.
Okay.
That's it.
Any other
That's
questions?
it.
Any other questions
And
for Ms.?
as far as some time to fix these things, if I am, found on that, time to get these things done. There's a lot to do that's been messed up in here.
Okay.
And that would definitely be a priority. I wouldn't want anyone in there like that, regardless.
Okay. Any additional questions for Ms. Leslie Smith? Ms. Reinhardt, do you have any questions?
No questions.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Okay. And just one administrative matter. Ms. Reinhardt, which violations go to which case, please? You could just summarize that for us.
Sure. Exhibit A is for case number 17 and Exhibit B is for case number 18.
Okay. Case 17. Okay. And Exhibit B is for 18. Okay. What I will propose today, unless there's something else, propose that we vote on each matter separately because it appears they could take a separate track at some point in the future.
Mr. Chairman, before
yes,
we
ma'am.
take a vote, may I ask two quick questions? One
Sure.
of the inspector and one of the owner.
Yes.
Would like to ask Inspector Smith if the exposed wires were tested at the time of the inspection? Were any of those exposed wires live?
I'm not able to answer that. I just know that they're not supposed to be exposed at all, anywhere in the house.
So you did not test the wiring when you were down there. Are you equipped to do that type of?
No, I am not.
Okay. And I have one question for, I'm sorry, I have one question for Ms. Smith. Ms.
Leslie Smith, yeah.
Yeah, Ms. Leslie Smith. I beg your pardon. Yes, Ms. Leslie Smith.
Yes.
Ms. Smith, is the property secure? Do you have any type of security system on it? Or is it secured in any way?
No, it has locks on the doors, or both the front and back. It does not have an alarm system. No, it doesn't.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Mhm.
I have a question. and
Yes,
this
ma'am.
is for the inspector. If it's a vacant property with these defects, could the owner apply for and get a vacant property license? Or do the defects still need to be repaired even with a vacant property license?
They still have to be repaired even with a vacant license.
Excuse me.
Ms. Smith, you have a question?
Yes, I do. That's not what I was told. I was told I could get a vacant lot since no one's in the property. And that if I eventually wanted to put it back, and I was told that by Ms. Smith, the inspector, she said that, as
Okay.
well as when I called the Eclipse. So,
The problem you have, Ms. Leslie Smith, is that you have
Okay.
existing open violations. Applying for a vacant property license does not automatically cancel out the open violations.
I understand, but it
Okay.
does stop as far as me having to, if I ever wanted anyone to live in there again, I would have to pay the vacant lot, the vacant letter. I have to pay that license, vacant license. They said it's a yearly thing. As long as no one's in there, then I have to pay that every year
Yeah, but you're
until
conflating.
all the violations are corrected.
But you're conflating two different things. You're absolutely correct. If you have a vacant property license, it's an annual renewable license that you have to pay the fee for if that's what you want. However, you have existing violations that will remain on the books, and the department has every right to persecute for compliance, move forward with compliance requests until they're resolved. And that's why you're here today. You submitted an appeal. And so based on your appeal, we have to make a decision based on whether the violations were properly issued. That's what we're here to do, is decide whether they were properly issued. Understand?
Chair,
Right,
Yes,
even
Mr.
though I had a
Tennant?
tenant in there, so I get no
Yes,
credit for the
yeah,
tenant.
absolutely.
that-
Yes, yes.
Mr. Chair, I have a
Tennant?
question of Ms.
Yes,
Smith. Ms.
yes.
Smith, you
Mhm.
stated that you evicted the tenant on March the 4th of this year, 2022, correct?
That's when she was evicted out of it, yes.
Okay, have you made
That's when
any
it finally
attempt,
went through.
have you made any attempt to do any repairs in the property since the tenant was evicted?
Yes, I did.
So
I
you
did
have not
some.
made
I
any,
didn't do anything like major, mess with the system or anything. You really can't do much until you get past all of the trash.
so
you
have
just-
you, and since that time, you have not made an arrangement with the inspector to show some
No, I spoke to-
compliancies? No, let me finish. You haven't made
No,
an
I'm letting you-
arrangement, an inspection arrangement to show some compliancy on your part since March the 4th?
No, I haven't. I've had no, I haven't. To answer your question, no, I've had surgery. So no,
you.
I didn't do any more here.
Thank
No,
you very much.
thank
Okay.
you. Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
If I may make brief
Yes,
closing
please.
statements.
Mhm.
At this point in time, we have heard that the property owner agrees that the violations exist. And what the board is here to determine is whether they existed at the time that the notices were written. And we have also heard testimony that these violations have not since been complied. So I would respectfully request city affirm.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you very much. We will now poll the board regarding both cases. We will begin with HA-2021-005101 Leslie Smith at 1638 Dunton Street. City affirm.
City affirmed.
City affirm.
City affirmed.
City affirm.
Okay, Ms. Smith, the vote is unanimous, city affirmed, which means that the city's position prevails. You may appeal this decision if you choose. And if you need
Okay.
information as to how to do that, call into the board and they will give you information. The second matter is number 18, which is HA-2021-005102. Leslie Smith, 1638 Dunton Street, city affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirm.
City affirmed.
Thank you very much, Mr.
City
Washington.
affirm.
All right, thank you
City
very
affirmed.
much. All right, ma'am, the similar decision on that case as well. Thank you very much for your participation.
All right, thank you.
Okay, have a good afternoon.
You
Okay.
too.
Mr. Woodson,
Yes, sir.
legal counsel has appeared for case number 2, Roger Thomas. I don't know if you wanted to hear that next.
Oh, okay, he did appear. Okay,
Well,
So I'm all done.
yes, ma'am.
I'm all done. Thank you.
Okay.
a representative from his law office.
Oh, okay, so let's call that case then, if he's here.
Okay, case number 2, hearing appeal number HA 2021-001217, Roger Thomas, 1901 Buckus Street.
Okay, who's representing the city?
Caroline Curley, good afternoon again.
Okay. And who's representing the appellant?
Hi, I apologize that my video is not working for some reason. My name is Kelly Gasly. I'm the managing attorney at Philadelphia VIP. We find volunteer attorneys to represent small businesses in a variety of actions. Our volunteer attorney, Kenneth Sprang, who was supposed to be representing Mr. Thomas today, is not here. I have not heard from Mr. Sprang. I've been trying to get in touch with him for the last 30 minutes to find out what's going on. So I told Mr. Thomas that I would call in to request a continuance of this matter to the November 1st date so that Mr. Sprang can be here to represent him.
Okay, how do you, well, let me put it this way. It's a huge inconvenience to everybody involved, including your client, Mr. Roger Thomas, and it has an impact on his case. How do you hold your attorneys accountable for these matters? And is no one else there present who can support this case?
Unfortunately, I've not been working on this case alongside him. At VIP, we refer matters out to volunteer attorneys who then take on the representation. So I am not up to speed on what is going on in Mr. Thomas's case. We do keep in regular touch with our volunteers and ask them for updates on what's going on, but I don't have a deep substantive update from Mr. Sprang on this matter. I very much understand, and I really apologize to everyone for the inconvenience that this is causing. And I certainly would hate for Mr. Thomas to be prejudiced by Mr. Sprang not being here now.
Well, in fact, it does prejudice his case in some degree. Mr. Thomas, are you available? And also, if you could have your image again, Mr. Thomas, I don't think I see you. And also city, who's representing the city again, so that I can speak directly. Ms. Curley. Ms. Curley, do you have a position in this matter, whether what action we should take?
Board, this is a tobacco retailer appeal. The appeal is based on the store being within 500 feet of a school zone. Mr. Thomas should not be selling tobacco at this point, subject to this appeal. We are not gonna, we understand how important the work that VIP does, and we are not gonna penalize them for their volunteer attorney failing to appear, as long as the board is able to accommodate a short date. But, he needs an attorney. He is an LLC. This is the first continuance request, as far as I'm aware. We would just ask that this work must be tried at the next listing, short of some true emergency.
Okay, Mr. Thomas, this is the new application, I take it, for tobacco sales? Yes or no? I can't hear your response, sir. You're muted or something's happened. We can't hear you. You have your volume up? We can't hear you. We can't hear you. Ms. Gasly, do you know the answer to that question?
I'm so sorry, I do not. I've got a file in front of me, but I don't have the answer here.
Okay, well, Mr. Thomas, we can't hear you, so I will just make this statement. Without a license, you can't sell tobacco in the city of Philadelphia. So whether this is a renewal or a revocation, either way, you can't sell tobacco. So hopefully you're not selling tobacco, and we will continue this case and try to relist it. Mr. Thomas, you will need to decide if this VIP fits suits your needs or not in terms of this matter before you. This is a very serious legal matter, so you need to decide how to approach it. Thank you very much. Ms. Curley, we're going to continue this.
I do believe that is the last matter for Ms. Wilkins, Ms. Johnson, who are my witnesses. So I just ask that they be allowed to.
Sure. With this parting comment, hopefully there will be a re-inspection of the location. And in fact, if there is tobacco being sold, to take the appropriate action to have that stopped. Thank you. Okay, yeah, witnesses are excused. Mr. Thomas, we can't hear you, but hopefully you can hear us. If you can't, please communicate with Ms. Kelly Gasly in terms of the outcome of this matter. Thank you so much for your participation. Okay, let's move on.
My records show we're at case number 22.
Okay.
Case number 22, hearing appeal number
Excuse
8.
me, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Excuse me. 22 and 23 look like they are together, and one of them is mute, right? I'm just checking my records.
Yeah,
I think
actually,
I have number 23 is mute, right?
yes, that was moot. And guess who's representing the city in this?
Michelle Reinhardt for City of Philadelphia.
Yes, Ms.
And
Reinhardt.
yes, that is correct. Number 23, the case that it was based on, the violation was already complied.
So what about 22?
It is not complied.
Okay, so let's read that one into the record and see what we get. Thank you, Ms. Washington.
Case number 22, hearing appeal number HA 2021-005-160. Rovella A. and Sonia N. Fleming, 1711 Benson Street.
Okay, who's representing the appellant? Okay, this is the building permit and the other
Hello?
matter was the
Hello?
zoning permit.
Sir,
Yes,
hello?
Yes, your name?
Rosella and Sonia Fleming are here and present.
Okay. Can we get your image, please?
Sir, we do not have the technology in our home, and we utilize the option of the telephone, being able to call on the phone. We do have taken out driver's license and non-driver's license. We'll be very happy to supply those numbers to anyone who needs to verify we are who we are.
Okay. Okay. Ms. Reinhardt, how you want to proceed?
I have no objection to them testifying here.
Okay. Alrighty. Well, let's do this. Ms. Rovella Fleming.
Yes.
Identify yourself, give us your name, your address, and the your driver's license number.
Okay, yes, sir. My name is Rovella A. Fleming, and my residence is 1711 Benson, Benson Street, Philadelphia, PA, 19152. I'm the resident and co-owner of this address. My driver's license number is 17859-008. And there are two of us, but Sonia, she's going to introduce herself if she may now. She's
Yes.
going to represent.
Let her
both of
represent
us,
herself.
okay?
Let her represent,
Okay. Yes, sir.
identify herself.
Yes, my name is Sonia N. Fleming, and I reside at 1711 Benson Street, Philadelphia, PA 19152. I am also co-owner of this property, and my identification, my Pennsylvania ID number is 22-681-371.
Okay. Would you both raise your right hand so that you may be sworn? Do you swear and affirm that you are in fact Rovella and Sonia Fleming?
Yes, we do.
Yes, we do.
We agree. Yes, sir.
We
Thank you.
agree.
Do you swear and or affirm that in fact the testimony you give today will be the truth so help you God?
We do agree that it will be truthful. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay.
So help
Thank
us
you.
God.
Thank you. Ms. Reinhardt?
I have Inspector Salim Mohammed, who will testify on behalf of the city.
Okay. Mr. Mohammed, would you raise your right hand so that you may be sworn? Take you on mute, Sarah, so if you can unmute yourself. Okay. I think we've done it. Okay. Just raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give today be the truth so help you God?
I do.
All right. Thank you very much. You can place your hand down. Okay. Ms. Reinhardt, please proceed.
Thank you. This case is an appeal of a notice of violation stating that a building permit is required for the installation of a ramp. I'm going to call Inspector Mohammed, who was just sworn, and share my screen.
Okay.
Or rather, just to start, Inspector Mohammed, can you please introduce yourself to the board?
Yes, my name is Salim H. Mohammed. I am the court administrator for the Department of License and Inspections in the Building Division.
And how long have you been an inspector for?
Roughly 8 years.
I'm going to share my screen with what was previously marked City Exhibit A. Let me know when you are able to see it.
I can see it now.
This is a notice of violation dated October 30th, 2021. Can you please tell us what this notice of violation is for?
This notice of violation is for building a structure without an issued permit.
And the structure in this situation is a ramp on the side and front of the property, correct?
That's correct.
Why, just for the record, why is a building permit required for the construction of a ramp?
To ensure that any type of structure, exterior structure is built correctly and according to the building codes, that would ensure the safety of anyone who is using it.
I am moving on to what has been previously marked Exhibit B, and scrolling out so you can see it properly. What are we looking at here?
All right, so we're looking at the front of the property and you see the entry is on the side of the property. And you also see a ramp that is built adjacent to the main stairs.
And just to make sure that it is clear for everybody, I'm not sure how it is showing up on different screens. This is a ramp that is painted green and appears to have railings.
That is correct.
Okay. And according to your records, this is from an inspection. This photograph was taken October 29th, 2021.
Yes.
Okay. Moving on to Exhibit C.
Can you reorient that?
Yeah. Is this an additional photograph of the ramp?
Yes, it is.
And this was taken, let me see. According to your records, it was taken August 9th, 2022.
I'm sorry, I cannot see the picture correctly. Whatever pictures we take, we usually have a timestamp, so that
There's not one at the bottom corner of this one. That's why I just wanted to clarify.
Oh, okay. I did visit the property yesterday and I did take additional pictures that would verify that that ramp is still there.
Okay. Have you had any discussions with the property owners?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, please?
Have you had any discussions with the property owners?
No, I'm not the area inspector. I am just following up on a case that I've had a chance to inspect the records. And that's what brings me here today.
Have there been any permit applications for this ramp?
Not to this date.
I have no more questions for Inspector Mohammed.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, what I'd like to, Ms. Rovella, do you have any questions for the inspector based on his testimony?
Yes, we do. Sonia Fleming, so again, so we don't have to talk over each other.
Okay, what
This
I'd
is
like
very
to do,
sensitive.
no, let's do it this way. I will
Okay.
call the person's name, then that person, if you have any questions, you can ask them. If you don't, then I'll call the second person's name, okay?
Okay, okay.
So Ms. Rovella, do you have any questions?
Yes, I do. I have this question in terms of when it was asked, why would a building, a permit be needed?
Okay,
I believe Ms. Reinhardt may have asked that. And
Yes.
I believe that I heard Mr. Muhammad, whom we have never met, say that it would be concerning the construction.
okay.
Well,
What
when it
is your
was
question?
in-
What is your question?
The question is, there was never anything, maybe it's not a question, sir, but there was never anything on the construction of the ramp. Ever.
Okay, if you don't have a question, then we'll have to move on. You can come back to you giving your general comments later, but I just want to get any questions out of the way, okay?
Yes, sir. I'd like to know why maybe perhaps Mr. Devlin and Mr. Mark Evans from License and Inspection are not the ones who are representing on behalf of License and Inspection, because they are the ones who have physically been out to this, well, one in particular, Mr. Devlin,
Okay.
to this house to explain.
Okay, the inspector is not required to be present for the hearing if there is another official who can answer the questions. And so If you don't have any further questions of Mr. Muhammad based on his testimony, I'll ask Ms. Sonia Fleming if she has any questions.
No, not at this time.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Ms. Reinhardt, do you have any additional witnesses?
No.
Okay, I do have a question of Mr. Muhammad. Mr. Muhammad, the images of the ramps that I saw, it appears that there is, and if you go back to one of those images, the last one you showed of the ramp would be helpful, I think. Okay, that one's fine. What I'm seeing here is that the handrail, at least on the side adjacent to the fence, is not continuous. There's an opening. Am I looking at that incorrectly?
That looks correct.
Okay. And then on the other side there at the landing, it appears to be a step. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so if you were wheelchair bound, could you use that ramp without assistance?
That would present some difficulty. And,
okay.
And this is why a permit would be needed, because inspections would be required to make sure that it complies with the code.
Are there handrails that are easily accessible to someone in a wheelchair if they were using that ramp?
The handrails, the way they're constructed right now would be difficult for a person using a wheelchair. It would be difficult for them to navigate the first step, which just by looking at it, you would assume that a small ramp would need to be there for it to be wheelchair accessible, and that's not there.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Any other questions of Mr. Muhammad? Okay. If not, Miss Flemings, I'm not sure who's selected as the lead spokesperson, but with that individual, Ms. Ravella or Ms. Sonia, please tell us your side of things.
Sonia Fleming, I just missed what you said at the end.
Oh, I just said is now your opportunity to share with us your understanding of the facts of this case.
Okay, thank you. And I'd like to thank the board for listening to us. My sister and I are both disabled as a result of arthritis and degenerative spinal conditions. We do not use a wheelchair at this point. We are ambulating on canes and walkers, and the ramp does work for us with the canes and the walkers. You have exhibits 3 and 4 from us, which are the most recent visit from our orthopedic physician, confirming mainly the arthritis in the knees that actually requires the ramp. When we bought our home in November of 2019 at 1711 Benson Street, we had a need for a house that would meet our needs to live on one floor. And we actually felt that we would be able to get into and out of the house, but after a few weeks, about 2 months, we found that we had a lot of days where it was difficult to get down the steps. And so we needed a way to be able to safely get out of the house, because we needed to avoid any possibility of falling, both of us, because of the spinal issues. If we fell, we might not be able to walk at all. So this is the reason why the ramp is there. We had engaged a person, a young man from our church, to build the handicap ramp. He led us to believe that he was a licensed contractor. We did ask him in planning for the ramp whether or not we needed a permit. And we asked him that question because we wanted to include it in the costs for the permit, because we were borrowing money to build this. He told us that he had built decks and permits and ramps before, and that he would build it for us. He, in presenting himself, he presented us with letterhead. He presented us for his company. He presented us with license numbers, and talked with us about how this would be planned out. We gave you exhibits excuse me, I'm a bit nervous. We gave you exhibits that he wrote for us at our planning of the ramp. And that's exhibits 1 and 2. We had no intention of avoiding compliance with the city's ordinances or building codes. We don't live our lives avoiding responsibility. If we had been unable to, the young gentleman told us that we did not need the permit because we were building on our own property and that the ramp was not that big. And unfortunately, because we knew him since he was a small child, we trusted him for what he was saying. He is from a family of good reputation, and we have known his family and him for over 36 years. His grandfather is pastor of us all. So we did not believe that he would lie to us about something like this. And he knows the kind of people we are, that we would not attempt to circumvent any civil authority. And at the time, and it's not that we don't take responsibility, we do take responsibility for not investigating things a bit further. Our reason for not doing that is because, of course, the trust we had in him, but also because we had come through a very difficult time in terms of our family life. And my sister had been seriously, very seriously, almost deathly ill. And we were coming out of that time, and we were a bit distracted and trusting somebody that we thought that we knew. And now we are in the situation that we're in. And at this point, you know, we ask for mercy from the board. Our ramp is necessary for us to have safe access into our home. We are able to navigate the 2 small steps at the bottom. They kind of keep us a little bit in some shape for when we have to negotiate places, and there are many places where there are no ramps and there are steps. But because we're disabled and deal with chronic pain and often limited mobility, our ramp is our safe access into and out of our home.
Okay.
And losing that would be more than an extreme hardship. It would be a danger.
Okay.
If there were an emergency that required us to get out of our house as quickly as possible, it would be impossible to do it without that ramp.
Okay.
So
I think you've made the argument for the necessity of the ramp. That's clear. And I guess my question to you, though, would be, have you resolved the zoning matter? Is that correct?
Pardon?
You had another violation for zoning. Has that been resolved?
The other violation for zoning had to do with our fence.
No, he means on this.
On this? There was not a violation for zoning on this, on the ramp.
Okay, we had to do
There
with
was
the
a
fence.
violation for zoning.
Can you clarify what he?
Can we clarify what you're talking about?
What you're asking?
Okay, there are 2 cases. One is for zoning, the other was for the building permit, and the zoning matter, according to our records, has been resolved. I just asking
Yes, it
if,
has.
okay, so that's fine. Well, the final thing I want to ask you, the contractor, what is the contractor's name, and what has he offered to do to help you resolve this?
The contractor's name is Jesse Richardson, Mr. Jesse Williams Richardson.
What's the name of the company?
Since November of
What's the name of the-
2021, been trying to get Mr. Sorry,
What is the name of the company?
Philly Bread Construction.
Philly Bright Construction?
Philly Bread Construction.
B-R-E-D.
That's B-R-E-D.
Philly Bread
It's
Construction.
capital P-H-I-L-L-Y-B-R-E-D.
Okay, all right. And he has not been responsive to you in spite of your relationship to his father and your membership in the same church.
He has not been responsive. We have tried to contact him, telephone, emails. He is ignoring us. Even his grandfather, our pastor, has contacted him and tried to talk with him and tell him that he's responsible to help us in this matter and to answer the civil authority. And
Okay.
he has not, he's avoiding us all.
Okay, all right. Well, it's clear based on the photos at least that he didn't do a proper job, and building permits are required. Any other questions for either of the Flemings?
Mr. Chair, just so I can be clear, the letter that she sent over to Mr. Richardson, I'm assuming there was no response. Because
No
I have a
response.
letter here that he was supposed to apply for a building permit. This includes submitting drawings, measurements, and a detailed description. And I'm assuming that they haven't, again, it's assumption that Mr. Richardson haven't had any conversation with them about this letter that was sent. Would that be
No, he's
true, Ms.
not
Fleming?
responded, and he has been told what was needed.
Okay, what I'd like, the Flemings, because you're not visually, the court reporter can't see who's speaking. So whoever's speaking, please identify yourself before when you start your statement so that the court reporter can properly record and attribute the statements to the proper person. Okay.
Chair,
Yes, sir.
Okay,
I have
yeah,
a question for you.
Rebecca Fleming speaking.
Go ahead.
He has not responded. We have, when we did get him on the phone, we did tell him, based on what we were told by Mark Evans and Mr. Devlin of License and Inspection, they needed to have measurements, a layout, a design, like a blueprint, the things contractors do. And also to try to find out what the cost of the permit would be. He won't even do the layout or the measurements or blueprint. I feel he should take the cost of the permit as well, but of course we have tried to gather together. We don't know what that's going to be. But we have gathered together some monies to see, whether or not we could at least satisfy the permit. This didn't have to happen.
Okay.
When we sat with him to plan him to see whether or not he would do the job, we asked him everything. We could have planned the cost, and we found out a lot of this retroactive after getting the violations. We taught ourselves that sometimes contractors just plan the cost of the permit into the other costs like material and labor. We didn't know any of that.
Okay. Mr. Tennant has a question. Mr. Tennant?
Yeah, actually, my question is directed at Inspector Muhammad, or if the appellant, Ms. Ravella, knows, has anyone attempted to see if this particular contractor, Jesse Richardson, is still currently licensed?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Okay, Ravella Fleming speaking. He gave us 3 license numbers. I just found the site on your city on Phila.gov maybe about a week ago that allowed me to put in his name and those numbers, and literally a week ago, and they all came up bogus.
Yeah, that's what I thought, they were expired. Yes, thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. All right. It appears, while I am not a engineer or a designer by any stretch, Mr. Muhammad, would it be your representation that that ramp is properly built, regardless of whether permits were drawn? Is it built properly?
Well, there's really no way to determine that. What would need to be done is plans will have to be submitted as built, because it's already been constructed, as built drawings, and then it will have to be reviewed by the plans examiner. And if there's any corrections to be made, then they would notify the parties. But at this point, even just looking at the pictures, it looked like there is some deterioration in the structure itself, just in terms of straight lines.
Okay.
But there's no definite way to determine.
I want to know, this is Ravella Fleming. When you say deterioration, sir, I have to object to that because, one, if it's the paint job, we had been planning to have it painted, but it was helped along. by the neighbor who actually initiated all of this against us.
Okay. No, Miss Ravella, he was responding to my question regarding his observations just of the photographs. That's not a violation. The painting is not a violation. So we're strictly focused on whether or not you are required to have a building permit, which code requires you to have a building permit. So we're going to focus on that. And then to comply with the code, you will need to get the drawings and an opinion so that they can review the drawings to determine if what is built meets the code standard. If it doesn't, you'll have to make some corrections. Okay. Any other questions before we get to the point of voting?
Sir,
Mr. Pincus, you're muted. If you were.
My apologies. I have a question for the inspector. They're representing that they don't need the ramp to the appellants as wheelchair accessible, but they use the ramp because of their disabilities. So in either case, the ramp would still need to be approved, whether or not it necessarily is wheelchair accessible. It's still a ramp, and that would still require permit approval. Is that correct?
Oh, that's correct. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Because it would be based on the slope of the ramp and what the and what the code requires in terms of the ratio between the height and the length. So those things had to be taken into consideration, because even then the slope could be too high. So no, we don't really know that until it's reviewed by the plans examiner.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any further questions before we call the vote on this matter? Ms. Reinhardt, do you have any closing argument?
I would just like to say that the record is clear that there have been no applications for the building permit and request city affirmed.
Okay.
Ms. Reinhardt, may I, do you think they're, based on the description of the appellants, their age and their physical circumstances, and the fact that they are now having this hearing and there's been clear testimony presented that they need a building permit, that there might be a reasonable period of time that would be acceptable for them to get a contractor out there and do the appropriate whatever's required by LNI to get this approved?
This question was directed to me, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not aware of any action that LNI is taking at this time.
No. My question
for
to
this
you
violation.
do you think there might be some time that would be allowable for the appellants to try to rectify the situation and get the permit and application in?
Right. What I'm saying is that I'm not aware that there's anything to essentially pause because there's no ongoing action, but because this is a safety concern, we would like it to be done quickly. If you're asking for a stay of enforcement for the fine, then we could do that.
Let me ask my colleague, Mr. Tennant, what is your sense of timing for processing a matter like this through the permitting process? You're muted, sir.
You're speaking to me, Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
Can you repeat that question again?
What is, based on your understanding of the system, what's the typical timing required to process a project like this through the permitting process?
They would have to acquire an architect to get the plans, and if that architect's going to use whatever existing plans, which I hear they don't have, they'd have to wait for an architect to come out, do the measurements, do the plans, then submit it to LNI, and for them to review it under, and Mr. Muhammad could correct me, would be under the 2021 ADA code now, which is in place, I think effective this past July. And they're looking at a minimum of 22 days, but I can tell you now, LNI is a little backlogged. So we're looking at 45 days.
Okay. Thank you. I just want to get a sense of what the timing happens
Yes,
to be.
45 days to get a response.
Okay.
And if I might add, Mr. Chairman, that assumes that they can get an architect under contract within a reasonable period of time. So
Right.
it's absolutely from the time they obtain an architect and those plans are prepared, and I'm sure Mr. Tennant and Mr. Mohammed will back me up that sometimes it will take an architect several weeks to actually do a plan, even though this is a relatively small project. So I would add another 30 days at least, or
Okay.
45 days to that estimate.
Okay, just want to get a sense of what we're working with. Okay,
Excuse me, I just a question.
yes, sir.
The, whatever it's time that we're giving, what would that cover?
Well, I'm asking, yes, what I'm inquiring about is what the typical response would be from the city in terms of processing something like this, to get a sense of how much time will be required for someone like the appellants to meet the requirements of the city. So would this be a 30-day project, 360-day project? That's what I'm just trying to get a sense of things. That's all. That's what I'm trying to get a sense of. Okay, thank you.
Chairman Woodson, if I may
Yes.
add, even though the initial notice of violation was for the building permit only, it appears that a zoning permit may be necessary also, and that they may need a variance, which may take some time in order to get.
But a zoning violation was not written when the building permit issue was raised, correct?
Correct,
And the zoning was for the height of the fence, I assume.
correct.
Okay, all righty. Okay, so. Okay, that gives me a better sense. Thank you very much for that information. Okay. Already, this is, we'll poll the board, call the vote on HA-2021-005160, Rovella A and Sonia N. Fleming, 1711 Benson Street, City of Fern with a 365-day stay of enforcement. I'm just calling for the vote.
I hear you, Mr. Chairman. I have no trouble affirming the city, but I'm thinking that 180-day stay of enforcement
Well,
would be.
my rationale was because of the likelihood of a zoning application being necessary.
City affirmed 365-day stay of enforcement.
City affirmed 365-day stay of enforcement.
Next vote.
I will affirm the city. I will not affirm that length of time. However, Mr. Woodson, I would agree with Mr. Pincus's original comment.
Okay. All righty. Thank you. Next vote.
City affirm, I have problems with that time strictly because Inspector Muhammad stated that it's also a safety issue. So I
Okay,
really, can't do that time.
Okay, thank you very much. The vote, I think the majority vote is for city affirmed 365-day of stay of enforcement. Thank you. So now, Miss Novella and Sonia Fleming. So you understand what we're doing? Ms. Fleming? The city's rule is that you must get a inspection done and the permits done, and the board has voted to give you 365 days to get all that done. Okay, hire an architect, get the drawings done, get the permit application in, and get the ramp completed. Okay.
If
You're muted. The Sonia and Ravella, you're muted. Ms. Wade, can you unmute them?
I asked them to, yes.
Yes.
Can we just confirm the vote?
Can
Who
you hear
voted?
me,
Yes,
sir?
it's 3-2. It's 3-2. 365-day stay of enforcement. City
I have
affirmed.
yourself, Mr. Pincus, and Mr.
Okay,
Tennant for
365
Yes.
days?
Yes,
Okay, and that's
Okay.
Stay,
of
okay,
enforcement.
of enforcement, and we
Yes.
are responsible for an architect
You're
plan.
responsible for the doing whatever's required to obtain the permit and then making whatever corrections are required to the ramp.
Okay, may I ask another question, sir, real quick?
Yes, yes.
Is it possible for us to speak with L&I or Mr. Mohammed, since this is not our field, someone that can give us, deal with the inspection? Are we, if it's legal to go back and to ask them things?
Oh, sure, absolutely. You can call and ask the inspector whatever you like regarding the application process. Feel free to do that.
Right. Okay, and actually apply for the permit too.
Well, you got to get an architect in order to apply for the permit and or a contractor.
Right.
To apply for the permit. Okay.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Alrighty.
Thank you to the board. Thank
You're welcome. Let's move on. What's that next matter, Mr. Wade?
Okay, case number 24 was for the retaining wall with Mr. Tran. I believe Mr. Johnson recommended that for continuance, but I don't believe that was put on the record.
Okay, is Mr. Tran, is he present?
Yes, he was. He kept dropping off. I believe this number is.
I'm not sure it's the same Mr. Tran. That Tran is from a different case.
No, there's a phone number joining now that I believe is the Mr. Tran representing 5237 North 5th. So
okay.
let me just identify him and we can get that on the record. Mr. Tran.
Hello. Yes, I'm here.
Are you here for 5237 North 5th Street?
No, my name is Hui Tran, and my address is 2617 Shield Street.
Okay, that's
okay.
So that's Mr. Hoy Tran, who's also on the call.
Okay, so
Yeah,
let's do this then. With regard to HA-2021-005536, we're going to continue this matter to attempt to consolidate them with the other matters on North 5th Street. And I believe, Mr. Cohen, there was one additional property not on 5th Street.
No, there was the
Mr. Johnson, my apologies.
the three cases are this one, and then there's 5239 North 5th Street. And then there was one where, hold on, let me give you the exact address. Uh, 430 West Wellens Street.
Okay, 430 West Wellens. Okay. Thank you. We're going to attempt, Mr. Wade, if we could try to consolidate all those matters on the same date and time.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, if you have been witnesses, Mr. Johnson, you can, they're permitted to leave.
Okay, will do. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think we're down to 26.
26 has an interpreter, and I was just informed that case 33, the city witness needs to leave at 4:30. But case number, we can call case 26 now with the, I believe, Vietnamese interpreter.
Okay, just 1 minute. Okay, let's go to 26 then. Thank you.
Case number 26, hearing appeal number 2021-005-624. Hoy Tran, 2617 Shield Street. He's on this call and with two different devices. So.
Okay, and who's the interpreter for this? Okay, Mr. Wade, do we have an interpreter on the call with us?
I'm not seeing the interpreter at this time.
Oh, okay, I do see an interpreter raising a hand. Okay.
Okay.
Ma'am, you will need to, we can't hear you. Would you mind identifying yourself? We can't hear you. The volume is too low. Still can't hear you.
Your microphone. No, my mom.
That's not working. Okay, let's do this.
You can put her in the waiting room and bring her back in.
Yeah, try that. If that doesn't work, call the other case that they have to leave early and then give her a call and talk to her directly, see what we can do.
Yeah. Yeah, hello, I'm here. Yeah, I'm here. We train.
Okay, we're waiting to get the interpreter in.
Okay, wait, reader.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, sir.
Mr. Tran, you're gonna need to disable the second device.
He getting feedback. He have too many devices open around him.
Yeah. Okay. The interpreter, please. Please give your name again, please.
Yeah, so interpreter name is Chom. My name is Chom Lai.
Okay, what we'll need you to do is say it very slowly and spell your name, please.
Yeah, so interpreter name is Chom, spell as Tango, Romeo, Alpha, Michael.
Okay. And your last name?
Yeah, interpreter last name, last initial is L. L as Larry.
Okay. And that's just one letter, L?
Yeah, so last initial, I give you the last initial.
No, the full last name. You spell your full last names.
Larry, Alpha, India.
Okay, Lai. Okay, Tram Lai.
Yeah, correct.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so let's do this. We're going to swear in the interpreter, and then we will have her interpret for Mr. Tran. Okay. Ms. Lai, would you raise your right hand so that you may be sworn?
Yes.
Do you swear or affirm that you will faithfully translate between English and Vietnamese for this matter regarding Mr. Huy Tran?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. You can place your hand down.
Yeah.
So what I'd like you to do, ma'am, is to translate every question that we would put to Mr. Tran, and every answer that he gives, you have to answer on his behalf. Do you have a way to speak with him via the telephone, or can he contact you, or does he have to do it live on the air?
They order me do the consecutive. It means that after you talk with me in English, I will relay it back to Mr. Trần in Vietnamese. And then when Mr. Trần answer me in Vietnamese, I will give back to you in English. That's what they order me to do.
Okay. Okay. Alrighty. Would you ask Mr. Tran to close all but one of his devices?
Dạ thưa ông ơi, ông có thể ông tắt những cái thiết bị khác của ông, chỉ giữ một cái thiết bị thôi không?
Dạ. Dạ, ok. Tôi giờ tôi chỉ xài một cái iPad để trong cái Zoom này thôi ạ.
I use only one iPad for the Zoom.
Okay. Okay. I believe he was probably sitting next to someone or in the same, close to someone else with a different device that was open. And so it created feedback. Okay. We'll need Mr. Huy Tran to be sworn. So we need him to be visible and to raise his right hand.
Ông ơi ông, tại vì hồi nãy ông ngồi ở gần một cái người khác cho nên cái âm thanh của cái người đó khi họ mở ra nó làm tạo thành cái âm hưởng rung á, cho nên đó là lý do như vậy. Và bây giờ người ta cần thấy mặt ông để ông giơ tay lên ông tuyên thệ nhé.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. If you raise your right hand, sir.
Yeah, giơ bằng tay phải.
Yeah.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God?
Dạ thưa ông ơi, ông có hứa rằng là ngày hôm nay tất cả những lời mà ông nói đều là sự thật và chỉ là sự thật mà thôi, và Chúa ban phước lành cho ông?
Dạ, tôi chỉ nói sự thật thôi.
Yes, yeah, all the thing I say is just the truth.
Okay, thank you.
Dạ, cảm
Okay.
ơn ông.
Who's representing the city here?
Dạ, ai là người đại diện cho thành phố ngày hôm nay?
Good afternoon, members of the board. Nikia Clark on behalf of the city of Philadelphia.
Chào, tôi tên là Nikia Clark và tôi là người đại diện cho thành phố của Philadelphia.
Okay, Ms. Clark, you have any witnesses for today?
Dạ, bà Clark ơi, bà có người làm nhân chứng của bà ngày hôm nay không?
Yes, so this case is in reference to various fire code and property maintenance violations at the property located at 2617 Shields Street in the city of Philadelphia. We'll call Inspector Brian Conway as their witness.
Okay.
Tức Tức là như thế này ha, thì đây là có cái sự bằng chứng á, là cái nhà ở ngay số 2617 ở Geo Street đó, là cái chỗ đó là bị vi phạm về cái việc mà bảo trì bảo dưỡng, và chúng tôi có những nhân chứng làm ở như vậy ở trong thành phố.
Okay, I'm looking for the inspector.
Rồi bây giờ tôi cần có cái người mà đi tới để mà kiểm tra, thẩm tra.
Okay, Mr. Conway, would you raise your right hand so you be sworn?
Dạ thưa ông Conray á, thì xin ông vui lòng giơ cánh tay bên phải của ông để mà tuyên thệ.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give today be the truth so help you God?
Dạ thưa ông có hứa rằng là ngày hôm nay tất cả những điều ông nói đều là sự thật và chỉ là sự thật mà thôi, và Chúa ban phước lành cho ông.
Mr. Conway, I didn't hear your response.
I do.
Dạ có
thank
ạ, tôi có nghe tất cả.
Just
This
as
is interpreter. Let interpreter make to verify with other all of the people on the Zoom, because I do as a consecutive. So after one person talk, please wait for me to relay in the target language, and then the other person can talk, because otherwise we will cross each other. Thank you so
yes,
much.
thank you. Okay, Ms. Clark.
Dạ thưa bà Clark.
Inspector Conway, can you please state your name and occupation for the board?
Dạ thưa, xin ông Conway, xin ông vui lòng nói dùm cho chúng tôi tên của ông là gì với cái chức danh ạ?
Brian Conaway, Code Enforcement License Inspection.
Dạ thưa chào, tôi tên là Ryan Conway và tôi là cái người có bằng cấp của cái việc mà thẩm tra.
And how long have you been working in that role?
Dạ và xin vui lòng cho biết ông đã làm cái nghề này bao nhiêu lâu rồi?
6.5 years.
Dạ thưa, 13 năm rưỡi.
Inspector Conway, how are you familiar with the property located at 2617 Show Street?
Dạ thưa ông Conway, ông có quen với lại cái địa chỉ 2617 ở George Street không?
I was asked to go out and do a pre-inspection for this hearing.
Dạ tại vì đó là cái nơi mà chúng tôi phải tới để trước khi mà đưa ra cái phiên tòa điều trần để kiểm tra.
Have you had an opportunity to review the L&I and public records for this property?
Dạ ông đã có cái cơ hội để mà ông thẩm tra toàn bộ những cái hồ sơ liên quan tới cái nơi ở này không?
Yes, I have.
Có, tôi có.
So at this time, with the board's permission, I'm going to share my screen.
Và bây giờ là dựa trên cái ủy ban thì tôi sẽ chia sẻ cho mọi người những cái thông tin ở trên màn hình ha.
Ms. Clark, before you proceed, though, interpreter, please advise Mr. Tran, we need to have him present for the full hearing. It appears that he's walked away. So we need to have his image. Otherwise, we don't know if he's participating.
Dạ ông ơi, xin ông Trần có thể là ở trên cái đường dây được không? Tại vì không thấy mặt ông ở trên đó, mà người ta cần là ông phải lúc nào cũng có cái mặt ở trên đó, vì nếu không người ta không biết là ông có mặt ở trên đó hay không ạ.
Dạ tôi đang ở đây ạ.
Dạ, I'm here.
He has to remain visible. He can't walk away.
Tại vì ông biết sao, ông phải để cái mặt ông cho người ta thấy được.
Dạ.
Okay.
Tại vì tôi chỉ vừa để cái iPad xuống để tôi soạn những cái giấy tờ thôi.
Yeah, so I'm so sorry because I just put my iPad so that I can get the paperwork and keep track of this.
Okay. Please proceed, Ms. Clark.
Dạ rồi bây giờ bà Clark có thể bắt đầu.
Inspector Conway, I am showing you what has been previously marked as City's Exhibit 1. Do you recognize it?
Dạ thưa ông có thể nhìn thấy ở đây là cái biểu đồ số 1 á, ông có nhận thức được cái giấy tờ này đã có gửi cho ông hả?
I do.
Yeah, I do.
And what are we looking at here?
Dạ bây giờ chúng tôi hỏi là mình đã nhìn ở đây về những cái vấn đề gì?
We're looking at the initial notice of an order to correct.
Dạ bởi vì là bây giờ chúng tôi đang nhìn để thử coi là khi mà chúng tôi ra cái điều khoản yêu cầu á thì đã có được chỉnh sửa chưa?
Is this document kept in the ordinary course of business?
Dạ và cái đó có phải là liên quan tới vấn đề mà kinh doanh không?
Yes, it is.
Dạ đúng ạ.
What date was this document sent to the petitioner?
Dạ thưa, hôm nào là cái hôm mà quý vị gửi tới cho cái người mà có liên quan?
Should I reply all or just Leonard? I'm in court. Oh, Lord. 11/25/21.
Dạ thưa, ngày 25 tháng 11 năm 2021.
And as I scroll down, what are the current violations at this property?
Dạ và ngoài ra thì có còn thêm, khi tôi cứu xuống là sẽ thấy những cái mà bị vi phạm ở trong cái cơ sở này ha.
Asked to install a single station smoke alarms.
Tại vì chúng tôi yêu cầu là có cái gắn về cho cái mà báo cháy ha.
The dining room windows were broken.
Và ngoài ra đó thì cái phòng ăn đó là ngay cái cửa sổ nó bị vỡ.
Carbon monoxide detectors are also required.
Và ngoài ra thì cũng yêu cầu là phải có những cái máy mà yêu cầu để định dạng cho cái khí CO.
Inspector Conway, in citing the fire code violations that you just stated, is it correct to say that there are safety concerns at this property?
Dạ thưa, ngoài ra thì những cái mà ông Connell yêu cầu như vậy đó thì ông có thấy rằng là ở ngay cái cơ sở này có đủ cái an toàn để mà có tiếp tục được không?
Yes, there are life safety concerns.
Dạ có khoảng chừng 90%.
Ms. Clark, before we proceed, would you scroll back up to the top? I have a question regarding identity of the owner.
Dạ thưa, bây giờ có thể mở lên trên đằng bên trên để tôi muốn hỏi thăm về cái thông tin ở trên ở đây.
Based on the paperwork I have, the appellant is a H-U-Y, last name Tran, T-R-A-N, but I'm looking at your letter and it says Tran Hu, T-H-A-I. I'm not sure if there's the same person or different people.
Dạ thưa, tại vì ở đây thì tôi muốn hỏi thăm là bởi vì có cái là cái tên người thì tôi thấy ở đây là Huy Trần, nhưng mà ở đây lại thấy đề là Trần Huy Thái, như vậy có phải là cùng một người hay là hai người khác biệt nhau?
Dạ, cùng một người ạ.
Dạ,
Dạ,
được xem. Dạ, được xem.
What is his full name?
Tên đầy đủ của ông là gì?
Huy Thái Trần.
Dạ, Huy Thái Trần. Here's the name.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Dạ, cảm ơn ông.
Please proceed, Ms. Clark.
Rồi bắt đầu bà Clark tiếp tục ạ.
At this time, I want to direct the board's attention and Inspector Conway's attention to what has been previously marked as City's Exhibit 2.
Dạ, và bây giờ thì nhìn vô ngay trong cái chỗ mà biểu đồ số 2 nha.
Inspector Conway, I'm showing you what has been previously marked as City's Exhibit 2. Do you recognize?
Dạ thưa, và bây giờ ngay ở chỗ mà người ta để cái biểu đồ số 2 đó thì ông Conway, ông có nhìn thấy được cái này không? Có nhận dạng được không?
Although I have never gained entry into the property, it looks like it's a second floor rear window.
Dạ thưa, tôi chưa có cái cơ hội đi vào trong đó, nhưng mà tôi thì nghĩ đó là ngay cái cửa sổ ở ngay cái lầu số 2.
And pursuant to LNI's records, when was this photograph taken?
Looks like it was taken Monday. I'm sorry.
Dạ thưa, và bây giờ có nhìn vô trong đó thì hỏi là tất cả về những cái cửa, cái khung cửa đó thì như thế nào trong những cái vấn đề đó?
Looks like it was taken Monday, November 22nd, 2021.
Dạ thưa, cái ngày hôm mà lấy nhận dạng đó là ngày thứ Hai, tháng 11 ngày 22 năm 2021.
At this time, Inspector Conway, I'm showing you what has been previously marked as City's Exhibit 2. The second image in that exhibit packet. What are we looking at here?
Dạ thưa, tức là ở đây nhìn cái hình ảnh cũng vẫn ở trong cái biểu đồ số 2 thì có những cái bức hình ở đây thì mình sẽ nhìn vô đó để mà mình kiểm tra về những cái vấn đề gì.
Looking at the front door entrance, front porch, looks like there's some rubbish and debris on the porch as well.
Dạ, tại vì có rất là nhiều cái xà bần ở ngay đó ngày trước.
And again, pursuant to LNI's record, when was this photograph taken?
Và ngoài ra thì có thêm những cái nhận dạng cho những cái mà về cái phạt hay không, giấy phạt hay không.
Also, it looks like the basement window glazing is missing as well. And this picture was taken Monday, November 22nd, 2021.
Dạ đúng rồi, và ngay kể cả ngay cái tầng ngầm ở dưới cái cửa sổ nó cũng không có nữa, và cái đó cũng được nhận dạng vào tháng 11 ngày 22 năm 2021.
Inspector Conway, I'm now showing you what has been previously marked as City's Exhibit 2. It's the third photograph. What are we looking at here?
Dạ rồi, bây giờ ở ngay cái bức mà cũng trong cái biểu đồ số 2 và nó có một cái hình khác nữa thì tôi muốn hỏi ông Conway là ông nhìn thấy cái gì ở đây?
We're looking at the front door where I had made an attempt to gain entry into the property. There's also a picture of a door hanger.
Dạ, và ngoài ra đó thì tôi thấy ở ngay cái cửa ra vào của ngay cái chỗ mà cái nhà này đó thì hoàn toàn đó là nó có bị treo ở ngay cái phần đó, hai cái cửa ra vào nó bị treo ngay ở giữa đó.
And does this photograph fairly and accurately depict the conditions of the property on the date in question, October 12th, 2022?
Và ý tôi muốn hỏi thăm là cái bức hình mà lấy chụp đó có phải đúng là cái ngày mà cái người cư dân ở đó bị người ta thẩm vấn vào tháng 10 ngày 12 năm 2022 hay không?
Yes, it does.
Có đúng là như thế ạ?
I'm going to stop sharing my screen.
Rồi bây giờ tôi sẽ ngưng, tôi không có chia sẻ những cái bức hình đó nữa nhé.
Inspector Conway, on October 12th, 2022, were you able to gain access to the property?
Dạ thưa, tôi muốn hỏi thăm là ông Conaway đó vào tháng 10 ngày 12 năm 2022 thì ông có cái cơ hội để ông đi vào trong cái phần sở đó không?
No, I was not at the time of inspection. It appeared the property to be vacant.
Dạ không ạ, tại vì lúc đó thì là không có cái cơ hội để đi tới nữa, tại vì lúc đó là đã xong rồi, người ta đã bỏ rồi.
And are the violations at this property complied as of today?
Và bây giờ cho tới tận bây giờ thì các cơ sở đó là vẫn bị vi phạm cho tới ngày hôm nay hay sao?
No, they are not.
Không có.
No further questions at this time.
Vậy thì tôi không còn câu hỏi gì thêm nữa nhé.
Mr. Tran, do you have any questions of the inspector based on his testimony? You will be able to give a general statement at a later time.
Ông ơi, bây giờ ông sẽ được nói những cái câu nói riêng của ông sau nữa, khi cuối người ta sẽ hỏi ông, nhưng mà bây giờ câu hỏi để ông trả lời là ông có thắc mắc gì về những cái điều mà nãy giờ ông Conaway là cái người mà người ta kiểm tra đó, người ta nói không? Có thắc mắc gì không?
Dạ không ạ.
Đâu, nói hết ông.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Clark, do you have any additional witnesses?
Dạ thưa bà Clark, có còn thêm những người nhân chứng nào khác không ạ?
The city does not have any additional witnesses.
Tôi hoàn toàn không có còn cái gì khác nữa liên quan tới thành phố.
Okay, Ms. Clark, and maybe either you or the inspector, is this property vacant or occupied?
Dạ thưa, bây giờ tôi muốn hỏi hoặc là ông Conaway là người mà thẩm tra với lại bà Clark, thì cái cơ sở này nó vẫn còn có người sống hay là nó bỏ trống?
So pursuant to the.
I'm sorry.
Dr. Conway, if you want to answer.
Dạ tôi để cho ông Conaway trả lời.
On October 12th, 2022, the time of my last inspection, the property appeared to be vacant.
Dạ không ạ, vào cái ngày cuối cùng mà tôi đi tới tôi thẩm tra tháng 10 ngày 12 năm 2022 thì cái nhà đó nó trống, không có ai ở hết.
Okay, Mr. Tran, would you now give us your understanding of what happened, of what's going on with the property?
Dạ ông ơi, ông Trần có thể nói cho tôi biết bây giờ theo ông hiểu biết đó, thì ông biết gì về cái vấn đề của cái cơ sở này, cái nhà ở này?
Dạ, cái nhà đó là những cái mà sự hư hại đó là do cái người tenant tên là Reginald Brown ở đó, và ông ta ở đó, ông ta trên cái ly đó chỉ ghi có một người ông ta được ở thôi, nhưng mà ông ta đã cho rất nhiều người vào, và ông ta đã gây ra những cái damage cho cái nhà của tôi, làm đập vỡ làm vỡ cái window, làm vỡ cái kiến ở cửa trước, rồi damage rất là nhiều thứ, tôi phải sửa bên trong, và rất là phiền lòng hàng xóm gọi complain tôi rất nhiều, và xả rác rất là dơ bẩn ở sân sau. Tôi đã nhận được những giấy của L&I department, và tôi đã phải fix rất nhiều lần. Thì cho tới hôm nay thì ông ta không trả tiền, và ông ta đã bị.
His line, maybe you should stop Mr. Tran, because he's telling an awful lot for you to be able to translate.
I take the note as well. Yeah, so just so you know that based on my knowledge, because all of the damage is happened because I have the tenant who live in that, Mr. Crystal Brown. On the lease, he rent the house only for himself, but he let a lot of people came there and live, and he get a lot of damage. For example, he have the one window was broken, and the front door was broken as well, and then he litter a lot, and he make a lot of dirty. It make neighbors very unsatisfied with the way he live. They complain with me a lot of time, and I had to keep coming to that property to fix it. Even that, I received warning from L&I department about those damage for the property and the violation that make the neighbors not happy. And he still live like that, even that I come to fix it.
Okay. Any other questions from anyone?
Dạ thưa, có ai còn muốn hỏi thêm cái gì khác nữa không?
Tôi muốn nói lý do là tôi có lý do appeal, tôi xin nói là.
Yeah, I want to talk about the reason why I want to appeal about that case.
Very quickly and short.
Dạ thưa, chú chỉ nói ngắn thôi nha, nói ngắn và nói lẹ thôi.
Dạ, tại vì cái tôi nhận được cái violation notice đó là nói là tôi phải sửa những cái sự hư hại vào cái ngày là tháng 12 ngày 27 năm 2021. Và tôi đã có contact với lại Reginald Brown bằng text message, bằng email, nhưng ông ta không trả lời. Và tôi có tới gõ cửa nhưng không ai mở cửa, và tôi không thể nào vào bên trong được để sửa chữa. Thành ra tôi sợ là tôi phải bị phạt, thành ra tôi phải make appeal. Nhưng sau này á thì có cái probation office của media PA gọi tôi nói là ông Reginald đang bị ở tù, thành ra là tôi không liên lạc được, và do đó là tôi không thể nào vào được. Do đó tôi phải make cái appeal này để tránh bị phạt, tại vì tôi không thể nào vào bên trong được để sửa.
Yeah, the reason I applied the appeal because when I received the letter from LNI and request me to fix the violation, I tried to contact Mr. Reginald Brown by text, by email, by calling him, but nobody answered, no response. And when I tried to go inside to the site and I tried to knock the door, nobody opened for me to go inside either. And after that, I hear the probation officer from media let me know that the reason I cannot contact with Mr. Reginald Brown because he was in jail at that time. When I received the last letter from December 27 of 2021 like that, and then that's the reason why I want to appeal, so that I already tried to do on my part, but I cannot go inside the property to fix it because I do not want to end up with the order from the city that I violate and have the punishment.
The city just want to object to that testimony. It's hearsay.
Okay, so noted. So noted.
Dạ thưa thành phố thì đã có ghi nhận về tất cả những cái điều ông nói ha.
Mr. Tran, is the property currently occupied?
Dạ thưa ông Trần ơi, bây giờ hiện tại cái nhà đó bây giờ đó là có ai đang ở không?
Dạ thì không ai đang ở, và tôi đang chuẩn bị để sửa chữa nó.
Yeah, no, nobody live in that house at the moment, and I prepare to fix the property.
Tôi đã thay cái cửa sổ bị bể, và tôi đã dọn dẹp cái sân sau, và tôi đang chuẩn bị để sửa chữa bên trong. Tại ông người ở Reginald Brown là rất là nhiều damage ở bên trong và bỏ lại rất nhiều rác bên trong, tôi phải clean up.
Yeah, so I already fixed the broken window. I already cleaned the backyard, and I intend to go to inside the property to clean all of the inside house because Mr. Reginald Brown, he lived there. He get a lot of damage and very dirty because he litter a lot of time in that. So I need time to clean all of the things inside.
How long has the property been vacant?
Dạ thưa, bao lâu rồi thì cái tòa nhà đó nó bị bỏ trống chút?
Dạ khoảng chừng 1 tháng đấy à.
Yeah, around 1 month ago till now.
Thank you.
Dạ cảm ơn ông.
Okay, any final argument from the city or Mr. Tran? Any final statements before we vote?
Dạ thưa, bây giờ đó thì có ai đó có những cái lời tranh luận cuối cùng giữa thành phố với lại giữa ông Trần hay không à? Thưa bà Clark.
Yeah, so the appellant admits to the violation in the appeal and essentially requested additional time to comply the violation. It's been almost a year and those violations have still not been complied as of today.
Dạ thưa, tức là như thế này, thì không phải là cái người khiếu kiện, nhưng mà có điều là khi mà chú yêu cầu đó là chú khiếu kiện cho cái vấn đề đó, thì thực sự ra thì từ cái thời gian mà bắt đầu thành phố nói là vi phạm cho tới bây giờ là đã là hơn 1 năm rồi, nhưng mà cho tới bây giờ thì cái tình trạng nó cũng không cải thiện gì mấy ở cái vấn đề đó.
Tại vì tôi không có thể nào vào bên trong được ạ, và tòa án chỉ
dạ,
mới
cô chưa xong chú, cô chưa nói xong, chú phải đợi cô nói xong.
Okay, yeah.
As it relates to the cause of the violations, the appellant has stated that the tenant caused the violations, but the appellant is the owner of the subject property and thus is responsible for making the repairs at the property as well.
Dạ thưa, tức là như thế này, cho nên nó là thành phố quyết định đó, mặc dù vẫn biết là cái người thuê nhà là cái người gây ra những cái thiệt hại, tuy nhiên chú là người chủ nhà thì chú vẫn phải có trách nhiệm liên đới cho cái việc mà chỉnh sửa cho những cái vi phạm đó.
Vâng, vâng, tôi không có thể.
Lastly, if it is the appellant's testimony that no one lives at the subject property currently, the appellant would still be responsible for obtaining a vacant property license, and therefore he still would not be in compliance as of today.
Và cho dù đi chăng nữa là có vấn đề là chú nói là không có ai hiện tại đang ở trong đó, hoặc là vì bất kỳ lý do gì, nhưng mà chú là người chủ nhà, cho nên nếu như tất cả những cái liên đới cho cái vấn đề đó, chú vẫn là người có trách nhiệm cho dù bất kỳ lý do gì.
So for all of these reasons, the city would respectfully request a city affirm from the board.
Và hoàn toàn đó là lý do mà thành phố là vẫn tính chú là người có trách nhiệm liên đới đó.
Okay.
Vâng.
Mr. Tran, do you have any final comments before we
Dạ
vote?
thưa, bây giờ chú có muốn nói gì không chú Trần, trước khi mà người ta đưa tới cái quyết định?
Vâng, tôi không có vấn đề gì hết với vấn đề sửa chữa. Bây giờ tôi đã lấy lại được cái property và cái vấn đề sửa chữa là không có vấn đề gì hết. Tôi sẽ sửa chữa hết và tôi lúc nào cũng sửa chữa những cái mà những cái noted của L&I Department, nhưng tại vì là tôi không vào trong được và tôi không có cơ hội để làm việc đó, và bây giờ tôi đã có lại được cái property rồi, bây giờ tôi sẽ làm hết điều đó, không có vấn đề gì đối với tôi hết. Yeah.
Yeah, so for me, it's not a big deal for me when I fix the property. I'm willing to fix it, and I try to contact with the tenant to fix the property. However, I do not have the chance to fix it at that time. I also not received the notice from L&I, and now when I have the chance to get back the property, I'm willing to fix all of the damage. I do not delay at all.
I have a question.
Tôi có câu
Please.
hỏi.
Does Mr. Tran own other rental properties? Yes or no? If yes, how many?
Dạ bây giờ tôi có một câu hỏi và tôi chỉ cần ông trả lời là yes hoặc là no, tức là có hoặc là không. Ông có là chủ của những cái cơ sở thuê nhà khác hay không? Và nếu có thì là bao nhiêu cái tất cả?
Dạ hiện giờ
Yes.
How many?
Bao nhiêu cái?
Hiện giờ là tôi có hiện giờ là tôi có 5 cái, hiện giờ tôi có là hiện giờ ở đây là để tôi coi 1 2 3 4 5 6 cái ạ.
Yeah, so yeah, at the moment, let me see. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 property.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank
Dạ,
you.
Cảm ơn.
Okay.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
I'm just curious because Mr. Tran stated that he couldn't gain interest to the property. Then when I'm looking at some of the exhibits, I see in August, the city gave him permission to go into the property and get rid of possession. Does that change any of the dates?
Dạ thưa, tôi có một cái câu hỏi vì tôi hơi tò mò một chút. Khi tôi nhìn vào trong những cái bảng biểu thì tôi thấy là thành phố là cho phép ông vào tháng 8 là ông được quyền đi vô trong cái nhà đó để mà ông có thể ông kiểm tra. Như vậy cái ngày ở trong đó có đúng không?
Tháng 8. Dạ nhưng tháng 8 là
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, that was directed to Ms. Clark.
Dạ tôi đang muốn hỏi cho ông Clark. Cô Clark.
You muted, Ms. Clark.
Dạ cô Clark đang
That would not change the analysis that was done today. The notice of violation was sent out 2021 of November, and it's been over a year and no updates to the status of compliance as the property has been made. And so that it wouldn't change what the city.
Nó chẳng có thay đổi gì được về quyết định của thành phố, tại vì chúng tôi đã gửi tới cái yêu cầu chỉnh sửa cho những cái vi phạm đó là từ tháng 11 năm 2021 và bây giờ là đã là gần 1 năm rồi, cho nên vẫn chẳng có gì thay đổi, cho nên vẫn là bị vi phạm ha.
Ms. Clark, is it not possible that during COVID to conduct and complete a landlord-tenant eviction could well have taken almost a year?
Dạ thưa bà Clark, nhưng mà có phải là vì lý do mà Covid-19 mà lúc đó những cái người mà chủ thuê nhà không có được đi vô trong cái chỗ mà của cái người thuê để mà có thể thực hiện được những cái điều nghĩa vụ của họ?
That's possible, but that's also cause for me to speculate on that. As of today, October 18, 2022, there was no updates to the compliance at the property. The inspector already testified that he went out to the property last week and he could not gain entry. So even if the violations have been complied today, if the inspector did not go into the property and observe to make sure that the violations were complied, it still would be in a non-compliant status today at this hearing.
Dạ thưa, tức là như thế này ha, cho dù là có vì vấn đề của mà do đại dịch hay không, tuy nhiên á, là ngay kể cả tới cái bây giờ thời điểm này là tháng 10 ngày 18 cũng vẫn chưa có gì thay đổi, và ngay như là ông Conaway ông ta nói cái lần vừa rồi, tuần vừa rồi ông ta tới thì ông ta cũng vẫn không có đi vô được ở chỗ đó, vẫn có bị những cái tình trạng là vi phạm như vậy.
Tôi đã sửa cái broken window rồi, và bên trong á, thì tôi đã có cái plan là sẽ kêu người tới dọn dẹp và sửa chữa bên trong. Tại vì tôi chỉ vừa lấy lại được khoảng chừng vài tuần thôi, giờ chưa tới 1 tháng. Tại vì là lúc mà ông Reginald Brown ông đâu có chịu đi ra đâu, tôi phải nhờ luật sư để điền cho cái lấy cái eviction từ tòa án đó, rồi mới tới để lấy nhà được. Thành ra là tôi chỉ vừa lấy lại được có vài tuần thôi, là tôi đang có kế hoạch để sửa đó.
Yeah, actually, I just get back the property only several weeks, less than a month, because at that time, Mr. Reginald Brown, he still stay in that, and he didn't agree to move out for me to come in for fix it. And then I had to ask my lawyer, my attorney, to help me to fill the form in order to ask the court to give me the order for the eviction. And after I got the order for the eviction, then I can get back my property. And during that time, I already tried to fix the broken window. I already tried to clean the backyard, and I tried to have the plan to clean the inside the house and fix the damage. But it needs times because I just get back the property only less than a month.
Thank you.
And for the record, I believe Board Member Washington was referring to the city's exhibit number 2. It's the last photo in that photo set, which is dated 8/15/2022 as it relates to that eviction letter. Again, today is October 18, 2022.
Dạ, thực sự ra thì ở trong cái biểu bản số 2 á, thì trong đó có cái bức hình mà ông Washington ông có chỉ ra, đó là tháng 8 ngày 15 năm 2022. Cho tới hôm nay đã là tháng 10 ngày 18 năm 2022, tình trạng nó vẫn không cải thiện gì mấy ở đó.
Yeah, tháng 8 15 tôi chưa lấy được nhà. Tháng 8 15 tôi chưa lấy lại được nhà.
It's not correct because on August the 15th I still cannot get my property back yet.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. We will call the vote on HA-2021-005536, Tran 5237 North 5th Street. Oh, my apologies. Strike that.
Dạ thưa, tức là bây giờ cảm ơn nhiều ha, và bây giờ thì để tôi sẽ chờ để mà thành phố người ta sẽ đưa ra cái quyết định chung cuộc ha, và bây giờ thì sẽ sang một cái hồ sơ khác là hồ sơ là A28722S568 ha.
The correct identification is HA-2021-005624 Hewitt Tran, TRAN at 2617 Shields Street, City of Ferm.
Dạ rồi, bây giờ thì cái hồ sơ là HA2022-62478 của ông Trần ở ngay số nhà là 2627 Shields Street ha.
City of Ferm, 60-day stay of enforcement.
City of Ferm.
Dạ thưa, thành phố cho là 68 ngày để mà có thể là giải quyết ha.
City of Ferm, 60-day stay of enforcement.
Dạ
City
thưa
of
hỏi.
Ferm, 60-day stay of enforcement.
Dạ thưa, 60 ngày nhá.
Dạ, 60 ngày để làm những công việc gì cho tôi biết.
Okay.
Can I ask that you give me 60 days for 60 days like that? What should I do during the 60 days?
Okay, well, let me record what we're going to do. The vote has been 3-2, City of Ferm, 60-day stay of enforcement. What that means is that the city's violation notices are were written properly and the city's position is affirmed. We've given you 60 days before any additional enforcement action can be taken by the city. You should call the city inspector and arrange for him to come look at the property, see what you've done, just make sure there's progress being made. But meantime, you have to get moving quickly to get the violations completed.
Tức là bây giờ tôi muốn nói với ông biết là trên thành phố đó, người ta chỉ cho phép ông có 60 ngày trước khi người ta sẽ đưa ra những cái án lệnh cho ông. Cho nên là bây giờ ông sẽ phải liên lạc với lại cái người bên ủy ban điều tra của thành phố và ông sẽ mời người ta xuống dưới ngay cái địa điểm đó để người ta coi là ông đã sửa những cái gì và còn những cái gì người ta cần ông làm, và ông chỉ có 60 ngày để ông làm tất cả những cái điều đó thôi. Nếu không thì thành phố sẽ đưa ra những cái án lệnh cho ông kế tiếp.
Dạ, cho tôi hỏi là bây giờ 60 ngày kể từ ngày hôm nay phải không ạ?
Yeah, so you count 60 days from what day? Is
Today.
it from today?
Today.
Dạ, đúng là ngày hôm nay. Tính
Dạ,
từ ngày hôm nay.
như vậy thì theo cái violation notice đó là tôi phải sửa cái broken window và tôi phải có cái smoke alarm cho mỗi cái each level and sleeping rồi tôi phải có cái carbon monoxide require phải không ạ? Tức là
Yeah,
bây
so
giờ
I
tôi
just want to make the clarification because based on the letters you give it to me, I need to fix the broken window. I need to have the smoke alarm detector for the east level and on the sleeping bedroom. And then I need to also have the monocarbon dioxide for the device detector, correct?
Whatever the violation says, that's what you have to do. Any further information you need, call the Department of License and Inspection because the hearing is now over. We need to move on to the next case.
Ông ơi, ông tức là như thế này ha. Toàn bộ những cái gì ở trong cái tờ giấy đó người ta nói ông làm, ông sẽ phải làm. Ngoài ra ông cần sẽ phải gọi điện cho thành phố để ông hỏi thôi thành phố ông cần làm thêm những cái gì khi người ta xuống người ta thẩm tra cái nhà của ông trong vòng 60 ngày đó.
Thank you very much. Have a good
Cảm ơn rất
afternoon.
là nhiều. Nha.
Thank you, interpreter.
Yeah, so very welcome.
Okay. Have a good day. Good afternoon. Okay, what do we have next, Mr. Wade?
We had a request for the inspector that needed to leave for case number 33.
Okay, let's call that case.
Okay. Case number 33, hearing appeal HA 2021-004-549. Ramiz Saleh, 2224 North Van Pelt Street.
Jeffrey Cohen, counsel for the city.
Okay, Mr. Cohen, is Mr. Saleh present? S-A-L-E-H, 2024 Van Pelt Street.
There's an LI equals one person who's logged in who I don't know whether that could be him or not. Otherwise, it doesn't seem like he is present.
Mr. Wade, can you help us out with that?
Mr. LI equals one, please identify yourself before the board.
Tariq Gary.
All right,
Oh,
thank you, Tariq.
sorry, Inspector. Or sorry, Supervisor.
Galaxy A03S, please identify yourself before the board. Galaxy A03S.
I don't believe that she is Mr. Saleh, who was at the September 20th hearing, who I saw on screen at that time.
Hello,
Yes, can you please identify yourself before the board?
Neil Geiger. Geiger.
Okay,
As Mr. Saleh is not present, and
okay. Mr.
there's
Cohen,
no
what is
one
your,
on behalf of the appellant, the city respectfully requests a city affirmed for failure to appear.
okay,
Which case is this?
This is case 33.
Okay.
33. Mr. Wade, has Mr. Saleh, did he receive notice?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Pincus, what time do you have?
4:24 p.m.
4:24 p.m. Okay, alrighty. We will now poll the board regarding HA-2021-004-549 Ramsey Saleh, Saleh at 2224 North Van Pelt Street, city affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
City affirm non-appearance.
Thank
Thank
you
you
very
very
much, members
much.
of the board.
Okay, your inspectors are free to go.
That brings us back to case number 27. Hearing appeal number HA 2021-005-633. Leroy Geiger, who I believe I just identified. 5735 Beaumont Street.
Okay, who's representing the city in this matter?
Christopher Johnson for the city of Philadelphia.
Good afternoon, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Geiger. Was that the Galaxy A03 number?
Yes. Mr. Geiger, please unmute.
He appears to be in a vehicle.
Yeah, Mr. Geiger.
No, they're not in a car. He's just moving around. I don't believe that's a vehicle.
Yeah. Okay, Mr. Geiger.
Okay, here.
Yes,
Okay, are you, Mr. Geiger, are you in one stationary place? Because we just, when you move around, we lose connectivity and that creates a problem for us.
yeah. Can
Okay.
you repeat that?
We need you to stay in one place and keep the camera on your face so we can communicate with you.
Well, I can't hardly hear you. I'm pushing the phone into my ear so I can hear you.
Okay, can you turn your volume up?
I did. This is the first time I ever did this, and I got the volume up completely high as I can go.
Okay, all
But I
right.
can hear you very low, though.
Okay, on our end, Mr. Wade, is there anything we can do to increase our volume?
I don't believe so.
Mr. Geiger, can you put it on speaker?
I'm not sure how to do that.
Wait a minute.
It's
It's hard to get on the speaker.
one, but it can go on. I'm not sure. what
Yeah,
else
there's a
can
little
be
button on the face of your phone that should say speaker. Probably at the bottom somewhere.
done. No, it's not giving us speaker. It's giving us mute. It doesn't say.
Okay, let's
there you
do
go.
this. Let's do this. We'll only have one person speaking. So Mr. Geiger, it'd have to be your voice since it's your appeal. And you know,
Okay.
okay, we're gonna have to keep going back and forth. That's the only way we can do this. So I need to
Okay.
swear you in. So raise your right hand so you can be sworn.
Okay.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give today be the truth so help you God?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You can put your hand down. Mr. Geiger, so you understand what we will do. The city's attorney will start first and he will lay out the case. He may have a witness. Once that's done, you can then tell us what you understand to be the matter. Then we will vote. Okay?
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Johnson?
Yes, this is an appeal of a violation at the property of address 5735 Beaumont Street in the city of Philadelphia. I have one witness. It's Ron Davis.
Okay, but just one
Inspector.
moment before your inspector comes on, I'm hearing some feedback. Mr. Geiger, is there some noise in your background? Is it somebody whistling or some other noise?
No, with the paramedics going by, I'm in.
Oh, okay. All right. So that's now stopped. Okay. And your inspector, Mr. Johnson, who was that?
It's Ron Davis.
Ron Davis? I don't see Mr. Davis.
Mr. Davis? He's on the call. Inspector
Okay.
Ron Davis?
Can you proceed at all without the inspector?
I can tell you what the issue with the property is, that there was an inspection. I'm going to share my screen right now.
Okay.
5735 Beaumont Street. There was a violation number CF-2021-072927. The date of the notice of violation was August 5th, 2021. L&I did an inspection on August 3rd, 2021. And the two violations that were written were high weeds, but also there was a lack of a use registration permit. There's a pop-up trailer or a trailer parked on that vacant lot. It's a vacant lot in between two row homes. And I have pictures that are a part of the city's official record for that property. I'm going to scroll down to the city's exhibits. There are photographs here. And this is page 7.
Okay.
And sharing my screen. This is an official record of the city of Philadelphia showing that there's a trailer parked in between two row homes on the premises.
Mr. Johnson, is the address on this violation, the Beaumont Street address, is that the vacant lot?
Yes, that is the vacant lot.
Okay, thank you.
How you doing, Mr. Johnson? I'm here. Ron Davis.
Yeah, Mr. Davis?
Yes, I'm here.
I'm going to ask right now that the witness be sworn.
Okay, Mr. Davis, can we see your image, please?
1 second. So I'm not.
Well, don't say anything until I swear you're in.
Okay.
Please
It's
raise
not-
your right hand.
I can't see nobody, but I don't know if y'all can see me.
We can see you.
Okay. Oh, there you go.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you.
So I'm not.
No,
the-
don't say anything until your lawyer asks you questions.
Okay.
Mr. Davis, this is a very serious matter. You were late, which is not appreciated, and we ask that you follow the decorum of the hearing. Understand?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm just
Mr.
going to ask
Johnson.
you a few questions, Mr. Davis. You're a representative for the Department of Licenses and Inspections. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you work in the litigation support unit. Is that right?
Yes. Correct.
So you have access to all of the department's records with regard to their official business records for each property. Is that right?
Correct.
Have you had a chance to review the records with regard to the property located at 5735 Beaumont Street?
Yes.
Did L&I perform inspections of that property?
Yes.
And what violations were written?
1 second. I don't have them in front. I'm pulling them up right now.
I'm sorry, if I can interrupt, this is Sherelle Alford. Ron Davis is not the inspector for this. The inspector that's here for this appeal is Anthony Martin. That's why he jumped on, because when his name was called, he was not here. He was not on the screen. So I called him to ask him where he was, and he informed me that he is not the inspector that's here for this. It's Anthony Martin.
Mr. Johnson, what do you want to do?
Okay, I can allow Mr. Davis to step down and call Anthony Martin.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Told him to step down, that license inspector.
Because it's another guy. Anthony Martin is the right person on it.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Davis, for stepping in.
Yeah. Mr. Johnson, please proceed.
Okay, Inspector Martin, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us where, have you been sworn?
Not yet.
No, I haven't.
Mr. Martin, raise your right hand, please, so that you may be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Johnson, please proceed.
Inspector Martin, have you had a chance to inspect the property at 5735 Beaumont Street?
Yes.
And I'm going to share my screen at this point in time again. And what was the day you first inspected that property?
Okay, hold on. I'm having a trouble with my screen. Hold on 1 second, please. I have my copy because yours is so small. I can't see it. Okay, so the picture that I have in the case file is August 3rd, 2021.
Okay, and what violations did you identify on that date?
Okay, and actually that day was a zoning violation written because there was a trailer home parked between two mobile homes. I'm sorry, in the middle of the roadblock, there was a trailer home parked on the lot.
And did the city send out notice of violation for that violation?
Yes.
And I'm going to show right now what's page 7 in the packet. Can you see the screen, Inspector Martin?
Yes.
Is that a photograph you took of the trailer between the two row homes?
Yes.
And can you tell us, does the owner need proper zoning to store a trailer like that on that lot?
Yes, the area is zoned to be a row house, not for a trailer house parking lot.
And do they need to obtain a use registration permit for the trailer if they want to keep it there?
That's correct.
And I'm going to stop the share at this time and ask that the exhibits be admitted to the record.
So admitted.
Now, Inspector Martin, have you had a chance to check the records? Have they obtained the proper zoning and use registration permit yet?
Actually, no, but they removed the trailer.
Okay, so is this complied?
Yes, I went out there today and there was no trailer there.
Okay. So at this point, the city is going to stipulate that this violation should be marked as complied.
Okay. All right. Then, Mr. Geiger, did you understand what just happened?
Yes.
Okay. The city has just indicated that you've complied with the violation, and the this is a complied moot matter. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Thank you. If there's nothing else, we'll note this is complied.
No,
Scott,
but I have a question.
pardon me.
Hello? Yeah,
Yes.
I have a question.
What's that?
I've been having a lady that lives next door to me, and she shot her whole house up and put all these big pile of dirt. Because whoever done the work, they put the pile of dirt on my lap about a week ago. And I went to talk to the lady. Her son gave me a nasty attitude, and I just left it alone. But I don't know if I need to call the police and just raise the issue about that long big tons of pile dirt they did because it was rain leaking in the side of the house. They dug all dirt up from their house and put all dirt on my.
Well, I'm not an inspector. You need to call the inspector. It's on your property, so you're legally responsible for it. So you have to take whatever legal action you can to have them take care of that problem.
Okay, I'll address that issue. Thank you very much.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Have a good day.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
I want $40.
Okay. Let's move on to the next matter. Mr. Wade, you're muted.
Case number 28, hearing appeal number HA 2022. 002423 Amar Patel, 4630 Chester Avenue.
Okay, Mr. Amar Patel. And who's representing the city?
Caroline Curley on behalf of the city.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Patel, are you the owner of this property?
Mr. Patel is the owner of this property. Mr. DeMarco, I believe, represents Mr. Patel, who I
Good
think
afternoon,
is.
everyone. Thank you, Carolyn.
Oh, Mr. DeMarco is present. Okay, thank you very much.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So let's, Mr. Patel, if you, well, let's read it in. Mr. Wade, did you read it in completely?
Yes, I
You,
did. Yes, I
okay,
did.
all right, thank you. Mr. Patel, raise your right hand so that you may be sworn. Do you swear or
Yeah,
affirm
he
the
should be, sorry, he should still be with us. Sorry.
Okay, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony
he
that you give today will be true to help you God?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You can place your hand down. And you're represented by legal counsel today. If so, please introduce yourself, please.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Richard DeMarco for Mr. Patel, the owner.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Patel, so you understand how we will proceed. Ms. Curley, representing the city, will proceed laying out her case. Once she's done, your attorney, Mr. DeMarco, will do likewise on your behalf. If you have a need to ask for timeout to confer with him, please do that. I hope the two of you have a way to communicate during the process of the hearing so that you can proceed quickly as possible through the process. Thank you. Ms. Curley, would you proceed, please?
Yes, board. So this is a slightly unusual case, unlike the typical ones we see, but relatively straightforward. I hope Mr. DeMarco agrees. In this case, the owner, Mr. Patel, purchased this property in July of 2019. Mr. Patel then attempted to apply for a rental license through the department. When he did so, the department asked for him to upload a copy of the certificate of occupancy for that building, the CO. And that is the decision that the owner is appealing. He's essentially appealing the department's request for the CO. There is no denial letter because that application is technically still open as we are still awaiting that CO. The owner's contention is that the CO does not need to be uploaded. The city's position is that is an incorrect understanding of the law. So largely this case is largely a question of law. There's very little factual dispute here. The city will stipulate to the introduction of defendants exhibits A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, K, and L. Those are all city department records, and we will show those on the screen shortly. I and J are the homeowners' purchase agreements that we're not parties to that. We don't feel it's relevant, but obviously Mr. DeMarco is here to do his job. So the city will have two witnesses, very short, and I'll just begin. And the purpose largely is just to Mr. Curtis Daniels will be explaining the law to the board, and then Mr. Tariq Gary will be explaining just one very brief issue for the board as well.
Okay. Ms. Curley, before you start though, Mr. DeMarco, how many witnesses will you have?
Just Mr. Patel.
Okay.
Can I just note, Mr. Chairman, I don't know that Mr. Daniel can explain the law to the board, but I'm happy.
Well,
to...
we'll see what he has to say. Okay.
Okay.
You have an opportunity to cross-examine him if you choose. Okay. Ms. Curley?
Yes, I'm sorry. Mr. Curtis Daniel, if you could unmute yourself. And I believe Mr. Daniel needs to be sworn.
Mr. Daniel, if you raise your right hand, do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give today be the truth so help you God?
I do.
All right, thank you. You place your hand down. Yep.
Mr. Daniel,
Sorry, did you call my name? Did you call my name?
I don't know who that is, but no.
Mr. Wade, would you deal with that, please? Mr. Daniel, please proceed.
Okay, Mr. Daniel, could you just explain your employer and position for the board, please?
Okay, my name is Curtis Daniel. I'm the Director of Permit Services for the Department of License and Inspections. So I oversee or I manage both the permit side of LNI and the license issuance part of LNI.
Okay, and have you been able to review the department's records for the property we're discussing today at 4630 Chester Avenue?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and you heard me recite that the department is requesting a certificate of occupancy for this property?
Yes.
Can you explain to the board why the department is requesting that in this instance?
Okay. Looking at the history of the property, I noticed there was a property cert issued. If you need the date, it was in August 14th, 2008 for free family dwelling. I also noticed there was another property cert issued on August 22nd in 2018 for 4-family dwelling. Now, the department's policy on that is if you have a zoning permit, you need a certificate of occupancy to establish the use. If we go down, right? So the reason the certificate of occupancy is required is it has to trigger at some form of inspection in that case, because you don't have a building that will go from 3-family to 4-family without some fire rating partitions, in place, tenant separation more so. I looked and I saw they did get a zoning permit, but never got a building permit. The zoning permit was issued on June 14th, 2016. So that's fairly current compared to our standards and our records. And there was no alteration permit issued, no certificate of occupancy, attempted to apply for at that time. So according to our administrative code, if you have alterations, there's a possibility you may need a certificate of occupancy. In that case, it would trigger a certificate of occupancy because you change it from 3-family to 4-family.
Okay, so even in this case where the previous owners obtained a zoning and use registration permit, is there any indication that after those permits was obtained, any CO was obtained for this property?
No, we don't have no history of that. So if any construction was done to modify the building, it would have not been legal because it didn't go through our department.
Okay, and you mentioned, I think, some of the fire concerns. Can you just elaborate on the safety concerns the department has about why a CO is necessary? Okay,
so tenant separations in any construction or any structure building is very important. You need some fire resistance rating between tenant separation. And basically, if the building was sprinkled or not.
I apologize. I'm going to interpose an objection, Mr. Chairman. Is he talking about this property or is he just talking generally? If he's just talking generally, I'm not sure that's relevant to this case.
Well, the objection so noted, overruled for the purpose of background. The board would want to know that. Okay, thank you. Please proceed.
For this property, we do not know what happened. It just changed from 3-family to 4-family.
Okay, thank you.
And so those safety concerns, those would still apply to this property?
Yes, they definitely did, because we do not know what happened, how it changed from 3 to 4-family.
Okay, and is it your understanding of the code, of your application of the code in your job, that now all properties that didn't have a CO, they're now required to obtain a CO?
Yeah, except for 1- and 2-family dwellings.
Okay, every property that didn't have one under the code has to acquire one. Okay, I don't have anything else for Mr. Daniel.
Okay, any cross-examination?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Daniels,
Daniel.
You're aware that, Daniel, sorry. You're aware that the zoning board, that the application that was filed in this case, you reviewed the records, you said, right?
Yeah.
Okay. The zoning board in this matter, prior to my client's purchase legalize an existing 4-unit structure. Are you aware of that?
No, but if the zoning board legalize something, it doesn't mean that it's on a building side. It is.
Right, but-
Talking
but-
about
but-
a building board or zoning board? You said
Well,
zoning
you-
board.
What I wanted to, if you reviewed the records, the zoning application that was filed was to legalize an existing 4-unit dwelling. Do you want me to show that on the on my screen? Or
That
you-
won't be unnecessary. It's okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay. So you're not aware of any construction that or alterations that took place, correct?
Yeah, we're not aware of any alterations
Okay.
or construction taking place.
All right, and you're aware that prior to my client's purchase of this property, the city issued a city certification statement. And I do want to show my screen for this, Mr. Chairman, if that's all right.
And now, is this part of your cross-examination?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
please.
Oh, that's the wrong document, sorry. So you know what a certification statement looks like, right, Mr. Daniel?
Yeah.
Okay, and this is the certification that was issued prior to the purchase in this case, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and it says that the department records indicate the property is legally registered as a 4-family dwelling, right?
Yeah.
This is 2019, right? You see the date?
Yep.
And then it says here, department records indicate that there are no violations to the property, right?
Yep.
And Mr. Daniel, isn't it true that these certification statements are requested by buyers when they are making decisions whether to move forward on purchasing a property? Are you aware of that?
Yes, but it's also based on the use that was on file.
Okay, but the department issued a zoning permit for the 4 units after the board's decision, right?
Yeah, because
And
there's
there
a
was-
use.
Okay, and there was no proviso that a certificate of occupancy had to be obtained by the zoning board, which they sometimes do, correct? And that was not
I mean, I'm
done.
gonna object. This is speculative as to what the board sometimes does.
I have the decision.
Okay, well, let's do this. Let's make that part of your your presentation, Mr. DeMarco.
Well, I want, he said he reviewed the records. If he doesn't have the records, fine. I have them. The zoning board did not attach a proviso.
Okay,
that
but
is
that's part of your argument. You've asked,
All
you're
right.
crossing him on what he said. So let's move on.
So, Mr. Daniel, this certificate statement does not identify that the use is legal if a certificate of occupancy is obtained, right?
No, it doesn't identify that.
Okay. And you're aware that the department also issued a rental license around the same time for the 4 units, correct?
I am just gonna object to this. It is beyond the scope of direct for this witness.
Well, then I'm gonna have to call him. I mean, can't we get this over with?
I have a separate witness to address this issue, Mr. DeMarco.
Oh, all right. Well,
Okay, so let's move on. You can get your rental license when the person who handles those records.
all right. All right. But Mr. Daniel, are you aware that my client went to renew this rental license and was prevented doing
Mr.
so?
DeMarco, we just dealt with the rental license matter, okay?
Well,
Did we just
all
have
right,
this
as long as
discussion?
okay, I'll take your word for it. Isn't it true, Mr. Daniel, that certificate of occupancy under requirements by the department are required for new construction, alterations of a structure, or a change of occupancy, right? You agree?
Yes.
Okay, and you don't know that that took place in this case, isn't that right?
No.
Okay. All right, I have nothing
I
further.
know
Frank.
I know the use changed.
But you didn't know that, but I thought you already told me that you understood that this was a legalization of an existing 4-unit dwelling. Did you not hear that part of the testimony?
You said that based on what the zoning board said.
Right, but you didn't know whether that was, that
I mean, I'm just
that
gonna.
could have been, I'll rephrase.
Zoning has, can I say, zoning
No,
has
Mr.
never.
Daniels, Mr. Daniels, just be responsive to the question put before you, okay?
I'll rephrase, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Mr. Daniel, as far as you know, this could have been an existing 4-unit dwelling as was applied for in the zoning application, right?
Yeah, it could.
Okay. All right, I have nothing further. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, further witnesses.
Very brief redirect for Mr. Daniel. I do apologize.
Okay.
I'm going to show my screen, Mr. Daniel. Let me know when you can see it. Can you see, Mr. Daniel?
Yes.
Okay,
Exhibit
so this is previously marked, this is Defendant's Exhibit E that he showed you. This is the notice of decision that he was referring to at the zoning board. I'm just going to make this a little bigger. I think. Okay, there we go. Do you see in the center of this document, what was the zoning that was granted? Was it a legalization of an existing use or a use variance?
It's a use variance.
Okay. And you also see on item 1 at the bottom of the document, can you read that for the board?
A permit must be obtained from the Department of License and Inspections, Public Service Concourse, 1401 JFK Boulevard, within 1 calendar year from the date of this decision.
Okay, and was there a permit obtained to your knowledge?
Nope.
Okay. And then I want to move down to the property certification. I believe that Mr. DeMarco referenced, that's Defendant Exhibit G. We're going to scroll in. Can you read the, in the center there, the first highlighted portion and explain what that says?
No warranty or guarantee is implied or granted by the city that this property is free from code violation.
Okay. And then can you read down where it says this first part, important information, and read the
Okay.
highlighted sections?
Information on the code violation is taken from the latest inspection report on file and may not accurately reflect conditions as they currently exist at this property.
Okay.
I mean,
And then the second portion?
the second portion, this
the sec-
document is not a certificate of occupancy.
Okay. I have nothing further for Mr. Daniel.
Yeah, I
Thank you
agree.
very much.
I redirect, Mr. Chairman. There's an accurate statement made in that recross.
Okay.
Mr. I'm going to show my screen, Mr. Daniel. You said that there was not a zoning permit obtained after the zoning board's decision.
No, I said there was not a
building permit.
building permit.
We'll
obtained.
stipulate that there was a use registration permit.
Okay, I thought he said there was no zoning permit obtained.
He said
No,
building.
Okay. Well, let me ask this. Is a building permit necessary if no work is being done?
Yes,
A building permit is necessary if there's no work being done?
for a certificate of occupancy, correct.
And is a certificate of occupancy required when there's no work being performed?
If the use is changed,
All right, but if the use is not changed, no certificate of occupancy is required, correct?
correct.
Okay, fair enough. Nothing further, thank you.
Okay. Alrighty. Let's go and move on to your next witness.
Yes, Mr. Tariq Gary.
Okay.
And Gary, can you unmute yourself when you have a chance?
And I'll need his spelling of his name, please.
Tarik. Gary, common spelling, Gary.
Okay. Is that Mr. Gary present?
Yes.
Mr. Gary, if you would raise your right hand, so you raise your right hand so you may be sworn, please.
Can you see me?
We're having some problems here. There's some background noise or some other level of interference. Mr. Garrett, are you in a public place or something?
Nope, I'm actually in the hallway.
Okay, well, you need to move to an office or something
But
because
yes, public place.
let's move to an office or something because we can't hear you.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes. We just need you to raise your right hand so you can be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today be the truth so help you God?
I do.
Okay, now there's some reverb or something happening. Is that space that you're in is creating some kind of background reverberation?
Well, there's the thing. I'm also running another Zoom meeting.
Okay, you can't do both. Ms. Curley, you got to decide how we're going to do this because I can't have this kind of activity occurring while you're trying to get testimony.
I mean, I can hear him. I don't know if there's a better.
There's an echo every time he speaks. And he's just said he's running two Zoom meetings.
I'm on my earpiece, probably that's what you're hearing.
Yeah, you may need to take that out because you're getting some kind of background reverb.
Give me a second.
We need your full attention on this matter.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, that's much better. Thank you. Ms. Curley,
Does he need to be sworn?
I just did.
Oh, okay, great. Mr. Gary, can you identify your employer and your position?
I am the supervisor of license issuance, City of Philadelphia, license and inspection.
And you're familiar with the property we're discussing here today at 4630 Chester Avenue?
Yes.
Okay. You're familiar that the department, can you just explain how you're familiar with this property?
Well, it was given to me for the hearing, and I investigated the application that was submitted.
You were able to review the department's records concerning license issuance for this property?
Yes.
Okay. And you're aware that the department previously issued a rental license to this property, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that, I'm just going to share my screen just so it's a little bit easier for the board to see it. Yep. This is Defendant's Exhibit F. Mr. Gary, can you see this?
Yes.
Is this the rental license in the department's records?
Yes, that was issued to the previous owner.
Okay. Was that issued correctly?
No, this license is actually
Okay, you just
I think you broke up.
You broke up. Please respond again.
the license was issued in error.
And
what's the date of that? I'm sorry, what's the date of that license again?
That would be 5/18/2019.
Okay, thank you.
5/8.
And Mr. Gary, this was issued to a Haley Lemma, is that correct?
Yes, the previous owner.
Okay. And when the new owner submitted their application, their new application for a rental license, what happened?
That's when the service representative, there was no CO for this property.
I think you're gonna have to say that one more time, Mr. Gary.
When the new owner submitted his application, the service representative caught the error that there was not a certificate of occupancy on file for this address.
Okay, and that was not caught for the previous owner.
Well, I can explain that. So the previous owner had a license for 3 units. She put in an amendment to change it to 40 units. This amendment did not go through my license issuance staff. It was actually given to a remote support employee who didn't understand the process. So she was just helping the owner do the amendment, but not knowing that she had to check for further documents.
Okay, so it was a employee error.
Yes.
Okay, all right, I have nothing further for Mr. Gary.
Any cross, Mr. DeMarco?
Yeah, just briefly. All right, so there's agreement then that the 2019 renewal of the rental license was issued in error, right? Mr. I'm sorry, what's your last name?
Gary, it was not a renewal. It was an amendment.
All right, but it was an error, you're saying,
Yes.
right? Okay.
Yes.
Are you aware that the buyer relied on that rental license when he made the decision to purchase the property?
I'm not aware that he did. I don't know. I mean, I can't attest to when he was thinking.
Okay. All right, nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay,
welcome.
anything else, Ms. Curley?
No.
Okay, Mr. DeMarco, you're
Mr.
up.
Patel.
Yes.
He's been sworn, right, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, he has.
All right, Mr. Patel, some questions for you. When you inspected this property, when you had an agreement of sale to purchase the property, you were inside the property, right?
Correct.
And how many units were in the property when you saw it before
There
buying?
there was 4 units.
Okay. And you did some due diligence prior to purchasing the property, right? You got a certification statement and you asked the buyer for a copy of his rental license. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And both of those documents have been shown on the screen. The city has agreed to their admittance as evidence. Are those the rental license and the certificate statement that you obtained prior to making the decision to purchase the property?
That's correct.
All right. Did you rely on those 2 documents in making the decision to purchase the property?
I'm going to object as to the relevance of that statement.
So noted, overruled. I want to hear the response. Thank you.
No, absolutely.
If you didn't have either of those documents, would you have moved forward on the purchase of the property?
Absolutely not.
And just objecting to the relevance.
Okay, thank you. So noted.
Okay. Did you make any changes to the property as far as demising walls or an addition? Did you
Not
do
at all.
Any construction on the property?
None.
Ever?
Other than maintenance of the unit, painting and that sort of thing? None. Nothing
Right.
to
Other
what
than-
you've described.
Okay. And when you went to renew the rental license, I think we've all heard it, but just tell the board what happened when you went to renew that rental license.
I mean, I'm going to object. This is.
I'm not sure where we're headed here,
Oh.
Mr. DeMarco. What's the point of this?
Well, he couldn't renew it. He thought he
Yes,
was.
but I
right?
think that's established. That's why we have the
Okay,
appeal.
fair enough. So during your ownership of the property, has the use ever changed?
No.
Okay. Do you have smoke alarms and smoke detectors in the building?
Yes, we do.
Okay. And if you were to move forward with to try to get a certificate of occupancy, is it your understanding that that might be difficult to obtain in light of the current structure?
I'm going to object to that question. That's not relevant.
I think by virtue of his not getting it when he applied, I'm not sure what else is to be discerned from that, Mr. DeMarco.
Okay. Well, are you aware of, Mr. Patel, that you may not be able to get a certificate of occupancy now?
I'm going to object. Mr. Patel is not a witness for the department. He doesn't work for the department. He has no idea.
Yeah, but he's had discussions
It's
with,
entirely speculative.
Well, you need to rephrase that then. If he's had a specific response, Mel and I ask him about that.
well, let me ask, it's not from Mel and I. Have you spoken to professionals about what it would take to try to apply for and get a certificate of occupancy?
So I'm going to object to that as hearsay.
Okay, but that, so noted, I'll overrule that one. I want a response to that.
Okay.
No, I think we were informed that the process can be very lengthy and very expensive, starting with having architectural plans drawn up and then potentially requiring significant construction to the extent you needed to bring things up to code, which would have already been done, given we purchased it as an approved legally kind of four unit property. So yeah, I mean, we've been made aware that this could be kind of very significant and very material.
Okay. And when you investigated this property, did you determine that the property had a long history of multifamily use dating back for decades?
Correct. And there was 4 families living in the unit when we purchased it.
Okay. And there are tenants in there now, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you have no rental license and you've been unable to renew your rental license because of this issue, right?
That's correct.
I think that's it, Mr. Chairman. Let me just check real quick. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, before we move on, I would ask Ms. Curley, do you have any cross?
Just very briefly.
Okay,
Mr. Patel, your attorney has submitted documents including, sorry, Exhibit J. Let me know if you can see my screen.
Yeah, I can see your screen.
This is the agreement for sale, correct?
Correct.
And you testified that you relied on the documents that were submitted by LNI, correct?
Submit, they were provided to us as a part of our due diligence, correct?
And just so we're clear, it's your initials at the bottom of each page for the selling agreement, correct?
I believe so.
Oh, sorry, buyer initials. You're the buyer initials AP here.
Yep, that's correct.
Okay. Moving down to this item, I believe it's on the page 7 of 14 that's highlighted. Isn't it true that you indicate that you waived the right to investigate any easements, deeds, and use restrictions, including a review of local zoning ordinances, and that you had the right to verify the use of that property, but making this agreement, the sale agreement, contingent upon that use, but you waived that right. Isn't that correct?
You know, object to relevance, but it's not really. Go
so
ahead.
noted, overruled.
Okay.
Please proceed. Please answer, Mr. Patel.
Sure. I mean, it's black and white on that page. But again, we were relying on the fact that documents suggest that it was a legal, valid 4-unit property.
Okay. And you have no certificate of occupancy for this property currently, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I don't have anything else.
Okay, thank you. I do have a question for the building inspector. Ms. Curley, which one of your witnesses would be the building inspector?
It depends on what the question is, Mr. Woodson.
Well, I want to get clarification on the fire code requirements for between the 3 and the 4-unit building occupancy building. Which witness can respond to that?
I don't know if either can. I suppose Mr. Daniel would be the best.
Okay, well, Mr. Daniel, you're present. Unmute yourself, please. If you can you tell us how would the requirements change if you move from a 3-unit to a 4-unit building in terms of fire code requirements?
Okay, based on tenant separation, you would need a 1-hour fire separation, floor and ceiling assembly, including
Okay.
the doors would have to be rated for whatever assembly it is. So
Okay. So you would have to go from a 3 to a 4. You have to now have fire rated walls, partitions between units. You would have to have fire rated doors that automatically close. Is that correct?
yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, what about the fire alarm itself? What kind of technology is required when you move from a 3 to a 4?
Well, it's just extending the fire alarms. It's assumed that a 3-family dwelling would have this pull station. We're talking about the building not being sprinkled. I haven't seen the plan, so I'm saying the building is not sprinkled.
Okay.
So if the building is not sprinkled, yeah, it's just extending the fire alarm into the new unit, because they should have had a pull station into the
Okay.
common area.
And so just to clarify, Mr. Daniel, everything you're testifying to at this is in general, this is not particular to this property, as you have not reviewed the plan.
I haven't seen the plans, but just based on building code and fire code.
Okay.
This is general, sorry.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions of
Well, I would just say, don't you also need a second means of egress for each unit?
Mr. Daniel?
Follow up of
Yeah.
your question, Mr. Chair. Sorry?
Well, you don't need a second means of egress, depending on you have a 3-story building, right? Or 2-story, I don't know.
Great.
Okay, so once you start going to 4 stories, you need a second means of egress.
Okay.
And just to off that, Mr. Daniel, isn't the entire point of obtaining a CO so the department can make these determinations?
Correct.
What is
Correct.
needed for these buildings? That's why it's required.
Yeah, that's why we needed to see the plans and do a review, even if from the claims, you legalizing it, meaning you didn't do the construction, but it was done. We need to see the floor plans to make sure that it complies with the code, the fire code.
But nothing stops you. I'm sorry, can I redirect, recross on that
Uh,
based on that answer?
No, not at this point. We've the board is making direct inquiry. So now I have another question for Mr. Patel, though. Mr. Patel, in your discussions with whomever, just one moment. Just 1 second. I just want to review something before I. Okay, when you spoke with the professionals that you did regarding complying with current code, with whom did you speak and what did they tell you would be required?
So again, this was not we didn't kind of engage with an architect or anyone kind of with the city. This was simply speaking to kind of colleagues that I'm aware of that own properties, speaking to some other lawyers other than Mr. DeMarco. They kind of walked me through what the process would be. I think particularly in terms of the drawing brand new architectural plans and submitting those, they advised that would be kind of a very expensive endeavor that could take a lot of time.
So you didn't thought, wait, before you move off that point, you did not consult with an architect or an engineer?
Not at this stage, no.
Okay, all right,
Mr.
continue.
Chair, I have a question.
Yeah, I want to hear the rest of his answer
ahead.
though, before you
Thank
do
you.
that.
I do just want to object because this is unidentified individuals. This is such a level of hearsay to be.
So noted. Okay, thank you. Ms. Patel?
No, to be I'll be very transparent, guys. When we got into this process and that was the level of advice we got, we were instructed, hey, you have a pretty strong case here, given the documentation that you had at the time of your purchase. You
So you
probably
made
want
a
to take
business
this
decision. Yeah,
you probably
you
want
made
to
a
take this
business
to the board.
Okay,
to
now
review
is
this
this the only investment property that you own in the city of Philadelphia?
No, we own 2 others.
2 other investment properties? Are they multifamily as well?
One is a multifamily and one is a mixed use.
Okay, all right.
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Tennant, yes, please.
Mr. Patel, in inquiring to these considered experts, did you not think to include the Department of License Inspections as the experts?
Objection to the question, but go ahead.
Overruled, please answer.
No, to be honest with you, I think walking through the information I was given, I think I submitted the request a couple of times via email and then, received over the Eclipse online system and then got a phone call explaining that, this is what you needed. Again, I think as Mr. DeMarco has outlined, I think there was conflicting views on whether a CO was actually required, given it was a change of use for an existing 4-unit family. There was no construction done. There was no renovations done. As a result, the guidance I was given that a CO shouldn't be required for this purpose. And so that's when, we wanted to kind of file an appeal to get this decision considered.
So you did not inquire again to the experts from L&I, just based upon what was first said to you, didn't inquire a little bit deeper. You went to an outside source.
That's right.
Objection.
Okay. So
Thank you.
noted, overruled. But I also want to ask this, Mr. Patel, the documents that you had regarding the conversion from a 3-unit to a 4-unit, when you researched the Eclipse information, did it show any building permits during that time that were pulled to make that conversion?
I did that research, not Mr. Patel, Mr.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
All right. And what information did you find? Any building permits?
Yeah, so the back in 1946, when this property was
No, I'm speaking of when it was converted from a 3 to a 4. That's the building permit I'm asking about.
There was nothing either way.
Okay, so the person got a 4-unit and never did any alterations, according to the, but which is inaccurate. There had to be some alterations.
Right, there's
Mr.
no
Chairman,
information. That's the point.
Hold on. The zoning application asked to legalize an existing 4-unit structure.
It went from a 3 to a 4. The original CO was for a 3. And it went
I
to a
understand,
4.
but the zoning application specifically states legalize existing 4-unit structure. Whether you want to believe that or not, it's up to you. I'm just saying that's what it
May I
said.
say something, Mr. Marco? With that same zoning application, there was a proviso listed down there that told them that a use change requires a CO. It was on that same document. that it
The zoning
requires a
board
CO.
issued no proviso.
It was written down on the document that was put on the exhibit. Am I correct, Ms. Curley?
I believe it referenced a permit, but
Which
I'll have
is
to pull it up.
requiring a CO. That's correct.
This brings me to my question, I think, because I'm looking
I don't
at a
understand
use,
that.
I'm looking at a use permit that was submitted with the appeal that's dated 6/14/2016, permit number 582973. And just before I go forward with my question, as someone who's practiced in this area before being on the board, I have some sympathy for Mr. Patel. And I've also dealt with Mr. Danielle before I was on the board several years ago. So I have some familiarity with these issues. But the fact is, I see a use permit that was, the applicant was Citro Communications. It was an exhibit attached to the appeal that was filed by Mr. DeMarco. And it doesn't say anything about legalization. It says use registration for the increase in the total number of dwelling units from 3-family to 4-family dwelling in an existing structure. And then it says before that, this permit does not authorize any construction until related construction permits are issued. So as I read this, unfortunately, it would seem to suggest that in issuing a use permit, based on my experience doing zoning cases, that still does not give you free rein or a license to use the property for 4 units, if in fact you still need to get a further, either a permit for alterations or some sort of a building permit when you go from 3 to 4. It doesn't say in this permits, it's legalizing that use. And I guess maybe that's sort of a question directed to Mr. Danielle. Is that correct? Would that be your, I think that's what your testimony was.
Can I just verify you're referring to Exhibit B, Chair, Board Member Pincus?
Yes, can you bring that up, please?
The use permit number.
You want me to? I can do it.
I got it.
Mr. Pincus, she's gonna share a screen to bring it up.
Is this what you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay, so then I would also just direct you to the bottom highlighted portion
Yeah.
that makes it clear.
Please magnify it a bit.
There we go. So,
Okay.
so this is the use permit you were referring to,
Mm-hmm.
and that's the language you were referring to, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then I would just reference this highlighted portion to the board.
Yes. Okay.
Any other questions for this document?
Well, I guess is my interpretation asking Mr. Danielle, because he's the expert from L&I, correct that unfortunately, if this is a permit saying it's going from 3 to 4, that still may have required in the year 2016 that a certificate of occupancy or another application needed to be made to L&I?
That is correct.
The code clarifies, and I'll reference the portion. I mean, we can move to argument. I don't know if.
But wait. Well, Mr. Pincus asked Mr. Daniels to respond. He was in the middle of responding, Ms. Curley, when you jumped in. So, Mr. Daniels, would you complete your response, please?
Yes, that is correct. The use permit is not a certificate of occupancy. For us, it's a prerequisite approval, meaning something else is missing to establish the use, and that's a building permit.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone else have any questions before we go to closing arguments? If not, Mr. DeMarco, I'd like you to lead off, and then Ms. Curley, you'll finish up. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think I would argue that we've gotten a field from the issue, which is the issue that you have in front of you, an admission by the department that they made an error in issuing a rental license to the prior owner, which my client relied upon when he made the decision to purchase the property. The second witness admitted that the rental license should have never been issued, but the problem is that that is a common request by buyers prior to investing in a property to determine that a use is legal and that he doesn't need to do the kind of work that the city is insisting on in this matter. And you have an admission in front of you that it was a mistake. But the problem is that my client should not be forced to suffer for that mistake. The reason why I have been arguing about the fact that the use was existing at the time is it's our understanding that there's going to need to be all sorts of changes to the building, which the building is built, it's been there for decades. And the code, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, is very clear that there's no new construction. A C of O is not required for if there is no new construction. It does say a change of use, but my client was not involved with any change of use. My client inspected the property prior to purchase, and it was 4 units. I think what I've been hearing is that that's too bad for him, even though he got these documents that everything told him that the use was permitted. There were no violations. There was no, the zoning board in 2016 never attached a proviso that a certificate of occupancy would be required. My client is blindsided by this. He can't renew his license. He's got 4 existing tenants in there that have been existing prior to his purchase. He's going to have to make changes to property and evict or terminate leases to make changes to the property and make significant changes. And that's unfair. He's allowed to rely on the city's statements. The city has stated that the rental license was valid, and you have them now admitting that it was a mistake. Well, that is not my client's mistake. He should not be made to have to redo this entire structure. That's an existing structure. He made no additions. He did not build the building. He inherited 4 units from the prior owner, and everything the city told him was that it would be 4 units. All over the city's website, Mr. Chairman, and members of the board, it says you do not need a certificate of occupancy if you don't meet any of those categories. The only possible one the board can rely on is a change of occupancy. But there was no change of occupancy. It was an existing scenario, unless you disbelieve my client. But you could see that it was clearly a 4-unit dwelling when he bought it, because there's a rental license issued by the city that says that. So you can't punish my client for this. He made a decision based on city documents. He's allowed to rely. There's a doctrine called vested rights and detrimental reliance. It's in the zoning case law. You are entitled to rely on the accuracy of a city document. And if that document is issued in error, you get vested rights in that document. So, and there's a constitutional argument too, and I won't belabor the point. I think I've made the point, but there's a due process issue. Mr. Patel relied on these documents. He's now going to have to reverse the whole process and redo the structure, and that's unfair. And it was legal when it was built, Mr. Chairman. There's a grandfathered issue here as well. This property was 5 units at one point, then it was 3 allegedly, and then it became 4. The zoning board obviously felt that there was a hardship and granted the 4 units, but it was existing. There were never any changes made. The code says no certificate of occupancy is required, and even if it is, my client's entitled to rely on the rental license that we now know should never have been issued. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Ms. Curley?
So just to clarify, the code is very, very clear, and that's in A 701.2.2. That certificates of occupancy for previously uncertified buildings must be obtained from the department for any existing building that was not previously issued a certificate of occupancy if the building meets the requirements of the existing building code. And that aligns with exactly what Mr. Daniel testified to, that the department must ensure that these buildings are safe and meet the current building requirements. And that is exactly why we require the CO in these circumstances. We understand, so the code really requires the department to do exactly what it did. We have no other choice, and we are required to make sure that this property obtains a CO. We do understand Mr. DeMarco's argument and are sympathetic. Obviously, no department likes to be caught with making an error. But essentially what Mr. DeMarco is asking for is, he's making an equitable estoppel claim against the city. And that just, first off, the board is probably not the appropriate venue to make that claim, but even if it were, estoppel isn't an available remedy against a governmental agency when the government's employees are acting in accordance with the law. So a great example, right, is if the Department of Revenue fails to collect or underassesses taxes from a taxpayer, that taxpayer next year can't go back and say, no, I paid less this last year. I'm holding you to your mistake from last year. The department made a mistake, but the department caught that mistake. So we can't say we made a mistake, you get an exemption now. We have a safety obligation to the 4 tenants who are in that building, to any further future buyer. We have to make sure that every property is in alignment with the code's requirements, which is what we're doing here. So while we understand Mr. DeMarco's arguments, it simply has no legal basis, and it violates, public policy to preserve the city's obligations to its citizens. So we would ask for a city, affirm.
Okay,
I
thank you
got
very
one
much.
Brief response, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. DeMarco, I did not interrupt the multiple things that you threw in at the end for your
I didn't
kitchen.
interrupt you. I'm just asking for a brief
Okay,
rebuttal.
Mr. DeMarco, if you short, please make it short. And Ms. Curley,
Sure.
you will have an opportunity to respond if you feel needed, okay?
I was going to say, Mr. Chairman, I don't understand. There's nothing stops the city from inspecting this property and applying the code. The issue is only that we are challenging the denial of the renewal of the rental license. They could still go in and inspect it if there's violations, right of violation. I'm not saying they can't come in. I'm just saying you got to renew his rental license because they issued one and they're saying it was an error. They could go in and make sure the property's safe. We're not saying that. That's all, Mr.
Well,
Chairman.
Mr. DeMarco, I would say to you that there's some inherent lack of safety if in fact the current fire code requirements for a 4-unit building is not being met.
I agree. I'm just saying the city can inspect and write violations. I'm just
Okay.
saying you had to renew his rental license. You see the
Ms. Curley?
That I just want to clarify for the record, the department has not denied this individual his rental license. That application is still technically pending because we are still waiting for him to submit the CO, which he can do so at any point. So there's no denial at this point. It's that request. So I just wanted to
Okay.
clarify that.
Thank you. Okay, then now we will
Thank you.
poll the board regarding HA-2022-002423, Amar Patel. 4630 Chester Avenue, represented by Mr. Richard C. DeMarco. Is there a question before we vote? Someone had a question before we vote? Okay, thank you. City affirm.
Appeal sustained.
City affirm.
City affirm.
City affirm.
Thank you very much. The vote is majority of city affirm, 1 appeal sustained. City's position prevails. Mr. DeMarco, as you're aware, you can certainly appeal this matter to the Common Pleas Court. Thank you both for your participation. Have a good evening.
You too. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Everybody.
Okay.
Have a good
Hello,
evening.
sir. Hello, sir.
Yes, sir.
He's muted.
I tried.
Again.
I'm sorry. This is not regarding this case. It's something else. I had an appeal that was scheduled for 1:15, and I had some technical problem. And when I called the city licensing office, she said you have to go back into Zoom. So to discuss your appeal.
Yes, you'll be called at the end, and you'll be able to present your case before the board, your reason for a continuance, okay?
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Can you hear me? I just want to be clear with my records. Now, I have listed down that, I'm sorry, I lost my place there. that,
Reference that we already voted on that one, Ken?
Number
Yeah,
number
yeah.
13,
Yes,
number 13.
number 13.
I'm waiting for Mr. Woodson to unmute himself.
Oh, okay.
He was in the hearing at the beginning when the case was called. He was no longer in the hearing. At some point, he rejoined. He can try and bring up his reason for a continuance at the end of the hearing. I was going to continue to call the list. I just wanted to see what the chairman's.
Oh,
opinion-
okay. So he's going to be submitting a request for reconsideration because we've already voted on this matter.
Exactly. So
Okay.
we can revisit that at the end. I was just going to continue with the list. I tried to mute him and let him know that on the side, but
Okay, we'll come back to it at the end.
okay.
Thank you, Mr. Washington. That's why we need more than one head on this. It helps a lot. Okay, let's move on to the next case.
The next case is case 35. Hearing appeal HA 2021-004438 Green Street Artist Corporation, 5221-27 Green Street.
Okay,
Good evening, members of the board. Jeffrey Cohen for the city of Philadelphia.
good afternoon, Mr. Cohen. Who's representing Green Street Artist Corporation?
Good afternoon. My name is Denise Kestner and I am representing Green Street Artists Corporation.
Okay, are you an attorney, Ms. Kestner?
Yes, I am.
Okay, because Mr. Henry Langsam is noted as the attorney.
Yes, he's another attorney here in our office at Langsam, Stephen Silver and Hollander.
Okay, already. Just wanted to make sure that, okay. So does the city have any witnesses?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I had previously written a letter requesting this matter be continued to the next listing for the reason that at the time I had a court hearing scheduled for this afternoon and my client had traveled out of the country. So I was told that we needed to appear before the board in order to request that matter be continued to the next available listing.
Okay, the
And-
city's
and-
response? I
and-
want the
The
city's
city-
response.
The city does not join this request, but the city also does not oppose it.
Okay, alrighty. And this is regarding HA 2021-004438 Green Street Artist Corporation. And ma'am, would you spell your name so that it can be loaded in the record correctly?
Yes, sir. My name is Denise Kestner and it's Kuestner.
Thank you. Alrighty. Would this be the first request for continuance?
No, Your Honor, this would be the second request. The first request, my client had a death in the family, my witness. And then this time it was my fault. I had another matter scheduled and my witness was out of the country. But I can tell you now that we have both confirmed that we are fully available for the next listing, which I believe would be November 15th, and we will be prepared to go forward.
Well, I can't guarantee you it'll be November 15th, but we will continue with a caveat as it must be heard. So one or both of you have to be present or else we will rule. Okay?
I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Thank you, members of the board.
Thank you. Okay, where are we next?
Brings us down to appeal number 38, hearing appeal number 2022-003737 Pico Energy Company, 600 University Avenue.
Okay, who's handling this matter?
Let's see.
Leonard Reuter. That's Mr. Reuter.
Okay, I don't see him present. I see his name there, but I don't see his image. Mrs. Claroff, you arguing this one yourself?
On behalf of Pico Energy, we have one witness.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Ryder. Okay, if there's anyone in the room near him, would someone let him know that we're calling the matter?
Yes, Board, Caroline Curley, I've reached out to Mr. Reuter. He should be returning shortly.
Okay, what do we have beyond that one? Mrs. Claroff, please be patient with us.
I was clean shaven when we started.
Oh, so was I.
Are you
Okay,
asking for the next case or?
yeah, what, do we have any open matters to resolve?
We have a 39 Jeffrey Singletary. He was here. We have a case 40 for the Yanni Rodriguez that was that is not present. That was a continued matter where.
Okay, that's
Mr.
listed.
Chair, I have that listed in error.
Yeah, number 40 is
For
listed in
number
error, I
40.
believe.
No,
So
this-
we will,
Number 40 wasn't listed in error. We brought that up in executive session. It was, the appeal was from a former counsel.
oh,
We
right,
reached
correct.
out to him. We did touch base with him and let him know that the hearing would be today and he's not present.
Okay, so he's not present. Okay, so that's correct. The individual who indicated that it was listed in error was not authorized to make such a declaration.
Yes.
Okay, all right, let's do this. While we're waiting for Mr. Rauter, we're going to quickly dispense with this other matter, okay? Would you read number 40 into the case, into the file? Mr. Scleroff, please be a little bit more patient. We'll get right to you.
My pleasure.
Okay.
Case number 40, hearing appeal number HA 2021-000953. Yanni Rodriguez, 1821 North 19th Street. Again, service, we were in contact with him several times through email last week and let him know of the hearing.
Thank you. Mr. Pincus, what time do you have?
5:41 PM.
5:41 PM. Thank you very much. We will now poll the board regarding HA-2021-000953, Yanni Rodriguez, 1821 North 19th Street, city affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
City affirmed non-appearance.
Thank you. Okay, so we, at this point, then we do have a need for
City
potential.
affirmed non-appearance.
Oh, sorry about that. Okay, thank you. So the other individual who will need to be reconsidered, what we're going to do, what I'm going to ask you to do, Mr. Wade, is to reschedule him and ask him just to submit a request for reconsideration, unless I have a differing of a view.
Just to confirm, that was
Dora. Number 13.
number 13. Ahmed
Yes.
Sororo.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, so we ruled on that
Okay.
matter, so we're open to reconsidering it because you weren't present. So we need you to submit a request for reconsideration. Okay,
Okay. Reconsider.
Someone from the
I'm
board administration will send you an email with that form.
Okay.
Okay?
okay, all right.
You received email correspondence from the board administration so far, haven't you?
No, I did not.
Do you have an email on your appeal?
I don't. I just have. I think you have my my address. That's
Okay.
about it.
I believe we have your phone number. I'll have someone reach out to you tomorrow and they'll get an email and they'll get you that form, okay?
Can you get my email now, if it's possible?
Quickly, yes.
Okay. So it's it's my first name, AHMED dot.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's A dot S as in Sam, OROUR at iCloud.com. So it's A dot S as in Sam, OROUR at iCloud.com.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good evening. Okay, I think Mr. Rauter is now present. Let's proceed. Read it again, please.
This is case number 38, hearing appeal number HA 2022-003737, Pico Energy Company, 600 University Avenue.
Okay, and representing the city?
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the board. Leonard F. Reuter, R-E-U-T-E-R, Senior Attorney, City of Philadelphia.
Okay, Mr. Rauter, you have witnesses today?
I have one witness, Mr. Roderick, Inspector Roderick Kelly, who is here. That's it. And
Okay.
Mr. Sklarov is representing the appellant, Pico.
Right.
And
Mrs. Skleroff, do you also have a witness today?
Yes, Mr. Tony Borelli will be called as needed.
Okay, I'd like to swear both of them in. If you don't believe you will need him, then I won't bother swearing him in until you call him.
Why don't we just save time and do both of them now?
Okay.
Is
Is he on the screen? I don't see him.
Yes, he's On my screen, the upper left.
Oh, yes. Okay, sometimes you have to say something in order for your image to be activated when there's a
Oh, all
large
right,
number of
sorry.
people. Okay, Tony Borelli, okay. All right, let us both raise your right hand so that you may be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you give today be the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Mr. Borelli, we didn't hear your response.
I do.
All right, thank you. Okay, Mr. Roder, please proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Sklarov and I have had substantial discussions regarding this matter, and I think we agree that ultimately it comes down to a legal question. Both the Uniform Construction Code, which the city of Philadelphia is was obligated and did adopt for building construction in the city of Philadelphia, and also the Philadelphia Zone Administrative Code, require building permits for all kinds of construction activities involved with the construction of a structure, things with walls and roofs and as well as other building components such as mechanicals like HVAC systems, electrical permits for wiring, lighting, things like that, plumbing permits if you are running water supply and drainage and things of that nature. Mr. Sklarov and I also both agree that both the UCC and the local code provide for an exemption for entities of the nature of PECO. That is, PECO is a public utility. The city stipulates that PECO is a public utility, and that as a public utility, they are among the entities that are contemplated in an exemption that's provided by the UCC that specifically says that public service entities, which they define broadly as including public utilities, do not need permits when they're doing installations involving the generation, transmission of the utility service. The issue in this case is not whether they needed a building permit to construct a new substation located at 600 University Avenue. They did in fact get a building permit for that. And while I think Mr. Sklarov has suggested that that might not have been necessary, we disagree with that. They did in fact get that permit. In fact, I believe Mr. Sklarov's firm applied for that permit on behalf of PECO. So they did get that permit. That's not an issue. We also agree that things like generators, breakers, transformers, anything that's used in the operation of the substation that is necessary to generate and supply power for PECO's customers does not need a permit. Where we disagree is whether building components need a permit. It's the city's contention that for example, if PECO is building a structure and, for instance, if they were installing bathrooms for their employees, those bathrooms would require a plumbing permit. In other words, the mere fact that PECO is a public utility does not exempt them from all permits, even from permits within a building that is otherwise essentially dedicated to the production of electricity. So in this case, Mr. Kelly is here and he's prepared to testify that upon inspection of the facility that is, and I don't know if the construction's completed, this is a relatively new construction, but when upon an inspection of the substation at 600 University Avenue, there were certain activities that were observed, such as the installation of what's called a mini split system, which is a type of air conditioning system that may or may not, and there's both ductless and ducted mini split systems. I'm not sure which type this is, but the city requires those types of installations to have a mechanicals permit. There were also pull down stations used for fire alarm system in the structure. The installation of the pull down system, the city believes requires an electrical permit, and as well, it would also require a annual certification. Now, we didn't cite them for not having the certification for the fire alarm system because I don't believe the installation is quite yet in operation, but they need to get the permit for the installation first. And we don't believe that they could get a certification without there being a permit. And then finally, the drainage system from the roof connects to the city's stormwater drainage system, and that also would require a plumbing permit. So again, I think this all comes down to whether or not those specific activities were of the type that the UCC, that is the General Assembly, when they created the Uniform Construction Code, intended those sorts of activities to be covered by the exemption from having to get a building permit, and whether the City of Philadelphia's code also grants that exemption. I think I want to also point out that with respect to the city's administrative code, when it comes to the provisions where the City of Philadelphia is specifically adopting a provision in the Uniform Construction Code, again, we are obligated by Commonwealth law that we cannot be more lenient than the state. So the city could only be more restrictive than the state. Our own code provision is not more restrictive. We think it's essentially identical to the state's provisions. So if there's any argument that, well, the UCC might not allow it, but the administrative code does, even if you could theoretically read the administrative code that way, you can't, that would not be valid. The city's administrative code has to be more restrictive than the UCC. So with that, and I believe Mr. Sklarov has already presented some of the language that's relevant from the UCC provision at issue. I believe he may have actually provided the exemption that exists for construction activities in residential properties. This is not a residential property. This is I guess what would be broadly considered a commercial property. Nevertheless, it's an identical provision, so we're not going to make an issue out of that. And again, also the city's own administrative code provision. So if I could just briefly introduce Mr. Kelly.
Yes. Please proceed. Yep.
Thank you, sir. Could you just state your name and spell it for the record? Mr. Kelly.
Kelly, spelled it R-O-D-R-I-C-K, last name Kelly, K-E-L-L-Y.
Thank you. And are you an employee of the City of Philadelphia?
Yes, I am.
And what department are you employed with?
License and inspection, construction inspector.
Okay, thank you. And how long have you been in that position?
Roughly 5 years.
Okay, and in the course and scope of your duties as an inspector for the department, have you had the occasion to do an inspection of the property located at 600 University Avenue?
Yes.
Okay, and just generally, could you describe what kind of property it is?
It's a substation that's typically exterior, but they built a structure and put all the components inside.
Okay, so I'm gonna try and hopefully not crash out. I'm gonna try to share my screen if I might.
Yes, please.
Thank you. All right, can you see that?
Yes.
All right, and what does that show?
That shows the building.
Okay, and at the time you went out on this inspection, when was that?
Roughly around May of 2022.
Okay, and sorry, just want to make sure that sorry. Okay, and was it the property still under construction at the time?
Yes, it was.
Okay, so and again, this is just a photo showing the general location of the facility.
Yes.
Now, do you recognize this photo?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and what is this showing?
This is showing one of the interior rooms and a mini split system installed on the walls.
Okay, now, I don't know if you can see my arrow or not, but is the mini split system that sort of rectangular box looking thing that's attached to the back wall?
Yes.
Okay, and again, what is a mini split system? Just if you can just describe it.
So it's a heating and cooling device that has a component inside and typically a condenser on the outside.
Okay, and that's again used for heating or cooling the space. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and does the Philadelphia Code or the UCC require a permit to install something like that?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And
Objection. Could we have some more specificity on that?
Well,
I'm not
let's do
sure I
this.
understand.
Mr.
Go ahead.
Scalero, you have an opportunity to cross in a few minutes, okay?
Okay.
Very well.
So please proceed.
Yeah, and again, I mean, if we're talking about what the specific code provision is, I can ask Mr. Kelly if you want to take a moment to check, do you know what specific code provision that is that we're referring to?
Not at the moment.
Okay, and we can check that, but based upon your experience and your knowledge of the code, this type of installation does require a permit.
Yes, it does.
Okay. Now this photograph here, can you tell the board what this depicts?
The interior components for the substation.
Okay. And what does this show?
This is another interior room.
Okay. All right. So, all right. So I'm going to stop sharing the screen here. Now, I'm afraid I don't have a photograph of it, but when you were at the substation, did you observe whether there were pull down alarms or other types of fire alarm features within the building?
Yes, there were.
What were they? The pull down type?
They were the pull down stations and their strobe lights.
Okay, so presumably if there were a fire that would be triggered by smoke detectors or heat detectors, that the strobe lights would go off and somebody could pull down the alarms and then that would set off an alarm or set off whatever alarm system is within the property.
Yes.
Okay. And again, to the best of your knowledge and based on your experience as a building inspector for the city, does the installation of the alarm system, particularly pull down alarm system, does that require a permit?
Yes, it does.
And that would be an electrical permit?
Yes.
Okay. And then finally, when you did your inspection, did you observe any kind of drainage system or roof drainage system associated with the property?
Yes, when I was guided on the roof, I saw that there was drainage on the roof as well.
Okay, and does that drainage lead to like a main drain system that connects with the city's drainage system or
that wasn't seen whether or not it was connected because at that point everything was already done.
Okay. All right, so and is it based upon your experience, is it typical that a drainage system involves the connecting of pipes, one pipe to another? And based on your knowledge of the code and the plumbing requirements of the city of Philadelphia and the Commonwealth, when you are connecting pipes to each other, does that require a plumbing permit?
Yes.
Okay, so again, say unclogging a drain doesn't require a plumbing permit, but installing plumbing requires a plumbing permit. Would that be fair to say?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, in your duties as a building inspector, would it be your place to make a determination about whether a specific device is directly used in the for the purpose of generating
Objection. There is no foundation that this witness has any expertise with regard to electric power substations.
And that's exactly what I was trying to point out. Thank you. No, that's fine.
The same.
Yeah. So again, I have no further questions for Inspector Kelly.
Okay, Mr. Sclaroff, you have any cross?
Just a couple.
Yes.
Would you agree, Mr. Kelly, that the photographs that you were shown only illustrate the pull down, only illustrate the heating and cooling systems, that there weren't any other objects in those photographs upon which you issued violations?
The ones that I was shown right now,
yes.
There were other
I didn't ask you that, sir. I just asked you whether the only violations that were illustrated in the 4 photographs we just saw were the heating and cooling systems.
I only focused on the heating and cooling system. I did not see if there was any others in that photo.
All right. When you described the pull down stations, are you describing, and I'm no expert here, but on a fire alarm that you manually have to pull in order to set off the alarm?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Barr, any additional witnesses?
No, again, as we suggested at the outset, we believe that this is essentially, I mean, again, unless Mr. Sklarov intends to introduce a factual dispute about what was about the particular things that were installed at the facility, we believe that this is a question of interpretation of the code provisions and the exemptions, and therefore the courts have said, the courts of the Commonwealth have repeatedly said interpretations of law are strictly legal questions.
Okay, well, let's move on to Mr. Sklarov then and call your first witness, sir.
Thank you. Well, I have an opening comment. I think the context is necessary, as Mr. Reuter gave some context.
Yes.
Because this will ultimately, based on facts that we have to present, ultimately be a question of legal interpretation. Again, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. It's late in the day, and I will try to be as quickly as possible. But this is a major electric substation, and a practice of PECO and how it follows the laws are key here, and your decision may be determinative for things in the future. I'm with the firm of Dilworth Paxson, resident of the Philadelphia office, and we are pleased to represent PECO Energy, which has appealed a notice of violation in order to this board. Mr. Reuter and I believe, have agreed that the exhibits that we have submitted and that the city have submitted will be entered into the record. I would hope that maybe the members have had a chance to review those, but having seen your extraordinary long list today, I'm not sure that that you've had that time. PECO has constructed a major unmanned electrical transmission substation at 600 South University Avenue. The city suggests that portions of this development requires permits. Not so. The Supreme Court of Pennsylvania has long held that a local municipality lacks the authority to regulate the design, location, and construction of public utility facilities. The case is Duquesne Light. I'd be glad to provide that and many other precedents for that. The city and PECO do agree on a few key points. The violations for floodplain issues were issued in error and withdrawn from the list of alleged violations. We agree that PECO is a public utility governed by the Public Utility Code. We agree that PECO is a public service agency. Public service agencies are generally controlled by the Public Utility Code and the Uniform Construction Code. Pursuant to the Uniform Construction Code and the Philadelphia Administrative Code, a public utility is exempt from the local requirements to obtain permits. And I'll go through the exact wording, but in Title 4 of Section 103.2, the intent of the code is stated. The code incorporates and amends where authorized the administrative provision of the Pennsylvania Uniform Construction Code adopted by the City of Philadelphia on January 21st, 2004. Section 301.1 of the Administrative Code provides an exception to the requirement to obtain permits. And that exception are for items that are for the installation, alteration, or repair of generation, transmission, distribution, metering, and other related equipment that is by established right under the ownership and control of public service agencies. And as you heard from Mr. Reuter, we are a public service agency. The city claims that the project required an electrical permit for the automatic smoke detection system, specifically what they call pull stations throughout the substation. Our witness will show that this is an integral part of our electric substation, and we could not build this facility without it. They claim a building permit is needed for the heating, ventilation system and air conditioning systems. And they refer to a split systems installed in the second floor storage rooms. So we'll identify these second floor storage rooms and talk about how they are essential. And then a plumbing permit is required for the stormwater drainage system, specifically the roof drains. And as I understand, Mr. Reuter, if we put two downspouts together, we fit them together, that would require a permit. As you will see, the roof drainage system was specifically approved by the Philadelphia Water Department, and the specifications were asked for and shown, and we will show you that approval. Secondly, we have an E&S permit from the state, and that shows that we have complied with all of the requirements to ensure the safety and proper function of this facility.
Excuse me.
When you go to decide which interpretation should govern here, and that's what we're talking about, whether the related matters and the transmission and the items that they have cited us for, whether they are part of the electric substation. You have an interpretation from the city, which may be reasonable, and we assert that our interpretation is reasonable, which leaves you to an ambiguous statute. How do you interpret an ambiguous statute? We would say the precedent in many, many areas of the law is that when it's in derogation of the common law, then you would strictly interpret a provision in a statute against the extension of the regulation and restriction. Ambiguities are applied against the government where the statute proposed to restrict an entity's action, and the penalties are substantial, which they would be here. Again, I believe the exhibits that you have are in the record. Do you have them handy, Mr. Chairman, or is that something, if necessary, I ought to bring up?
Well, as you move through them, we may need you to share your screen.
Very
So,
well. Well,
yeah.
you will see that our exhibit A has to do with the FEMA issues, which are off the table. I believe you will find 2, 3, and 4 copies of the administrative code in Philadelphia, the Uniform Construction Code in the state statutes, and the PA Construction Code also in the state statutes.
Okay.
I'd like now to call on Mr. Anthony Borelli.
Before you do that, Mr. Sklarov, one matter that I'm curious about, and you mentioned earlier this issue being one of precedent setting. PECO has built these substations for an extended period for a long time in Philadelphia. Has this matter ever come up before since the latest iteration of the code?
We have not brought this up in this municipality. We have brought it up in other municipalities in nearby counties and townships. And those that have called on the Department of Labor and Industry for an interpretation have either confirmed our view or say it's up to the local municipality to try to interpret that. So, but this is important going forward.
Yes, I'm just curious, as Philadelphia has written violations like this before. That's what I'm trying to get to.
I don't recall any violations during my representation of PECO.
Okay, all right. Please proceed.
That only goes back.
If I could respond to that briefly, just to clarify that, I can't say whether the city has issued violations like this to PECO or for this facility. What I can represent is that historically, and I've checked with the Department of Licenses and Inspections Permits Unit, as well as with the code official directly, it is our experience over the last many, many years, including with respect to this particular facility, that PICO has in fact applied for permits and obtained them. Mr. Sklarov and I were both involved in a case a few years ago involving a zoning permit and a floodplain issue, and that was resolved. But there haven't been any other appeals that we're aware of this, because it's our belief, based upon our review of the history, that PICO has in fact obtained these permits. So that's what's new about this. So yes, it would be precedent setting for PICO to now be considered exempted from these permits in the city of Philadelphia.
Okay,
So,
before we get into argument, I didn't mean to set off a whole nother round of arguments, but Mr. Pincus, you're muted. Unmute yourself. Yes.
Yes, I have a question. Good afternoon, Mr. Sklarov. We know each other fairly well over the
For a
years.
short amount of time.
So I just want to clarify, based on what you've sort of set forth as the premises here. There are three areas that you raised. One is the electrical with respect to the heating installation, heating and air conditioning box. The other one was the fire alarms. And the third area was the drain system from the building being connected to the city system.
Well, that's not what we were cited for. If I could interrupt just a moment, Mr. Pincus.
Well, let me ask my question. Let me ask my question, because I think the general question is, are each of these components, fire alarm, the drainage, drainage, and the electrical, are these otherwise regulated or inspected or reviewed, if not by the city, then by another entity that would be able to say these comply with the building codes?
Well, we will point out, Mr. Borelli will talk about how the fire notification is inspected by a third party. As many systems are in Philadelphia and outside, you get a third party inspector, and that they get certified every year. And so we can answer that question. But to
Okay.
clarify,
Actually, Mr. Sklarov, what I really would like you to do is to proceed with your case. I think and I started this, so I apologize. Let's let him put his case on, and then we'll get to the other questions.
if I could just very, very briefly, if the board and Mr. Sklarov are okay with it, may I release Mr. Kelly so he can go home?
Not yet, because I may have questions for him. Not yet.
Okay. All right.
Okay, Mr. Sklarov, please proceed.
yeah, I just need to just clarify what Mr. Pincus said. We have been cited for an electrical permit with regard to the pull stations installed without a permit. We've been cited for not having a building permit for the mini split heating systems. And we've been cited for a plumbing permit for the roof drains. So I just wanted to make clear that they are not as broad as one might interpret. They have finite, and that's why I asked the questions on the photographs. I call Mr. Tony Borelli. Mr. Borelli, would you state your name for whom you work?
My name is Anthony Borelli. I work for PICO Energy. I am a principal project manager with PICO.
We have submitted as an exhibit, Exhibit E, with your name at the top. Do you recall that document? Could you
Yes.
identify that document?
I don't see it on screen. I just
I
don't want to
haven't-
make sure.
We would have provide both you and the board with that document. I'm going to try to shorten this by saying that's your resume. Did you in fact send me a resume?
Yes, that's correct.
And have you worked for PICO's as an engineer since 1988?
I've worked for PICO since 2000. I started my career since 1988. I worked for PICO.
And you were an engineer, is that correct?
Project manager for PICO from 2000 to the present.
If Mr. Sklarov is intending to introduce Mr. Borelli as an expert witness, we'll stipulate to his expertise, but I would ask why he believes an expert witness would be necessary here.
Because he knows more than the average bear about electrical substations and would know what the components are.
Well, I think, Mr. Sklarov, the issue here is very finely tuned here. It's a matter of whether a permit is required just for those specific matters, not the overall construction of a substation. So if you would narrow your information to that.
Yeah, we will do that, Mr. Chairman. But the issue is whether these things that were cited are an integral part of the substation. If they are, they're certainly related and part of the transmission of electricity and therefore accepted from the obligation to get a permit.
Okay.
So that's
Mr.
why.
Okay.
That's why.
Let's proceed.
Yeah. All right. The rules of procedure don't apply here, so I'm not going to bother. He's an expert, you know what he is, but we'll try to go this as quickly as possible. Are you familiar with the substation at 600 South University Avenue?
Yes, I am. I am the acting project manager.
And what does this substation do?
This substation acts as a transmission or switching yard for 4 transmission circuits that come into it and get distributed throughout University City and Center City, Philadelphia.
And is this part of PECO's obligation to supply reliable, dependable, and affordable electric power to its customers?
Yes, it is.
And are you familiar with the notice of violation and order issued by LNI dated May 27th, 2022?
Yes, I am.
I direct your attention to the first listed violation, pull stations installed and in place without a permit. Have you seen that?
Yes, I have.
And could you explain to me what the detection system with regard to smoke and fire is in this building?
So the pull stations is just one part of the overall fire detection system that runs throughout the building, both first floor and second floor. Since this substation and quite frankly, all PECO substations are unmanned substations, we do not have a presence there. So the detection of any issues, whether it be fire, smoke, are monitored 24/7 by our control room. So they are an integral part of the operation and maintenance of the substation, just so we have aware of what is going on. So the pull station is just one aspect of the overall system that's linked to the overall operation of the substation in a non-occupied state with personnel.
Would you operate a substation in a building without having this fire and smoke detection system?
I mean, you could, but it would not obviously be advisable due to the criticality that this substation plays a role in as part of the city of Philadelphia's reliability.
And is this a fire suppression system with sprinklers?
It is not. There is solely fire detection in the building. There is no suppression system whatsoever.
And do you have this system inspected from time to time?
Yes, the system is designed to meet our standards and a design is put out and it's installed. And then we have an independent party that will validate and commission the system once it's been completed, that it is performing to the design standards. And then on a periodic yearly basis, that same third-party agency will validate that it is still operational in order to meet the requirements of the substation.
If first responders were to come to a station that had a fire, would they be endangered by the equipment that's inside the building if they entered without a PECO representative?
Yeah, without the knowledge of the condition and the state of the facility, all our facilities are required that a PECO representative escort, the outside fire detection agencies in just for their own safety.
And for the remote monitoring, which occurs 24/7, Are those folks trained to communicate to first responders and municipalities?
Absolutely. Once the issue is resolved, first there'll be, a dispatch sent out to truly validate what the alarm is for. And at that point, then, the proper authorities are notified based on the condition that exists.
So an unattended building could present dangers to unaware first responders.
Absolutely.
I direct your attention to the second alleged violation, the lack of a building permit for the installation of heating, ventilating, or air conditioning, or any component thereof. And they referred to the mini split systems. Could you, first of all, there is a plan of the building at exhibit. Sorry for the slowness of my getting to the exhibits. At exhibit F.
Yes.
Is the board administrator able to bring up my exhibits, or should I try to share them?
If you can, we'll give you permission to share your screen if you can do that.
Yeah, the question is whether I'm very good at this. For some reason, I don't seem to have it, even though I have it open.
Mr. Wade, is there any way you can help with this?
I might be able to share it. Mr. Sklarov.
Okay.
Oh, you got it? Looks like you got it.
Did I get it?
I don't know. What are you
Well,
trying to
let's
show?
see.
Yeah, there's a FEMA,
Right. It'll take me a minute to scroll through this. Thank you for your patience.
You're doing much better. I'm trying to download it on my computer here without any success.
Well, my skills on this are less than my grandchildren's. We have plans here. Can you see these, Tony?
Yes, I can.
I'm probably able to convert it to horizontal, but let's not. Does this plan that I now have represent the areas in which the second floor storage area?
No, the first one you are, that is the main floor.
Okay.
So this
Could
is
you
the second floor and represents the two pictures that, the city showed, that I could describe the rooms that they showed.
Well, looking at the rooms they show, what are they used for?
So the first room, which would be in the upper right side closest to the stairway, that is the IT room, or the electronics room that houses all the communication systems. If you were to see that room now, you'd see racks of electronic equipment that are solely responsible for fiber optic cables and the communication equipment that allows us to monitor and control the substation from our control rooms. The split system that was installed there is strictly sized to handle the heat output from the equipment. There is no occupied office or desk area for personnel. Matter of fact, that room is a secure room, and only certain personnel can get access to it, just due to the nature of disrupting the visibility and control of the substation. So that split unit that was shown in that picture, is directly related to handling the heat output of that electronic equipment.
Could that electronic equipment function the way PECO intends it to, without the heater and air conditioner?
No, due to the room size and the heat output of the equipment, without that split unit, the equipment would be possible for failure.
And the second storage room, or the second picture that we had?
The second storage room that showed the picture would be the bottom left, and that is actually a battery room. So all our control and protective circuits for a substation run on DC system batteries. So there are physically batteries located in that room now, also which generate heat. And same rules apply there, that split system that's shown in there generates heat, and it's sized accordingly to handle the heat output of those batteries, as well as the fact that there's an exhaust system within that room that, you know, exhausts the fumes that the batteries produce while being in that room for a period of time. So again, it's a closed room. You'll notice that there's doors there for security reasons, and we do not allow access in there unless it's properly authorized personnel. And again, the split system is for the cooling of that equipment. There is no personnel that, you know, are stationed or hang out in that facility, along with all the equipment that you would see in the center floor there. That's denoted as, you know, looks like boxes in a row, but that's actually protective relay electronic equipment.
Let's go to the third item, the rainwater system.
Yes.
Was that part of shown on any of the plans that you either showed in getting a building permit or getting your stormwater approval, final stormwater approval, or your ENS permit?
Yes, the drainage of the roof and the drainage gutters that go down to the building were part of the building permit submittal. They are not connected to any kind of pipe that collects it. The discharge from the roof empties out on the terrain of the property, and how that stormwater is handled is covered within the ENS plan that we submitted for the property, which was approved by the DEP and the PWD. So, you know, stormwater is managed through a system that's installed on the property, but it does not directly empty into, you know, a pipe. If I show you a picture of the building now, you'll just see open gutters that empty out onto the ground and then are discharged throughout the property based on the grading that's attained from the ENS permitting.
Did PECO get a final stormwater management approval?
Yes, we did, prior to the start of construction.
All right, I'm going to ask everybody to look at my Exhibit H. I have page 7 shown on the screen here. Mr. Borelli, would you read the wording that is next to item number 7 on page 7 of 16?
Sure. Please revise the utility plan and the post stormwater management system plan 1 to indicate the diameter, slope, and material of each proposed downspout. All roof drain system must be sized pursuant to the Philadelphia Plumbing Code.
And who are Burns and McDonnell?
Burns and McDonnell is the engineering firm that was hired to provide the design of the building that is utilized to house the electrical equipment within the building.
And what is the Burns and McDonnell response? Would you read that?
The utility plan drawing DWG 273542 and the post-construction stormwater management plan 1 drawing 273712 were updated to indicate the diameter, slope, and material of the downspouts.
Do you have an opinion as to whether these 3 systems that we've discussed are essential and related to the proper operation of the substation at 600 South University Avenue?
Yes, all 3 systems are directly related to the maintenance and operation of a reliable substation within the city of Philadelphia, or quite frankly, any municipality that it would exist.
Thank you very much, Mr. Borelli. Any cross, Mr. Reuter?
Yes, I have If I might, yes, I have a few questions. First of all, Mr. Borelli, based upon your experience as an engineer and being involved in projects like this over the last several years, would you agree with me that it is typical for construction of what we'll just call an industrial type property to have a fire alarm system?
It is typical now. I can tell you that it was not typical when I came here.
Okay.
Pico made an effort to install fire systems in all our active substation, but it was not the norm for the control room aspect of the substation.
Okay, but you would agree that a fire alarm system is now under the IBC and under the UCC would typically be required in most new construction, if not all.
As per our internal standards, yes.
Okay, so and you would agree. So in other words, the installation of a fire alarm system isn't something that's particularly unique to a Pico electrical power generation station or anything, right? Lots of buildings.
Objection. I'd like to know where this is going.
Yeah,
Well,
Mr. Rauner.
I think that part of their claim was that the fire alarm system here is somehow unique and necessary to the property, whereas
We didn't say it was unique. That's a misrepresentation. What we said, it was essential to the operation of an electrical substation, and
Okay.
that we would not do it without this.
Okay,
Okay.
Mr. Rauner, can you rephrase, please?
No, I think Mr. Sklarov did the rephrasing for me. That's fine. I think so. So in other words, then, Mr. Borelli, that the fire alarm system is necessary in order for this building to operate properly.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, would you agree then, for instance, now you said that this is currently an unmanned facility, is that right?
Well, upon operation, right now it is not in operation, but at the end of this year, it will go in the operation, and it is unmanned during normal operation.
Sure. Does Pico operate manned facilities?
Does Pico operate manned facilities? Not that are substations. We do not have any substations that are manned. We obviously have facilities that are manned, but
Okay,
not
so-
substations.
All right, but so would you agree though that again, and again, you're introduced as an expert witness, so I'm going to ask this as a hypothetical question. Would you agree that in order to operate a manned a facility that would have persons working in there, that there are various codes that would require, say, bathroom facilities and sinks and heating and air conditioning? Are you familiar with those sorts of requirements?
To this set of violations?
What I'm getting at, Mr. Chairman, is I think, and maybe we can just dispense with the questioning altogether. What we're getting at is Mr. Sklarov is saying, and Mr. Borelli, I think, is suggesting that anything that is necessary for this particular building to operate at all would be governed by the exception, and therefore it doesn't need a permit. So what I'm saying is like, well, if the building happened to be occupied, and if workers had to go in there, they need to have bathrooms. Therefore, bathrooms wouldn't need a plumbing permit. If they needed a heater, they wouldn't, for the occupied space. they
Mr. Ryder,
wouldn't-
okay, if those
That's
set
what I
effects,
mean by-
if those set effects are part of this, then that would be certainly part of an argument. But those aren't part of the facts for this case, I don't believe.
But that's the
that
legal,
is
that's the
correct.
legal question here.
This-
That is the
this
legal
not-
question.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, the legal question here is whether the three systems that they have cited Pico for are essential or related equipment that are accepted under both Philadelphia Code, State Code, and are following the Supreme Court's rulings, multiple rulings, that local authorities, local municipality does not have the authority to regulate public utility systems.
Okay.
Now,
Well,
All right, well, let's
again,
do the. Do you have any further questions, Mr. Ryder? Are you
Well,
satisfied? Yeah.
I mean, again, I think we, again, I don't think there are any actual facts in dispute here. I do want to ask a couple more questions of Mr. Borelli, however.
Okay,
If
please.
I might. Mr. Borelli, you agree that with respect to this particular project, PICO did apply for and obtain a building permit for the construction of the building itself. Is that right?
That's correct.
But you would agree that the building itself is also integral and necessary for the substation operation. Is that right?
It is, even though the building does not have a bathroom, which really is normally the governance used for when we apply for a building. It's not PICO's typical building because it's a 2-story building and it's more complex in nature. And the decision was made that we would apply for a building permit and have the various structural and civil components validated by third-party special inspectors.
Sure. And prior to that, you, PICO applied for and obtained a demolition permit. Is that right?
For the demolition
For the prior
involved in the
structure.
previous facilities, yes.
Okay. And with respect to the documents that Mr. Sklarov was just showing you from the Philadelphia Water Department, where the Water Department, I believe, approved the stormwater management plan. Did PICO also then make a determination that the stormwater management plan was something that you were not exempt from?
That's correct. We could not start construction without the stormwater management plan.
But again,
That was a prerequisite to putting a shovel in the ground.
Okay, thank you. I have no
Let me
further
try to
questions.
clarify this. PICO has a custom of trying to cooperate with local governance and zoning and building code restrictions. Therefore, they voluntarily go through this system. Recently, in Delaware County, we had a very fine system and it was opposed. And while it was a special exception use, we had to appeal it. And we eventually went to the PUC. And the PUC found that we were not subject to local zoning and.
Okay, Mr. Sklarov, is it your position then that in fact, this was a nicety that PICO was doing to request a demo, construction and stormwater management permits? They didn't need to do it. They just did it because they chose to do it.
Yes.
Okay. I do have a question for Mr. Borelli. Mr. Borelli, in your line of work at PICO, have you constructed similar facilities in Philadelphia over the last 10 years?
I have constructed substations in Philadelphia, not of this same nature of substation, but yes, I have constructed substations. In the
I'm asking specifically about unmanned substations similar to the
yes.
one that's now.
All the substations have been unmanned, but this particular, there is a difference. I don't want to.
Have you done another one exactly like this? Maybe more
I have
specific.
not.
Okay.
Not exactly like this. This is.
Okay,
different.
that's the answer. Now, in an unmanned substation that you have managed, did you acquire plumbing, electrical permits?
Only if the building had a bathroom facility in it that required a connection with water and sewer, which this building does not.
What about electrical?
No electrical or mechanical permit.
Okay, all right, thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Borelli?
Yes,
Yes.
I have a question for Mr. Borelli. What does the substation serve and who does it serve?
The building that is there right now is a transmission switching center. 4 transmission lines are brought into it, and switching amongst those transmission lines would go to various parts of the city. There will be also another building construction, which will be another permit submittal that will be more the distribution. There'll be transformers that transform the power down from 69 kV, 13 kV, which are the cables that go into the streets, which directly connect to some of our priority customers like the University of Pennsylvania, Children's Hospital, and all the other facilities within the city.
How is that electricity generated now to them?
If I may interrupt, it's not a generation facility, it's a transmission facility.
Okay, then I'll
Philadelphia
rephrase
makes a big difference.
thank you. I'll rephrase my question. how is it transmitted now, electricity to those facilities you talk about that it now will be serving, we'll say the first of the year?
So the 4 lines that connect to this, or that will connect to this when it's completed, come from different substations. You know, I'll throw names like Island Avenue Substation, Angora Substation, Schuylkill Substation, University Substation. They all combined into this switching center, but they come from other substations.
Okay. You mentioned third-party fire certifications, and per the 2018 code, all third parties that we use here in Philadelphia has to submit their certifications per the code to the city of Philadelphia. That does not exempt PECO or the facility at all. We have third-party electrical inspectors. They all perform inspection, put the seal on it, sign off, and they forward their certification to the city of Philadelphia. That's a requirement. That's not an exemption for no public utility.
Well, that would be done then by contact, the third party, and it would be their responsibility, since you're saying that they're the ones.
Right.
So
So then my question is, that's enforced by the person who hires them. It's their requirement for them to make sure they do that to the city of Philadelphia. If they don't, then the city holds the owner of the building responsible.
we will make sure that those reports get to the city. Obviously, we haven't had one since we're not operating yet.
That's
Yeah,
correct.
I just cannot testify to what transpires with those certificates. I can tell you that it is commissioned, and I can tell you there's yearly inspections done. I can't attest to whether the third party does that or not right now. I just don't have that knowledge.
I'm just pointing out that you're not exempt from all requirements. If you don't do that, you will receive a violation.
We
One last
understand.
question. Thank you. What type of batteries are used in that battery room?
They're DC batteries.
DC?
When you
What
say
are they
what the-
filled with? Acid filled?
Yes, they're
Okay, so there's a requirement under the fire code for those battery rooms as well in terms of inspections and maintenance, and they must be on lifts above the ground. What level are they located on?
they're on the second floor, but again,
Okay,
we meet all our internal requirements related to that type of equipment.
Okay, so are there drainage around the end if the battery leaks to drain it out in the proper way?
All the requirements are
I'm
met.
speaking because
I
I've inspected.
am not the
these
battery
type of
expert. I'm the
facilities,
principal
right?
project
Well,
manager.
you're speaking to a former fire inspector who knows that these are just some of the things that Mr. Leonard Reuter was trying to point out and that I'm bringing to your attention that make you not totally exempt from all the codes required in the city of Philadelphia because you are a public electrical facility. These things still incorporate the requirements that you must maintain as well.
I mean, the
have no
batteries
further-
are an integral part of the operation.
Very
of the
much
substation.
so. And there's a large quantity in that room. And it has to be maintained and regulated. And it has to be, you're telling me there's no fire system in there. But I'm just bringing it to your attention. No further questions.
Okay.
Thank you,
Mr.
sir.
Scleros, do you have any additional witnesses?
No, I do not.
Okay. If there aren't any further questions, then let's move to final argument. And I'll ask Mr. Scleroff to begin and Mr. Leonard Reuter to conclude before we vote. Thank you.
As I stated before, and I'll be very brief, it is very clear that a number of permits are accepted when you're a public utility agency. And those permits include those things that are part of the transmission and related items of electrical energy. This building will improve the delivery of and reliability of electrical power throughout the neighborhoods of Philadelphia. We think it's very clear that these items that have been cited are covered by that exception. We understand the fire inspector's concerns about other regulations, and we haven't been cited for them, so we have no intention of not complying with those requirements as to the operation of certain critical things that might be of danger to the general public. So we ask you to follow the administrative code. We think the terms of interpretation require you to rule this strictly against the city. And with that, I think you've heard enough from this lawyer.
Thank you. Mr. Rauter?
Thank you. Again, as I said, I think we are largely in agreement, except when it comes to one particular question, which is whether or not building components are themselves exempt from the permit requirement. And I think it's fair to characterize Mr. Sklarov's argument as being that anything that is necessary to operate the building is by extension necessary to operate the generation, or in this case, transmission of electricity, which is what they do as an electric utility, and therefore that's exempt from the from permit requirements per the UCC exemption and the local administrative code. But again, the problem with that, and what I was trying to get at with my questions of Mr. Borelli, is that if you consider there are plenty of facilities that are used in the generation and operation of a public utility. So that includes train stations, railroads or utilities. So the train stations, other PICO facilities. I think I would hope that most of us would agree that PICO offices would not be covered at all by the exemption. But yet I think presumably one could make the argument, well, we can't very well operate a public utility without having office space for our executives. So therefore, we don't need to get building permits or plumbing permits or electrical permits for our office buildings as well. And I think, so the point is that I think the argument here opens up a slippery slope. And I do think that there is certainly room for debate about certain things. Again, we believe, and the inspector and the Department of Licenses and Inspections believes, that the particular items that were cited in these violations, yes, they're necessary for the operation of the public utility and for the indirectly for the transmission of electricity, but that necessity is incidental to the fact that they happen to be parts of the building that, again, I think they have conceded by obtaining the building permit or things that they would do. Again, as I suggested at the beginning, we're not aware of any instances where PICO hasn't obtained permits for these sorts of things in the past. And again, the stormwater they consented to the stormwater management requirements of the city when they very well could have made a similar argument in that instance. The zoning permit question is a totally separate issue because that's handled separately under state law, and we don't need to go there because this isn't the zoning board. But so again, it's simply our position that the general argument that, so the question is, and I guess what's before this board is, do those items, does the mini split system in that particular room, is that necessary for the transmission of electricity? Is the roof drain system necessary for the property for the generation or transmission of electricity? Is the fire alarm system necessary? So again, because these things are typically required, fire alarm system, again, I think you've seen plenty of cases, a number of them here today, where it's been made abundantly clear that something like a fire alarm system is required in thousands of buildings and many types of occupancies. So again, it is a code requirement. And it probably, if PICO were not a public utility, but were a type of, say, private facility operating or generating electricity, and there are some, or have been in the past, they'd probably still be required to have a fire alarm system. So again, the point being, if the requirements to have these things, and if the sorts of things they have and the building components they have here are simply incidental to the fact that it is a building and it's, the 21st century, and we typically expect buildings to have these types of components, to say that that because of that, it's necessary for the transmission of power just opens the door to basically PICO being exempt from everything, every permit requirement. And we just simply believe that is not the intention. If you look at the exception and the wording of the exception, it's clear to us that one thing that the exception specifically would cover would be, for instance, and what we think it was originally intended to cover was the installation of electrical service in third-party properties. So PICO doesn't need a permit to install electrical service to hook, in other words, to hook up your home to the power lines. The phone company doesn't need a permit from the city to put in FiOS, even in your basement. That's what we believe the original intention of the exemption was. Now, we do believe, because the way it's worded, we have agreed that it also extends to the specific equipment that PICO uses, like the generators, the breakers, the
Mr. Ryder, I'm going to ask if you could bring it to, if you could.
Yeah, I'm
summarize,
trying to
bring it
do that,
us.
actually. Thank you. So these things, so we agree that that the exemption would also extend to those things that PICO itself uses to transmit power. But we don't believe that it simply extends to every permit requirement that's associated with one of their structures. That we don't think that that was ever the intention of the General Assembly or the City Council when they adopted the exemption locally. So
Thank you very much. No, we're no,
2 minutes, Mr. Chairman.
no, sir. No, sir.
He
We're going to move.
misstated my argument.
You stated your argument very clearly. We heard you. And he had his closing argument, and you did. So I'm going to call to vote on this. Thank you very much. Regarding HA-2022-003737, PICO Energy, 600 University Avenue, City Affirm.
Appeal sustained.
City Affirm.
City affirmed.
City Affirm.
Okay, the vote is recorded as City Affirm is the unanimous decision. Of course, Mr. Sclera, if you have an opportunity to appeal the decision to the Court of Common Pleas.
Mr. Chairman, it wasn't,
Yes, sir.
it wasn't unanimous.
Oh, it was not unanimous. You're right. It was a majority. My apologies. Majority vote of City Affirm. Thank you so much for your participation and your patience. Thank you very
for your
much.
consideration. We appreciate
Absolutely. Have a good evening. Let's move on to the last matter. Or do we have a last matter?
Yes, we
Jeffrey
have,
Singletary.
Yeah. Okay. Mr. Wade, you still there? Still with us?
yes, can you hear me?
Yes. Let's read that one in.
This is
Hello?
case number 30. Mr. Singleton, you'll be heard in a minute. This is case number 39. Hearing appeal number HA 2022-003-628, Jeffrey Singletary, 1555 South 30th Street.
Okay. Thank you. And I believe Ms. Clark is representing the city in this matter. Yeah, Ms. Clark. And earlier you noted for the record your objection to hearing because of lateness issues. We've given due consideration to that argument. In this instance, principally because there's a cease operation involved in here. I want to hear the facts of this matter as we go forward, okay? And hopefully I'm preempting some additional arguments so we can proceed. Do you have a witness, Ms. Clark?
Yes, we do.
Okay, please call that person.
So this case is in reference to an intent to cease for various property maintenance violations as well as fire code violations at a rooming house, which is located at 1555 South 30th Street. And at this time, the city will call Inspector Brian Conway.
Mr. Conway,
Yes.
raise your right hand so that you may be sworn. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony tonight would be the truth so help you God?
I do.
Okay, thank you. Please proceed, ma'am.
Inspector Conway, can you please state your role and how long you've been working in that role?
Code enforcement inspector for Department of License Inspection for the past 6.5 years.
Are you familiar with the property on 1555 South 30th Street?
I am.
And how are you familiar with that property?
I was called there as a result of a service request. Upon entering the property, I observed that it was a rooming house.
Have you had an opportunity? Have you had an
Sorry.
opportunity to review the LNI and public records for this property?
I have.
So with the board's permission, I'm going to share my screen.
Thank you.
One moment. Inspector Conway, I'm showing you what has been previously marked as City's Exhibit 1. Do you recognize it?
I do.
1 second. What are we looking at?
Looking of the notice or order to correct. Notice of violation.
And what date was this notice of violation sent to Mr. Jeffrey Singletary?
August 3rd, 2022.
Now, if I scroll down to the list of violations, what is the basis for the cease for this property?
To obtain zoning for its current use or restore to its approved use.
Are there any other violations that are the basis for the cease?
Also, fire alarm is required for a mixed-use building. The building is zoned as a mixed-use building. It has no fire alarm system in it.
And what type of life, health, and safety concerns are a result of those violations?
These are definitely life safety violations. With the zoning, there are evacuation issues. And being as though the building is zoned as a mixed-use building, it needs to be a fire. Per Philadelphia Fire Code 2018 is required to have a fire alarm system installed.
Here's what I found online. At this time, I am showing the board and Inspector Conway what has been previously marked as City's Exhibit 2. What are we looking at here?
It's an intent to cease operations on the property.
And when was this intent to cease sent to Mr. Jeffrey Singletary?
It was sent out on the 2nd, but is not due to go into effect until September 6th. September 6th.
At this time, I am showing the board what has been previously marked as City's Exhibit 3. It's a series of photos. What are we looking at here, Inspector Conway?
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir. Just one moment. Yes, sir.
Could Mr. Singletary correct himself? Because he just said the 2nd. It was sent the 2nd. It wasn't going to become in effect to September the 6th. So that sounds like the date was September instead of August, like the paperwork was stating.
Yeah, I think the issue is that the proposed cease date was September 6th. That's what was in the notice. September 6th would be the date of the cease. Now we're well beyond that at this point, but that was the date in the notice.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, all right, please proceed.
Inspector Conway, what are we looking at in this photo?
This is the exterior of the property located at 1555 South 30th Street,
And when was this photograph taken?
August 1st, 2022.
Scrolling down to the next photo in that photo set. What are we looking at here?
This is the kitchen on the first floor, rear of the building.
And it appears that you were the inspector who took this photograph. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Scrolling to the next photo in that photo set. What are we looking at here?
We're looking at separation, a door at the first floor, on the first floor level, where it should have been a living room. It's a bedroom.
Scrolling to the next photo in that photo set. Photograph 4, what are we looking at here?
Another bedroom on the first floor. I believe this should have been a living room, otherwise it should have been a dining room. Yes.
Scrolling to the next photo in this photo set. Inspector Conway, what are we looking at here?
I'm showing separation here, where you see the opening on the right, that's the hall. If you come in the front door to the right, the opening there leads to the rear where the kitchen was, and then there's a door there that leads to the second floor.
Inspector Conway, what are we looking at in this photograph?
The next example of the same thing, separation. The door is now open, leading to the second, see the stairway leading to the second floor, and the separation to the right. The gentleman is standing at the hallway that leads to the two rooms on the first floor and the kitchen in the rear.
Scroll on to the next photo and that photo set, what are we looking at here?
This is the back of the property. You can enter through the back door. You go through that back door, you're in the kitchen of the property, first floor.
And lastly, the last photograph, what are we looking at here?
This is would have been the entrance to what would have been the commercial space on the basement, in the basement unit. Wasn't able to gain access into that unit.
And from your inspection on August, about how many rooms are located within this house?
2 on the first floor, 3 on the second, that's 5 rooms.
I'm gonna stop sharing my screen. And as previously stated, the conditions at this property, which outlines the violations for the property, are they safe? Are they a safety concern for the occupants at the property?
It is. It is. It was expressed to me that there was a gentleman in the first floor front that may be disabled of some sort. So it's definitely a life safety issue.
And today, as it stands, are the violations complied at the property to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge, they appealed the violation. I haven't been able to visit the property since.
No further questions at this time. The city would request that all evidence presented to the board be admitted into evidence.
So moved. Mr. Jeffrey Singletary, do you have any cross-examination of the inspector based on his testimony? Mr. Singletary, you're muted, and we also would like to see your image. Mr. Jeffrey Singletary.
Yes, sir. Hello?
May we see your image, sir?
I'm not too sure how to do that. I made a phone call, but I didn't.
Okay, let's do this.
I
need to swear you in. So raise your right hand. Do you swear or attest the fact that you are in fact Jeffrey Singletary, the owner of 1555 South 30th Street?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you swear or affirm that you will be truthfully in testimony tonight?
Yes, sir. Definitely.
Okay. Thank you. Do you have any questions of the inspector based on what he has already said?
Yes.
Okay. What are those questions?
Mr. Inspector, I'd like to know, how did you come across, how did you come to end up at my building? I've been there for 25 years. And
okay, let him answer the question.
Okay.
I was there as a direct result of a service complaint. You don't just show up.
Okay. Any other questions, Mr. Singletary?
Yeah. So if it's a complaint, how does a complaint go down? How does that work?
Mr. Singletary, wait a minute. Hold on a second. Mr. Singletary, if there is a complaint by the public, that's all thing that's happens. It triggers an inspection. What is that a problem?
No, I'm just asking.
Well, then he responded. So, you have any other questions?
Yes. What were the conditions that were detrimental to anybody's health? That's my family in there. My family's health.
Once again, Mr. Singletary, one, your property is zoned as a mixed-use property, meaning that it's zoned for commercial space on the first floor, bottom floor, and 2 residential units, second and third floor. So therefore, it is required by the Philadelphia Fire Code to have a fire extinguisher. a fire alarm in that property, which you don't have. That's the first violation. Also, you're not using that property for what it's zoned for. You're using it as a rooming house. So those two major violations, those are two ceaseable violations that constitute danger to human health.
Any other questions, Mr. Singletary?
Yes, sir. What makes you think it's a zone? It's a commercial? It's a commercial property. I never sanctioned. I bought it the way it is. Now,
Okay,
my
Mrs.
question is, yes.
I think maybe better off if you just tell us, unless Miss Clark has additional witnesses. If she doesn't, why don't we just let you tell us what you're dealing with?
What I'm dealing with?
Yeah, explain your side of the story.
Okay, my side is that I bought the building as the way it is.
When was that?
25 years ago.
Okay.
And okay, my uncle needed a place. Okay. I brought him in to help me pay for things.
Objection, just for
For
the
him to pay his way.
Mrs. Secretary,
Not
just one moment.
rented.
Just one moment. Ms. Clark, what was your objection?
My objection is the relevance of like the backstory of the occupants in the place.
Okay, so noted. I'm going to ask him to proceed. Okay, Mr. Secretary, continue, but keep it short, please.
Okay. I'm very short. I bought the building as is, and when my uncle needed a place to stay, I said, yeah, come on. I'm not renting commercial or anything. My store is commercial, but I'm not doing anything with the store. It's just storage.
Okay, but now you're renting rooms on the second and third
No,
floor.
I'm not renting rooms. No,
So-
I'm not.
So there's, how many people live there currently?
Me, Ray, Kenny.
There are 3 people who
Sure.
reside there presently.
Yes.
Okay, and how many of those people are related to you?
We all grew up together.
That's not what
In
I
the
asked you.
project.
How many people are related
Yes.
to you by blood?
By blood, none of them.
None of them. Okay.
By
Now-
relation, forever.
That's by blood is what I'm talking about. The problem you have, sir, is that the building you have was illegally subdivided. That's the problem. And based on the inspection, it's illegally subdivided. There's some walls that should not have been built, or they were built without permits. That's where you are now.
Wall?
Yes. All
Okay.
the rooms that
Okay.
were created on the first and second floor were created without permits.
Mm.
Okay. Anything else from anyone? I just want to make sure we hear all the facts.
I just bought the building the way it is, and you know, and what? Okay, now this is a question that I have.
Okay.
How do I rectify this situation? I mean,
Well,
just to-
the time to ask that would be to call the inspector. You can't do it now because we're at the hearing.
No.
But
Right,
call the
okay.
inspector and find out what's required to make it legal.
Okay.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand. I understand. And I don't want anything not legal. I don't want any situations.
Okay.
I want to know what I have to do to rectify the situation.
Okay, and that's what I'm saying to you. You need to call after the hearing. You can call the inspector and find out. But I do have a question for either Inspector Conway or Ms. Clark. The cease, if there's only 3 occupants, does that still trigger the cease?
The cease, yes, it would, due to the fact that there's no fire alarm system installed on the property.
And that's
Okay.
because of
Life
the
safety.
subdivisions and the subdivisions of the space into multiple rooms with locks.
That as well. If it wasn't zoned as a mixed use property and it wasn't required to have a fire alarm system in it, then we may be able to have some type of leeway with the people that's in there. Because he's saying he's not collecting rent. He doesn't have a renter's license on the property, so he would have to submit a non-rental affidavit. However, we have life safety issues here because we don't have a fire alarm system installed in the mixed-use building.
Okay. All right.
Can I comment on that?
No, not yet. No. Any other questions from anyone? No? Okay. What I'd like to do then is to Mrs. Singletary, if you have any final comments for the board, please share with them. And after you finish, I'll ask Ms. Clark to give final argument, then we'll vote. Okay?
No problem.
Okay.
I
sir.
do have the fire system, the pool change and everything that's required. I need to know the legalities of having them installed. Since I'm at this point right now, I just want to get everything situated, get everything right, and I can take it from there without me being illegal. Put it that way. You understand what I'm saying?
Okay. Mr. Conway, you'll have to talk to your lawyer before you say anything.
Right, get a lawyer.
Okay. Ms. Clark, do you have any final comments to make?
Yes, briefly. So the defendant admits to the violations in the appeal and essentially requested.
Mr. Singletary, Mr. Singletary, someone you're speaking, we can hear that person. So please mute yourself. Thank you. Ms. Clark, continue.
So the defendant admitted to the violations in the appeal and essentially requested additional time to comply those violations. Today, as we stand, it's been about 2 months since the notice of violation and the intent to cease was sent to the defendant, and the violations have still not been complied. It is the city's position that the notice of violation as well as the intent to cease was both proper, and that we would respectfully request a city affirm from the board.
Okay. I noted Mr. Conway had his hand raised. Do you want any additional information from him?
Inspector Conway, do you have any additional information?
Yes, I just wanted to make it clear that Mr. Singleton, he had asked a question. I just wanted to make a couple of things clear to him. That one, he asked how did he go about getting the fire alarm installed? One, you have to have a licensed contract, a license with the city of Philadelphia to obtain a permit to install, first of all. Second of all, they have to install that system. And then third, that system needs to be certified. And that certification has to be submitted via the contractor to license inspector of the Eclipse portal. I also wanted to, that's it.
Okay.
Carry on there.
All right, thank you. Okay. With regard to HA-2022-003628, Jeffrey Singletary, 1555 South 30th Street, City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
City affirmed.
Thank you. The vote, unanimous vote is city affirmed. Mr. Singletary, your appeal has been lost. You can appeal our decision if you choose to, and check with the office. They can tell you how to do that. Okay, but that's where we are tonight. Thank you very much for your participation. That ends our hearings for today. Mr. Wade, I don't think we have anything else, do we?
Not unless you want something else.
No, I don't want anything else. I'm good. Miss Rob, thank you so much for your participation. Mr. Pincus, you have something else?
Off the record.
Well, let's wait until everybody's out. Then we can just have a off the record conversation. Okay. I just want to get everybody else done. Thank you so much, everyone. Okay. Have a good day.
I'm going to stop the recording now.
Yes, please.